PMBOK is very dry. Is that how you feel? I heard it more than 1,000 times that you tried to read the PMBOK but unable to get past the first chapter. The problem is we have PMBOK courses which are good to provide the definition of definition, but rarely we have PMBOK courses that provide meanings of those definitions. Then we have PMP question and answer simulations, which we memorize technically. Hello, I'm Asadullah Chaudhary, and for the last 15 years, I am working towards the advancement of project management. I have consulted the score of organizations and trained more than 10,000 PMP aspirants. My goal is to assure you that you pass the PMP exam on your first try. But with the mapping of PMBOK concepts with real-world examples. To achieve this, I have designed 200 questions with an explanation of each option. Let us begin the journey with conviction to become the leader of project economy. How many PMP questions do I need to practice? 600, 1000 or 2000? I believe it is one of the key questions you have. The problem is, at one hand, we have PMP preparation courses with lots of definitions. And on the other hand, we have dozens of practice questions with lots of memorization. Based on my 15 years of experience of leading multi-million-dollar projects and providing training and coaching to more than 10,000 PMP aspirants, I have designed only 200 questions with a video explanation of each single option. It will help you to pass the PMP exam on your first try. But the most important part is it will also guide you to lead multi-million-dollar projects. It is a knowledge-based question, and in this question, I want to test your knowledge of project management plan components. If you look at the question, it talks about the change management. So which document of project management plan actually discuss the process of change management? If you look at the option number A, it says scope management plan as it guides how to control and validate the scope. Traditionally, a couple of people don't write separate change management plan. They write, change management process within scope management plan. But if you look at the PMBOK, they have specifically, categorically separated two documents. Scope management plan is how we are going to define, how we are going to record, validate, control, monitor the scope. But it does not talk about the change management process of the project. So option A is not the right option in this scenario. Then we have option number B. It says change management plan. Yes, change management plan is the right answer for the given situation or the question. So because change management plan talks about how we are going to process the change, what would be the size of the change, how many change control committees we have. So all these kind of information is part of option number B, change management plan. Then we have option number C. It says configuration management plan. You see, configuration management plan tracks the copies of multiple documents. It tracks the versions. One concept, a basic concept of configuration management plan is this. So here we are not talking about versions and copies of scope. We're talking about change process. So again, this is not the right answer. Then option number D. It says scope baseline. Scope baseline is the scope of the project, and generally when we talk about scope baseline, we say it contains a scope statement, WBS and WBS dictionary. But clearly, question is not asking about this thing. So the answer of this question is option number B, change management plan. Thank you. It is a knowledge-based question, and in this question, my intention is to test your knowledge about difference between project management plan and project documents. Generally, when I explain these two documents, I say these are not two documents. These are two files that a project manager, managed throughout the project. A project management plan generally contains process-related documents like scope management plan, requirement management plan, schedule management plan, cost management plan, quality management plan, risk management plan, communication management plan, stakeholder management plan, all these documents. So in totality, PMBOK has 18, you can say, project management plan documents. And then project documents from the perspective of the process groups, we develop throughout the project process groups like initiation, planning, execution, controlling and closing. And the documents that they contain are mostly a document which talk about how what we are going to deliver, what are our activities, what is our scope, what are our risks. So generally you can say management plans are all about how, and your project documents are all about what you are going to deliver. But there are some exceptions too. So if we look at the options with this perspective, option A says project management plan is a set of documents which contains how part of project. Yes, it is the definition of project management plan as I just mentioned, described. Then option B says project document is a set of documents which contains what part of project. So generally what we are going to deliver, what are our risks, what is our scope, what are our resources, what are our stakeholders, all this information is part of the project documents. Then we have another definition which says project management plan is formal approved document. Yes, mostly the documents that we have, especially the baselines that are part of project management plan, is the signed approved documents that we need to get approval from the management or sponsor. Then we have option number D which says a project document is a formal approval document. No, most of the document that contains or the part of project document is not the approved document. If you want to make an exception, the exception would be project charter and statement of work, which is part of project documents. But mainly rest of the document, in totality there are 33 documents mentioned by PMI in PMBOK 6th edition, which is part of project documents, and out of 33, I can say barely 2 or 3 documents needed to be signed off. Rest of the document that project manager develops to manage and control the project, right? So in this scenario, the answer for this question is option number D, which is incorrect for project document theory and concepts. It is a situational question, and in this question I want to test your understanding of different techniques of requirement gathering. If we look at the question, it clearly says that you want to gather the requirement, but there are a couple of requirements which your prospective stakeholder or customer or users are unable to explain or guide you. So in this scenario, which of the specific tool you will use? If you look at the first tool, it talks about interviews. Interviews are good tools to identify the requirements. We can use predefined questions late so that we can get input. But here the concern is not what they know, the concern is what they don't know or what they can't articulate. So option number A is not the right option. Then option B says focus group. Again, I say that focus group is more of a interactional based requirement gathering rather than one-on-one requirement gathering. And in focus group, we involve pre-qualified stakeholders or experts so that they can provide their valuable feedback and whether we input that how we should do this project and how what should be our specific area to focus on. But here it's not the case. So focus group is also not the right answer, although one of the technique of collect requirements. Then we have third option which says facilitated workshop. So facilitated workshop help us to gather the input from cross-departmental resources. Unlike focus group where we want to get expert inputs or the people who are involved in the project or the area, here we need an input from multiple departments, multiple sectors. So we have a cross-department interview. But the point is, they all option A, B, C all want input from the customers or stakeholders who knows what they want. But what question is asking is they are unable to define. In this scenario, the fourth option is the right tool, which is observation and conversation, where we go and see how they are working, we see their environment, and it is also mentioned as job shadowing. And you can also use this thing as a empathy, which is one part of the requirement gathering. So the right answer of this situational question is option number D. It is a situational question, and in this question I want to test your understanding of requirement document versus requirement traceability document. The question asks you to see the definition of both the documents and identify which definition of a document is irrelevant or is not correct. So if you look at the option A, it says requirement traceability matrix link stakeholder requirements with project objectives. Yes, in fact, not just project objective, requirement traceability document help us to align the requirements through organization objectives and project objectives too. So this is the right definition. That is why it is not the answer. Then option B is all about requirement document, and it says requirement document describes how individual requirement meet business needs. Again, this is the right concept, this is the right definition, this is why we develop the requirement document. So that's not the right answer for the question. Then option C also gives us another definition of requirement document where it says that it provides a narrative description of project scope or requirements. No, we do these things in statement of work document. So this is not the right definition of requirement document. Generally, when I present this question to my students, they select D because from the context of the option, it looks like that I'm talking about change of a project, but it clearly says that requirement traceability matrix provides the structure for product change. Yes, my dear, requirement traceability matrix provide this information. So the answer of this question is C, requirement document, which is basically does not provide you narrative, it's a part of statement of work. Thank you. It is a situational question, and in this question I want to test your understanding of multiple components of product analysis technique. When we gather the requirements from multiple stakeholders as a project manager, it's our key job to sit with our technical team and translate those requirements into scope statement. So when we are translating those requirements, one of the key technique that we use is product analysis, and actually product analysis use multiple questions to frame the answer and solution for our client. In this perspective, if we look at the product analysis use product breakdown, system engineering, system analysis, value engineering, value analysis. So these are the key components that we use to do product analysis. With this background, if you look at the option, number one option says it translates high level requirements into tangible deliverable. Yes, this is one of the key job of product analysis technique. That's why it's not the answer. Then B says it utilizes system analysis. When we are documenting the scope statement and we gather the requirement, it's our job to see things from different angles. We don't need to see things from one angle and one requirement. So system analysis and system engineering provides a holistic view. It helps us to see how many parts are involved in the requirement, what will be the process, technology and people use. So this is one of the key component of product analysis. That is why it is not the answer of this question. Then says it utilizes alternative analysis. You see, alternative analysis is a separate technique. It basically see what ways, options we can use to meet the project requirements. But it is not part of product analysis. So that is why option C is incorrect and the right answer for this question. And if you look at the option number D, it says value analysis. So value analysis and value engineering is also the part of product analysis technique. Thank you. It is a knowledge-based question, and it wants to assess your understanding of product scope versus project scope. It is an area where I believe lots of professional project managers stuck. And when they define the project scope statement and other documents, they define product scope, but they don't define project scope. For this specific purpose, I have wrote this question so that you can understand the difference and use it wisely in your project. So option A says product scope is the set of features and functions of product or service. Perfectly fine. This is what the product scope is, and that's why it's not the answer. Option B says the project scope is the work performed to deliver a product or service. So if we look at the concept of project scope, so the point is, let's suppose if I'm delivering a course, I need to set up the room, I need to set up 3 cameras, I need to engage Umair so that we can do all this recording. So the arrangement of these things is project scope, but what you are getting at the end of the day is the video and the question and answer. So for you, the product is the question, answers and videos, but for us, to deliver this product, we need to manage all these settings and all the work so that we can deliver. So this is the definition of project scope, which of course this is not the answer of this question. When we see the option number C, it says completion of product scope is measured against product requirements. Yes, whenever we want to measure the success of a product, we always measure the success of a product against the product requirements. So again, this is the right definition and not the answer of this question. Option number D, it says completion of the project scope is measured against product requirements. No, actually, the completion of project scope is measured against the completion of or utilization of project management plan. So in this context, the right answer is option number D, which is the wrong definition. I hope you understand it well. Thank you. It is a knowledge-based question, and in this question, I want to test your understanding of WBS, or you can refer it as work breakdown structure. If you see the option number 1, it says WBS represents product scope, project scope, and project management scope. Generally people knows about product scope and project scope, but most of them does not, know about project management scope. WBS contains all 3 types of scope. So product scope is what we are going to deliver to you. So let's suppose we are doing this whole course, question answer course. So this is a product, you will get question and answer, you get videos, product scope. Project scope is to arrange the media room, to arrange cameras, to arrange lights and everything. It's a project scope. Project management plan. So I want this product to be ready till 14th February. So I will enjoy my Valentine's Day with my Valentine. So this is my plan. So this project plan, risk register, quality plan is part of project scope, project management scope. So yes, WBS contains all 3 scopes: product scope, project scope and project management scope. So this is not the wrong concept. That's why it's not the answer. Option number B says WBS includes code of identifier and schedule milestones. See, WBS does not contain any activity. WBS is not an activity document. WBS is a deliverable oriented document. It only contains deliverable, and deliverables are product deliverables, project deliverables and project management deliverables. Actually, option number B is a definition of WBS dictionary, and your WBS dictionary contains code of account identifier, schedule milestones, activities, responsible organization and all. So that is the right answer and the wrong concept of WBS. If you look at option number C, it says WBS second level can be decomposed using project life cycle. Yes, the first level is the project name, second level can be project phases or can be main components of the project. So that's why this is the right concept. That's why it's not the answer. Option number D says the lowest level of WBS referred as work package. Yes, the lowest level of WBS deliverable is referred as work package. It is the right concept. That is why it is not the option or the answer of this question, because here we are going to find which one is not the definition of WBS. So from this perspective, from this knowledge content, the answer of this question is B. Thank you. It's a knowledge-based question, and I believe it is the easiest question that I have asked from you. It talks about the components of a scope baseline. Previously when we write or finalize a scope statement, we used to say that a scope statement is a scope baseline. But PMI has included multiple new documents into it. So which of the document is not part of scope statement? Option A says requirement document, and requirement document is not a part of scope baseline. That's why it is the answer. Rest of the option, scope statement, WBS and WBS dictionary are actually part of scope baseline. Thank you. It is a knowledge based question. And I would say in this question, rather than test test your knowledge, I want to guide you about multiple components of work breakdown structure and the relationship between work breakdown structure and activity list. The problem is we have a technique called decomposition. We use the same decomposition technique in create WBS process, and we also use the same decomposition technique in define activity process. So when we are decomposing the WBS, actually we decompose deliverable into deliverable and then further deliverable into deliverable, and the whole WBS document contains only deliverable. We can name deliverable as project, we can name deliverable as phase, we can name deliverable as control account, we can name deliverable as planning package, we can name deliverable as work package. They all are components of work breakdown structure and they have nothing to do with activity list. The problem is, when I talk about WBS, across the industries and across the people, they think that activities are part of WBS. And I say, sorry, activities are not part of WBS, and especially work package is not an activity. So if you look at the scenario, option number A says work packages are decomposed to achieve activity list. Yes, this is the right answer, because we achieve activity list by decomposing work packages, but we don't decompose work package in WBS process. We decompose work package in define activity process, and that's what I have asked specifically, that you want to create activity list. If we look at the other options, the option number B, it says control accounts are decomposed to achieve activity list. No. Control accounts are decomposed to achieve either work packages or planning packages. So basically, control account is one deliverable, one component of work breakdown structure, and we use control account to report to management that this is the point where we can integrate time, cost, and schedule. Time, cost, and scope. So the whole point is my WBS. If I have to decompose WBS, the first level is project name or the project. The second level is phase name, component name, subcontracting work. Third layer may be control account, and then we may have planning package within control account, or we may have control account and work packages. But if we have planning package, then control account, planning package, and work package. So they all are deliverables. So in this scenario, we are not going to get activity list after decomposing the control account. Actually, if we will decompose control account, we will get either planning package or work package. So option number B is wrong. Option number C says planning package are decomposed to achieve activity list. Again, as I explained, no way. Planning package gives you work packages. Finally, phases are decomposed to achieve activity list. Again, it's the obvious wrong. We decompose phases to achieve deliverables, and to decompose, the whole content into deliverables. Either we call it control account or we just call it, WBS components or deliverables. So the right answer for this question is option number A, where we decompose work packages in defined activity process to achieve activity list. It is a knowledge based question, and in this question I want to test your understanding of milestones. You see, generally we have different connotations with milestones. So let's see which of the following definition is correct for milestone. Option A or option 1 says milestones are activities whose duration is equal to phase duration. No way. Generally we don't have any duration for milestone. Milestone can represent that this phase is completed, but their duration has nothing to do with the phase duration. So option A is wrong. Option B says milestones are activities whose duration is equal to work package. Generally there is no duration of work package. We decompose work packages into activities, and then we identify milestone that guides us, it signifies us, identifies us, notifies us that when we will achieve this work package. So work package does not have any duration. So again, this is wrong. Option number C says milestones are activities whose duration is 0. So typically in a theoretical perspective, that's true that milestone duration is 0. Sometimes when you are using any tool like Microsoft Project or Primavera, you can set any activity whose duration is 4, 5 for any day as a mark as milestone option. But from the concept of project management, milestones are activities whose duration are 0. Then option number D, it says milestones are deadlines. I purposely use this option because people think that milestones are deadline. You see, deadlines are given by your management or set by some external or internal team. But when you talk about milestones, you want to achieve your milestone on some specific deadlines. So milestones are not by definition deadlines. Milestones are like markers. They guide you when you will achieve, this work package or this phase or this deliverable. But it does not give you restriction that you should achieve this thing on that specific date. So milestones are not deadline. In this scenario, the right answer of this question is option number C. It is a situational question, and in this question actually I am testing your understanding of mandatory dependency. When we talk about dependency between activities, we have multiple tools and techniques. One of the technique is dependency determination, which has mandatory dependency, discretional dependency, internal dependency and external dependencies. So first option or the option that we are looking for is mandatory dependency. Mandatory dependency as referred as hard logic. Yes, this is the synonym of mandatory dependency, that you cannot get away with this thing, you have to follow it. So mandatory dependencies are referred as hard logic. So this is the right definition, and that is why it is not the right option, because we are looking for incorrect definition of mandatory dependency. Option number B says mandatory dependencies are legal and contractual requirement. Yes, when you are doing a project, maybe your client, maybe organization, maybe government says when you are doing this thing, you have to follow some specific steps and then you will be able to do this thing. So this is referred as legal or contractual requirement. So mandatory dependencies are yes, legal and contractual requirement. This is the right concept, and from the question perspective is the wrong option. Option number C says, mandatory dependencies are natural requirement. Yes, natural requirement means, you cannot build first floor until unless you have ground floor. You cannot install any application until unless you have operating system. So these are the natural requirements, and these are referred as mandatory requirements. So again, this is the right concept, but the wrong option for this question. Then we have option number D, and it says, mandatory dependencies are referred as preferred logic. No, preferred logic are example or the definition of discretional dependencies, where we set the dependencies based on some best practices or based on our some own discretional needs. So the answer of this question is D. Thank you. It is a situational question, and it is actually testing your understanding of precedence diagramming method. We use precedence diagramming method to develop the network diagram, or you can say to create the dependency among multiple activities. So in this context, let's see which of the following option is not the right definition of precedence diagramming method. Option A says precedence diagramming method is also referred as activity on node. So to be very honest, it is the right definition but the wrong option. Precedence diagramming method is also referred as activity on node. Then we have option number B. It says PDM uses 4 types of dependencies. The 4 types of task dependencies are finish to start, start to start, finish to finish, and start to finish. Yes, precedence diagramming method use 4 types of dependencies. That is why it is not the right option for this question. Option C says PDM can use dummy activities to show logical relationship. Sorry, this is not the right definition. That is why it is the answer of this question. When we compare precedence diagramming method, we compare precedence diagramming method with arrow diagramming method, which is now from 2012 PMBOK 5th edition. It is not part of sequence activities process. Previously, it is part of PMBOK 4th, 3rd, 2 and 1. All uses this as a technique for sequencing the activities. Arrow diagramming method or activity on arrow is the type of diagram which uses to create the network diagram, and the point was that they only use this finish to start dependency, and for this they need to use dummy activities. So this is not the characteristic of precedence diagramming method. That is why it is the wrong concept and the right answer here. Then we have a 4th option which says PDM is also referred as pure logic diagram. Yes, it is the another name of precedence diagram method. I hope you understand the definitions and concepts of precision diagramming method, especially in contrast with arrow diagramming method, and you answered this question in a right way. Thank you. It is a knowledge-based question, and in this question I am testing your understanding of multiple estimation techniques. Although, in this question I have specifically talked about duration, but you can use all these 4 methods in duration estimation, cost estimation, and resource estimation too. So let's see from the scenario purpose which technique is right or fit for use in this question. Option A says analogous estimation, as it uses historical and data volume. Point is, if you look at the question, it says you know the previous duration, but your work is increased. We use analogous estimation when we said, okay, previously we have done it in X many days and now we will use again same time. But here, as the work has increased, we cannot use the analogous estimation because we are not going to use the same duration. When we are using the same duration, we will be using the analogous estimation. So this is not the right option in this context. Option number B says bottom-up estimation. We use bottom-up estimation when we don't have much information and we want to do it in a very rhetoric way, and we have to identify every single aspect and then do the estimation. Bottom-up estimation is generally most accurate, but it needs a lot of time to do it. But here, as we already have past experience, so we don't need to use bottom-up estimation. That is why option B is not the answer. Option C, it says 3-point estimation. 3-point estimation is also referred as PERT estimation, and 3-point estimation we use when we don't have any background. We use it when we have uncertainty. But as question says, we have past knowledge, so we are not going to use the 3-point estimation. So option A, B, C, all are wrong in this context. So what is remaining? The remaining one is the option number D. And in option number D, we talk about parametric estimation. You see, parametric estimation uses the formula like 3-point estimation. But the point is, the parametric estimation has previous knowledge plus current workload. So as the question says, we have previous knowledge and current workload has changed. So we will be using parametric estimation, which is the right answer in this question. It is a knowledge-based question, and in this question I want to check your understanding of 3-point estimates. We use 3-point estimates when we have uncertainty, when we don't have enough information. So let's see which of the following definition is not the definition or not a concept of 3-point estimates. Option number A says 3-point estimates is used when we have uncertainty and risk. Yes, we use a 3-point estimate in this scenario. So that is the right definition, but the wrong option in this context. Option number B says that, when we talk about 3 points, the 3 points are optimistic, pessimistic, and most likely. Yes, these are the 3 points. Sometimes people use expected instead of most likely, but it's okay. So the 3 points of 3-point estimation are optimistic, pessimistic, and most likely. This is the right concept, but the option and the context of the question is not true. Then option number C, it says 3 points can be calculated using triangular distribution. Whenever you want to estimate the 3-point estimation, whenever you want to use 3-point estimation for calculation, you can use 2 methods or you can use 2 formulas. One is triangular distribution, where we have optimistic plus pessimistic plus most likely divided by 3. That's triangular distribution. But when you want to use 3-point estimation with beta distribution, so the formula will be optimistic plus pessimistic plus 4 into most likely divided by 6. So in this context, yes, we can estimate duration by using triangular distribution method. So the concept is right, but the answer for this question is wrong. Then the option number D says, 3-point needs sufficient historical data. Sorry, we use this method when we have uncertainty and risk. So this is the right answer for the question and the wrong concept. It is a knowledge-based question, and in this question I am testing your knowledge and understanding of critical path method. Whenever I teach about critical path method, I got lots of variety of inputs, and somehow everybody has its own definition, or I say everybody understand 1 or 2 aspects of critical path. So when I define critical path, I say critical path has 3 set of definitions, and we need to see all these set as one. So here let's see which of the set or which of the definition part is not related to critical path. Let's say, what is the option 1? Option 1 says critical path is the longest path in network diagram. Yes, this is true, and when I talk to people, they know about this thing, and they say yes, critical path is the longest path in network diagram. Then the other option is critical path is the earliest time to complete the project. Some knows this thing, but they have different connotation. Basically, if I have to give it a meaning, I would say they both are one set of the definition. Actually, what they are saying in the real concept is critical path is the longest path in network diagram, which is the earliest time to complete the project. So if you are doing a project and you have 4 or 5 paths, so the longest path, let's suppose the duration of the longest path is 40 days. But if you see earliest time, so probably you have some path which says that 9 or 10 is the earliest number of days to complete the project. Sorry, the lesser amount, the minimum amount or the earliest amount is not less number of days. Actually, the longest path duration in the example that I'm sharing with you is 40 days. 40 days is the earliest time to complete the whole project. It's not 9 or 10 days, it's the 40 days. So from the concept of definition, A is also the right definition, that is why it is the wrong option. B is also the right definition, which is also the wrong option. Let's see what option C says. Option C says critical path has least amount of slack or float. You see, generally when I talk about this thing, people think that slack or float is equals to buffer, or sometimes they say slack or float is equals to, you can say, lag time. But please write it down. Float is not equals to buffer, is not equals to lag time. So here slack or float means the time that we got automatically by having the dependencies. So whenever we talk about critical path traditionally don't have any float or slack. So this is also the right definition, the right component of a definition. Again, it is not the answer. Option number D says critical path can have only, project can have only one critical path. No, you can have multiple critical paths. And importantly, if you have multiple critical paths, it means you have more risks in your project. Because, if any activity on critical paths gets delayed, it will delay your project. So as a project manager, you have to safeguard your critical path. And if you have, more than one critical path, then you need to very carefully examine it and, manage your project. I hope you understand the concept of critical path and also the right answer of this question, which is option number D. Thank you. It is a situational question, and in this question, I'm trying to, help you to differentiate multiple formats of project schedule. And for this, if you look at the question, it is asking about the difference between the milestone chart and bar chart with other different formats. Let's see which of the option regarding the milestone chart and bar chart is incorrect. Option A says team members need detailed information, so they need bar charts. You see, bar charts are also referred as Gantt charts. So Gantt charts helps team members to see the duration of activity and dependencies of activities, and you can also show resources on it. So that's the right concept, but from the perspective of the question, it is the wrong option. Now the second option says milestone chart are more effective with management. Yes, because your management is not interested in number of activities and activity duration. They want to see that when you are able to represent or present the progress of a phase or progress of a key deliverable. So from the perspective of concept, this is the right concept, but from the context of the question, it is wrong. Then option number C says milestone is also known as control account. See, milestone is an activity and control account is a deliverable. We use milestone in activity list and project schedule, and control account are being used in work breakdown structure. Although it's not hard and fast, but I can say the first level of WBS is project itself. The second level of WBS is the number of phases of the project life cycle or the main components. And we can use deliverables or control account as a third or fourth layer. The control account mean is that you or your management wants to integrate the time, cost and scope at that point. So this is not the right query concept. That is why this is the right answer for this question. Then option number D says bar chart is also known as Gantt chart. So technically option number D is supporting our option number A. So in this context, the right answer for the question is option number C. Thank you. It is a knowledge-based question, and in this question I am testing your understanding of multiple cost estimation types. Generally, when we estimate cost, we need to tell our management that how much confident we have and how much accurate our estimates are. So when we are estimating the cost, and so we can have three different types of estimation, or you can say we have three different types of cost estimation. One is rough order magnitude, the other one is budgetary estimate, and the third one is definitive estimate. So based on the question, they gave us some range and asking us which range belongs to which of the following option. If we see option A, it says rough order magnitude, or you can call it ROM. The range of ROM is minus 25% to plus 75%. And yes, it is the right answer. If you look at the option number B, which says budgetary estimate, the range of budgetary estimate is minus 10 to plus 25%. So this is not the right option, right answer. Then option C says parametric estimation. Parametric estimation is the technique that we use to estimate a duration, cost and resource. But here we are talking about cost estimation types. So this is the outright wrong option. Then we have option number D, which says definitive estimate. Definitive estimate means we are very much confident where our estimates are more accurate. So the range of definitive estimate as per PMBOK is minus 5% to plus 10%. I hope you understand the question and different types of cost estimation with the right answer of this question. Thank you. It is a knowledge-based question, or should I say general knowledge based question. In this question, I want to test your knowledge of especially bottom up estimation and top down estimation. So if we look at the option A says analogous estimation is based on historical data and is more accurate. See, the half definition or half portion of option A is right, but the remaining part is not. So yes, historical data is analogous estimation is based on historical data. That is why we also call it top-down estimation. But it is not always the accurate estimation. So option number A is not the right option. Option B says bottom-up estimation is time-consuming but also is more accurate. Yes. Bottom-up estimation means we are calculating individual activity duration or cost, and we want to review multiple aspects so that our confidence about our estimates are perfect and we have reduced the uncertainties. So the most accurate method is bottom-up estimation, and that is the right answer of this question. Option number C is talking about parametric estimation. From the definition perspective, that parametric estimation use formula with historical cost information. The definition of the option or the definition of parametric estimation is right, but it is not the most accurate method. Still, the most accurate method is bottom-up estimation. So it is not the right option for this question. Then we have option number D, where we are saying that bottom-up estimation is less time-consuming. No, as I mentioned, discussed in option number B, it's more time consuming. So this is the wrong statement. That is why it is not the answer of this question. It is a case study based question. Whenever I do consulting assignments, this is one of the biggest challenge for me. I need to convince management that you need to see the real, a contingency reserve for your project. Generally, whenever I ask what is the contingency reserve of their project, the standard answer across industries is 5% or 10%. And then, now I don't, fight with them. I say, okay, how many of your projects completed within 5% or 10%? And the mostly answer is 0. And then, they know that they are unable to complete, they will be unable to complete the project within 5 or 10%, but somehow they keep 5 or 10% as a contingency reserve. So, come back to the question. In this question, somehow you are able to convince the management and they are keeping 20% as a reserve. What is this? So, let's see what option A says. Option A says it is a contingency reserve. Yes, this is the right answer, because once they agreed and they are keeping it for the reserve, it is a contingency reserve. Contingency reserve means known unknown. The risk, you know about it, but you don't know that the risk will occur or not. So option A is the right answer for this question. Option number B, it says these are management reserves. No. You see, management reserves are for those risks which are referred as unknown. And in Oxford we call them black swans. So here we are not talking about black swans. We already have the data. In fact, this 20% number is from the Oxford research. Oxford did a research and they find out that the average cost overrun of construction projects across the globe is 20%. So from the management perspective, from the concept of the question perspective, it is not a management reserve. It is not a unknown risk. So the answer still is option number A, contingency reserve. Let's see what option C says. Option C says benchmark cost. You see, the 20% comes from the benchmark perspective, but it is not the benchmark cost. When we are saying that we are going to keep that much amount in our project, it's no more benchmark. We are keeping this amount from the exercise of benchmarking. So the right answer is still option number A, which is contingency reserve. Option number D says life cycle cost. You see, life cycle cost means the cost of executing the project and plus the cost of running the operations of the end result of a project. And running the operations are basically outside the concept of project management. That is why it is not the right option for this question. So the answer for this question is option A. Thank you. It is a situational question, and those who you basically answered it right, I can say that they are expert project managers, because there is one thing which I purposely hid in the question, and I want to see who actually guessed it. Let's see what the concept in this question is. Actually, the question is plainly saying that your sponsor is asking you to reschedule activities because of some budget. So what could be the reason? You see, when your sponsor is agreed on the budget, they said, okay, we will give you this budget. But asking for rescheduling, the major reason is, let's say if your project is of $200 million, it's not necessary that all the $200 million will be given to you at the start of the project. It depends on the project specific needs. It depends on the donor requirements. It depends on the organizational financial condition. It depends on the financial constraints. So maybe you will get your financial resources on some specific time periods. So if even your whole project budget is approved, but you know that some of or major of the amount will be released on a specific date, on specific occasion, on specific time, then you need to reschedule your activities, especially procurement and other things, so that you can perform them in a particular way. With this background and perspective, let's see which option is the right option. Option A says rescheduling will help to address the contingency reserve. No way. Contingency reserves are for risk. If those risks occur, your management, your sponsor cannot ask you in advance that this is going to be happen and you have to keep a contingency reserve, or you have to reschedule your activities so that you can use contingency reserve. No way. This is the wrong option. Then option B says, you need to reschedule based on management reserve. It is even more wrong, because management reserve is basically for those risks which you don't know. These are referred as unknown. So how come your sponsor says that you will have risk or you will have issues at that specific time and you need to reschedule your activities? Sorry, this is the wrong concept and wrong option. Option number C says rescheduling will help to reconcile the funding limit. Yes. I saw a lot of mega projects got delayed just because of this concept. What we do is we engage heavy consultants, we order heavy machineries, and we are not adjusting our schedule based on the availability of funds, and then we got stuck. So generally, when I do projects, I identify the procurement dependencies and cost dependencies to address this thing. And from the project management technical term perspective, it is referred as funding limit reconciliation. So this is the right answer for this question. Let's see what option D has for us. It says rescheduling will help to address the black swan. Technically, option number B and D are referring to one same thing. Management reserves are also referred as black swan. So this is also the wrong option. Thank you. It is a knowledge-based question, and the idea of this question is to compare and contrast multiple quality terms. So let's see which of the context or which of the comparison is not correct. First comparison says prevention should be preferred over inspection. You see, whenever we talk about prevention, it means that we should do our work in a way that there must be less number of errors. So let's suppose if I am recording the whole course, question answers recording videos. So my prevention is that I should check everything. I should review the question and options and double check with my notes, so that whenever I'm recording, my explanations are perfect. So this is prevention. What about inspection? Inspection means when the recording is done, when my team is completed the editing and everything, and I'm reviewing it, that all the contents are aligned, my voice, my description is aligned with their timing. So this is all about inspection, that I am checking after the product development, and I want to keep errors out of the customer. I don't want you to figure out error that we have some issues in our recording. So this is the difference between prevention versus inspection. So from the perspective of the question, the concept is right, but this is not the right answer for this question. Then we have second option, which is my favorite one, that is quality and grade should be defined separately. When I talk about grade versus quality, generally people think that both are same, but not. Just remember, low grade is perfectly fine, but low quality is not acceptable. So let's suppose, I am comparing two cars. Let's suppose Suzuki is one of the, model in the world, and Suzuki offered two cars. One is Suzuki Alto and the other one is Suzuki Baleno. So if I say Suzuki, Alto has less quality as compared to Suzuki Baleno, so it's not true. They both are different grade cars. They both have different functionalities. So whenever I will compare, I will always compare apple with apple and oranges with oranges. So I would say Alto is a low grade, high quality car, and Baleno is a high grade, low quality car, because Baleno is unable to set its market standards and achieve the value that it is supposed to be. So the point is, you differentiate both of them based on their functionalities and then set the quality criteria. So the concept is right, but this is not the right option. Then option number C says control limits defines the tolerance of process quality. You see, it's not like this. When you say tolerance, so how many videos you can tolerate when I'm speaking fast? Because I'm naturally, a fast speaker. So what is your tolerance level? So this is what is the limit that after that you will not be able to accept the product. And control limit is the threshold which you set to set the overall process. So it is not the right thing to compare and define in one way. So this is the wrong thing, and this is the right answer for this question. Then we have attribute sampling is not variable sampling. Perfectly fine. Whenever we do attribute sampling, it means we need to check that this thing is going perfectly fine or not, and the answer would be yes or no. So let's suppose, are you able to clearly hear my English? Are you able to clearly understand the concept? So we are checking the speed of description within each video. So that is the attribute sampling, and the answer would be yes or no. But what is variable sampling? How many candidates pass the exam after going through these questions? This is the variable sampling. So I hope you understand the typical content, which is basically mostly related like as synonyms, and I hope I cleared the overall concept for you. Thank you. It is a knowledge-based question, and actually in this question I want to test your understanding of cost of quality. When we talk about cost of quality, we differentiate and divide cost of quality into two areas. One is referred as cost of conformance and the other one is referred as cost of non-conformance. So cost of non-conformance is also referred as poor quality cost and failure cost. In the question, basically, the options are giving you multiple, type of failure cost and asking you which of the following is not a cost of non-conformance and cost of failure cost. Let's see what are our options. So option A says failure cost is also referred as poor quality and non-conformity cost. Yes, perfectly fine. This is the definition of poor quality cost or cost of non-conformance. So this is not the answer of this question. Option number B says customer returns and complaints are example of failure cost. When we see the type of cost of non-conformance, we say we have internal failures and external failure. So customer complaints and returns are type of cost of non-conformance, and basically it is type of external cost of non-conformance. Again, it is the definition of the failure cost and cost of non-conformance. So this is not the answer of the question. Then option number C, it says team errors and reworks are example of failure cost. As I said, when we divide cost of non-conformance, cost of failure, we say we have internal failures and external failures. Option B was all about external failures, and now option C is all about internal failures. So again, this is the right definition and this is not the answer of the question. Now we have option number D, and it says providing training to inexperienced team members is failure cost. No. Providing the training to the team members so that they can, work better in the project is cost of conformance, and it is not cost of non-conformance. So this is the right answer for this question. I hope you understood it well. Thank you. It is a case study based question, and in this question I want to check your understanding of quality metrics. Quality metrics describe how we are going to measure the attributes of project and product process and how quality control will measure it. So in this context, if you look at the options, the question is asking which of the following option is not an example of a quality metric. So first option A says number of defects identified per day. So how many defects we are identifying during the execution of the project is one of the quality metric. So it is not an answer of this question. Option B says completion of number of deliverables. You see, how many deliverables we have completed is not part of quality metrics. Actually, it is part of execution and it is part of direct and managed project work. So it is the answer of the question and it is not the concept related to quality metric. Let's see other example. Let's suppose how many number of system integration errors we have, what is our status, what is our percentage of completion of tasks. They all are part of quality metrics. So option number C is also the right concept in terms of quality metrics, and that is why it is a wrong answer for the question. Then option number D says completion of test on completed deliverables. So how many tests we have conducted on completed deliverables and how many tests we have done on a specific area, it is also part of quality metrics. So basically option number A, option number C and option number D are the definitions or part of quality metrics. That is why it is not an answer, and the right answer of the question is option number B, which is actually the output of direct and managed project work. Thank you. It is a case study based question. I use RAM a lot, especially for me RAM is a political document. Whenever I need to engage resources who are not directly reporting to me, I use RAM so that I can assign the work package to their departmental lead or someone, and I say I need this work package on a specific timeline on a specific date and you do with your team. So I can use RAM at a high level where I am assigning the work packages to a department, or I can use RAM for a low level where I am actually identifying individual resources, that which resource is doing the job, which resource will manage or accountable of the work package or activity. So I can use it on either way, but mostly I use it at a high level. So with this context, let's see which of the following option is not correct for responsibility assignment matrix or RAM. Option number A says, RAM will help to assign responsibilities against work packages. Perfectly fine. This is why we use RAM. Either we use it for work package or activity, it doesn't matter, but we can assign responsibilities through RAM. So option number A is a right concept. That is why it is not the right answer for this question. Let's see option B. Option B says RAM will help to identify accountable parties against work package. You see, it's a tricky option, right? And it's hard to identify the key word here. Here the word is parties. Whenever we use RAM, we don't talk about that we have multiple parties or multiple resources are accountable for one package. There will always be only one party or one person is accountable for the work package. So in this context, this option is the wrong concept related to RAM, and that is why it is the right answer for this question. Let's see option number C. So option number C says RAM can be used to define responsibilities of individual resources. Yes, when we talk about RAM, we can assign resources, we can define the responsibilities, we can set the accountabilities. Yes, it is one of the area that we can use utilizing the RAM. Now let's see option number D. Why option number D is not the right answer? Because RAM and option number D says RAM, RESI is an example of RAM. RESI means responsible, accountable, consult and inform. Yes, I use these terms for assigning the responsibilities or defining the accountability in a RAM. So option number D is also the right concept. That is why it is not the answer of this question. So the things that are related to RAM and are correct in the concept view are option number A, option number C and option number D. That is why they are not the right answer for this question. Thank you. It is a knowledge-based question, and in this question I am testing your understanding of resource management plan. A resource management plan is a key artifact in the planning concept, and it is one of the key document of project management plan. Let's see which of the following statement regarding resource management plan is incorrect. Option A says, it provides guidance on acquiring resources from outside the team. Sorry. This is not a resource management plan. If we need to acquire resources from outside the team or outside the organization, it is all about procurement management plan, right? I have purposely used the word outside the team, but actually means it's outside the organization too. Then option number B says it can help to plan team management. Yes, team management, plan resource management is one of the key content of resource management, that how we are going to staff, define and manage the project team and project resources. So option number B is the right content or right concept of resource management plan. That is why it is not the answer. Option number C says it can help to control resources. You see, when we talk about resources, especially in the context of PMBOK 6th edition, resources can be human resources and as well as physical resources. So let's suppose I'm doing this training, one of my resources, Umar, who is doing the recording, that's a human resource, but I need lights, camera, stand, a lot of things. So these are physical resources that we need to do the project. So when you talk about resource management, we include both. So if I want to control the physical resources, the information is also available in the resource management plan. Yes, it is one of the content of resource management plan, and that is why it is not a right option for this question. Then option number D said it helps to define resource authority, resource responsibility and resource competence. Yes, we use this document to define this specific component of or areas of a project about the resources. So technically, option number B, C, and D are the contents of resource management plan. That is why these are not the answer of this question. I hope you understand the concept. Thank you. It is a case study based question, and whenever I do the project planning and develop the project plan and all, before kickoff meeting, I specifically identify the resources and used to develop a resource histogram. So in this question, I want you to understand the difference between other documents and a resource histogram. Let's see which one of the following is actually the definition of the resource histogram. Let's say option number A. Option number A says resource histogram helps us to identify specific resources to the work packages. This is not the responsibility or the benefit of a resource histogram. We do this thing in responsibility assignment matrix. So responsibility assignment matrix or RAM helps us to assign the specific work package to individual resource or to a department. So option number A is not the answer of this question. Option number B says identify project responsibilities by department. You see, resource histogram is nothing to do with department. It is actually a organization breakdown structure. And organization breakdown structure is basically based on the existing structure of organization, and anyone can see the responsibilities and the projects of its department, of its group and its team, that how many projects and what are the project responsibilities they have in their specific department and team. So it is organization breakdown structure, not the resource histogram. So option number B is not the right answer. Option number C says identify resources by category and type. You see, again, resource histogram is nothing to do about a category or type of resources. It is basically the job of resource breakdown structure. We develop resource breakdown structure to identify multiple category of resources, both physical and human resources, and identify them based on their categories and types. So this is not the resource histogram definition. It is the definition or example of resource breakdown structure. So option number C is also not an answer. Option number D, it says resource histogram helps to identify resources by time. So whenever I am developing a resource requirement based on my project, it helps me to identify how many resources, which type of resources, and at what time I will be needing them. So type, time, and number of resources will be identified by utilizing the resource histogram. For this perspective, option number D is the right answer. Thank you. It is a situation-based question, and it provides you multiple cues towards the answer. If you look at the question, number one cue is you have more than 500 plus resources, plus you have both physical resources and the human resources. Then it asks you to recommend a tool which actually help him to plan, monitor, and control. So with this perspective, if you look at the option A says organizational breakdown structure. You see, organizational breakdown structure is all about what are the existing departments and units in an organization, and we can use OBS to find out the responsibilities of a project within a department. But here we are not going to talk about responsibilities of a project within a department, so it is not a useful tool in this scenario. Then option B says project organization chart. Yes, we develop project organization chart for a project, but generally we develop project organization chart when we are talking about human resources, not about the physical resources. So again, option number B is not the right answer. Option number C says resource breakdown structure. Yes, resource breakdown structure is a very good tool, and it is actually the answer of this question because it helps us to identify the categories and types of resources. It will cater both physical resources and human resources, and yes, it will help me to plan, monitor, and control the project resources during the project. So it is the right answer for this question. And then finally, option number D, it says RACI tool. Actually, we use RACI tool in responsibility assignment matrix in RAM, and it actually helps us to identify or assign the responsibilities. But here we are talking about planning, monitoring and control. So it is irrelevant. That is why it is not the answer of the question. It is a situational question, and in this question I want to check your understanding of communication channel. You see, communication channel is an important aspect of communication requirement analysis because it helps us to identify the complexity of communication and how many number of communications we have, either in terms of one to many or one to one or many to many. So these are the interactions among multiple stakeholders. So in this regard, we want to see which option is actually aligned with communication channel. Option number A says communication channel helps to identify stakeholders. It's wrong, because it is nothing to do with communication channel. Option A is all about identify stakeholder process, which is part of initiation process group. So it is not the right option for communication channel. Then option number B says addition of a single resource impacts number of communication channel. Yes. You see, even in an exam, you will find a lot of questions will say that previously you had 10 resources, now you have 5 more resources. Either they are asking you how many new channels created, what is the new number of communication channel, or what will be the difference from 10 resources to 15 resources. So you need to be very careful, and you need to use the communication channel formula, which is n into n minus 1 divided by 2. So in this context, option number B is the right answer for this, because it talks about the impact because of adding any resource in communication channels. Then let's see why option number C and D are wrong. Option number C says it helps to decide which communication format is needed. When you talk about communication format, communication technology is the main area, because whenever I want to see how many people in a project, how early they need information, which type of environment you are working, how many number of regions we are operating. So this is the part of communication technology. So this is not the right option for communication channel. Then we have option number D, and it says, it helps to define communication model. See, communication model is all about how communication is happening in the project. You can say it's a communication process, that how sender is sending the information and how receiver is receiving the information, and if it is a complex situation, how you are encoding and decoding the overall communication. But here we are not talking about communication model. Our target was to understand the communication channel. So the answer for this question is option number B. Thank you. It is a case study based question, and this concepts helped me a lot when I was managing global projects. Generally, people add multiple things into the communication management plan, and they use one document for multiple purposes. But when you use any standard methodology, or when you engage with a global organization, you need to be aligned with the global concept, and you need to use the concept or the document or the content which is globally accepted, not just based on your environment or your project. So here the point is to understand the contents of communication management plan, but also the key concept that generally PMI does not mention and define in communication management plan, and generally keep that thing into communication management plan. Let's see, by definition, by the book, by PMBOK, which of the following option is not a content or not a part of communication management plan. So option number A says communication management plan talks about the technology used to convey the message. So if I am managing a project which is global, and I need to integrate with or interact with multiple resources who are geographically dispersed, I need to carefully select the technology, how I am going to communicate with them. Either I am using a Skype tool or a GoToMeeting or some other method, so that or some other my corporate method or tool, so that I can communicate and record my information and do meetings. So yes, it is a critical element of a communication management plan. That is why it is not the answer, because I am going to ask you, or I am asking in this question, which of the following is not a communication management plan content. Then if you look at the option number B, it says escalation process. Escalation process is whenever you have some issues, whenever you have some risk, how you are going to escalate, how you are going to define to the multiple parties or to use it to the change management multiple bodies. So escalation process is also part of a communication management plan. Then option number C says you are going to talk about the methods to which are going to be used to convey the message. So let's suppose if you are doing a project, sometimes you need to send memos, sometimes you need to send letters, sometimes you need to send emails. So what is the preferred way of communication? How your organization communicating with internally, with its subcontractors, with the client or vendors? So it is a very important aspect, and that should be part of communication management plan. Then option number D says decision making process. You see, when you say decision-making process, as I said, lots of people keep this thing in communication and plan. Basically, decision-making process or decision is a part of governance document. Generally, out of 51 documents that PMI mentioned in PMBOK as part of project management, they don't have any governance document or governance structure. Although, when you manage project, you must have a separate governance document or governance management plan which guides you that how you are going to make decisions and what is the process of decision and what is your validity. So in this context, the decision making process or decision making environment is part of governance document, not a communication management plan. I hope you understand the difference between communication management plan and governance management plan. Thank you. It is a case study based question, and in my early days of project management, this specific element hurt me a lot. Somehow when we start our career as a project manager, we tend to focus on time, cost and scope, and from the beginning we focus on the deliverables and deliverables. But we never identify that what is the threshold of an organization that is their acceptable limit, that they should continue the project or not, and what are the criteria for them to say that okay, this project is enough, we don't want to continue this project. And when your project puts on hold and your projects get stopped, you are the one who is supposed to get the blame. But if you understand this specific concept and you understand this overall criteria, it will be easier for you to manage it. So from this perspective, we are going to see which of the following is the important content which helps you to identify the concept of risk management and the concept of risk that your management is able to take or basically move on. So in this context, option number A says risk strategy. You see, risk strategy is all about the approach, how we are going to manage the risk or control the risk or track the risk and review the risk. But it's not about the threshold from the perspective of the question. So option number A, yes, it is part of risk management plan, but it is not the right answer for the case we have. Then option number B says stakeholder risk appetite. You see, risk appetite means how much an organization or individual can take on the risk. What is their capability or capacity? So if you want to understand the project value, one way of seeing the value is through risk appetite. So maybe your organization says that for you the project is of say $200 million. If you consume all $200 million, it means we are not going to continue the project past $200 million. Maybe they say, okay, if you want more money, I can give you, but the scope should be there, or maybe time should be achieved within that thing. So the answer of this question is risk appetite. That what is the risk appetite of your organization, which help them to understand the overall concept or the linkage of project with the strategic objective. And as a project manager, as a proactive project manager, as a strategic project manager, you must understand this content and you must spend some time to identify and document in the risk management plan. Then we have third option, which says definition of probability and risk. Yes, a definition of probability and risk are important element in risk management plan, but actually it helps us to identify what is the definition of high risk, what is the definition of medium and low risk, and we can use these definitions for defining the risk appetites, but this is not the main area. So this is the content of risk management plan, but as I said, it's not related to the case that we have discussed in the question. So our answer for question number, is option number B. Let's see why option number D is not right, because it says risk tracking. Yes, we need to track risk, we need to monitor risk status, we need to see is our probability is still intact or not. But here the case is very specific. Management wants to know that should we continue or abandon. So in this context, the right answer is B, risk stakeholder, risk appetite. Thank you. It is a situational question, and in this question, you have a situation that you have already gathered the data and you want to analyze them for further aspects. So if you look at the options, all the options are, techniques of data analysis during risk identification, but based on the situation that we have, which data analysis technique we are going to use. First data analysis technique is root cause analysis. You see, root cause analysis is also referred as Ishikawa diagram, fishbone diagram, YY diagram, but actually it helps us to trace back the actual cause of the problem. But in the context of the question, we are not worried about this thing. The question is not asking about to find the root cause of anything. So option number A is not the right answer. Option number B says assumption and constant analysis. You see, whenever we do projects, whenever we do project planning, we do projects based on some assumptions. And if our assumptions are not going to be implemented or assessed as it is, then it is going to be translated into risk and issues. So when we are identifying the risk and we are performing the risk management, we have to double check our assumptions that, what are our assumptions, what are the constraints, and how we can cater them in the project. But again, in the concept of the question or the context of the question, this is not being asked, although it is one of the data analysis technique. So again, it is not the right answer for this question. Option number C says document analysis. You see, when we are identifying the risk, document analysis is one of the key data analysis technique, because it helps us to identify what is written in the contract, what we have documented in requirement document or a scope statement or a charter, so that we can work on these things. But again, the context of the question is not to analyze our document, so it is also not a right option. Option number D says SWOT analysis. SWOT analysis means strength, weakness, opportunities and threats. As we are identifying the risk from our checklist, and management wants to see the organization culture and structure. So we have to see it from the strength and weakness basis, that what is the strength of our organization, how good we are managing these kind of risks, what are the weaknesses of organization, and how we respond to these kind of risk, and what impact we can bear for this thing. So in the whole context, it is the right data analysis technique we need to employ based on the context of the question. I hope you understood it well. Thank you. It is a situational question, and it gives you a situation where question asks you to understand the scenario where you need to find out the concept of or the source of overall project risk. If you want to write the source of overall project risk and how the multiple project risk impacting your project, which document you will use to record this information. So let's see the option. Option A says risk register. Generally people confuse about risk register and other options. A risk register also contains the information of risk, but risk register is for individual risk. In risk register, we capture individual risks, their probability, their impact, their sources and their responses. But here we talk about the concept of source of project risk, not the individual risk. So option A is not the right answer for the context of the question. Option number B says risk report. You see, the risk report is the answer, because risk report talks about the sources of overall project risk, which risks are more important and how they are going to impact the overall project. So the answer of this question is the situational question is risk report. Then option number C, let's see why option number C is not the right answer. It says prompt list. You see, prompt list is a predefined structured checklist, you can say, or categorized risk, a document which helps you to identify the risk, which helps you to brainstorm about the risk. So let's say we can say, in my project I may have environmental risk, I may have governmental risk, I may have technical risk. So it's actually a pre-identified risk category document which I use to gather the risk not to document these sources of risk. So that is why option number C, prompt list, is not the answer. Then we have option number D, risk management plan, and I believe lots of you have not selected it as a correct answer, because risk management plan helps us to define the strategy that how we are going to perform risk management in the project. It's not about a specific risk of a project. It's all about the process of risk that we are going to use in the project. So in this context, the right answer of this question is option number B. It is a knowledge-based question, and it actually checks your understanding of perform qualitative risk analysis. You see, in the context of risk management, especially when we perform risk management during the planning process group, our target is to identify risk and then identify their priority. So perform qualitative risk analysis helps us to identify the priority of risk so that we can perform further analysis on it. In this context, if you look at the options, the question is asking me which of the following is not an activity of a perform qualitative risk analysis. So let's see what are activities of qualitative risk analysis. Option number A says in qualitative risk analysis, we perform identification of risk owners. So is it true that it's part of qualitative risk analysis or not? Yes, it is part of qualitative risk analysis, because if you identified, let's say, 50-60 risks, it's not necessary that all the risk responses will be managed or implemented by you as a project manager. Sometimes the risk owner will be outside the organization or maybe outside your team. So it's very important to identify who will be responsible to implement the risk, who will be responsible to implement the risk responses, and this is basically to identify the risk owner. So this is the concept of this option, and it is part of perform qualitative risk analysis. That is why it is not the right option. Then option number B says subjectively assessing the probability and impact matrix. You see, subjectively means based on our expert judgment, based on intuition. We are not using any calculation, formula, simulation. So what we are saying is, okay, based on my previous experience, this risk will have 60% chance, or it will impact, X much amount in our project. So when we identify the priority of risk in perform qualitative analysis, yes, we use subjective assessments. So it is part of the perform qualitative risk analysis. That is why, yes, it is not the answer of the question. Option number C says assessment of risk data about its accuracy and reliability. You see, when we have identified the risk, our target was to have the risk and their response and their sources. That's it. We were not identifying their impact in terms of detailed analysis and is it a big risk or a small risk. So when we move from risk identification to perform qualitative risk analysis, now it's the time when we need to see the quality of a data and see how important that risk is, how urgent we need to respond it, how strategically it is aligned, how much it's impact in the overall context. So yes, this is one of the key activity that we perform during perform qualitative risk analysis. That is why it is not the answer of this question. Then option number D, it says, we identify the uncertainty, or we uncover the uncertainty of risk through simulation. So here we are not doing the subjective assessment. Here we are doing the objective assessment by analyzing the risk uncertainty through simulation. And this is the job that we perform in quantitative risk analysis, not in qualitative risk analysis. Quantitative risk analysis is referred as objective assessment. So here we are talking about qualitative risk analysis, which is a subjective assessment. I hope you understand the concept and the right answer of this question. Thank you. It is a situational question, and I must say it's a very important question, because generally, when I go and talk about the prioritization of risk, generally people follow two characteristics or two parameters. One is probability and the other one is impact. And we generally talked about, prioritization of risk through probability impact assessment matrix. But here, we are talking about what are the other characteristics or attributes of a risk that can help us to prioritize the risk. In this context, the question is, which of the following is not a characteristic of a risk that needs to be reviewed and managed for prioritization. So first option number A says manageability. Actually, manageability is a very important characteristic. And when we analyze the prioritization of a risk, we see that how easy it will be for risk owner to manage the project or manage the project risk occurrence. So if it is easy for them to handle this, then it means its manageability is high because it's easy to manage. Yes, it is one of the characteristics, and yes, it is not the answer of the question. Option number B says controllability. Like manageability, controllability also one of the characteristic of a risk, that how controllable it is for risk owner to control the impact or outcome of a risk. So how easy an organization can handle the outcome of the risk impact. So it is one of the characteristic of a risk, and it will help us to prioritize our risk. So again, it is not the right answer for this question. Option number C says uncertainty. My dear, uncertainty is a risk. It is not a risk characteristic. So that is why it is the right answer, because it is not a characteristic of a risk. Let's see why option number D is also not the answer. So option number D says connectivity. Connectivity is also one of a key characteristic of a risk, that how much this risk is connected with other attribute or other risks of the project. And if this risk is connected with multiple other risks, so it is going to impact in a big way in your project. So that is why connectivity is also not the right answer for this question. Thank you. It is a situational question, and it is asking you to identify the key component that you use to perform decision tree analysis. First of all, we use decision tree analysis during perform quantitative risk analysis, where we objectively assess the impact or probability of the risk. So in this scenario, if you look at the concept and the option, number one option says, we can use earned value to assess the calculation or to calculate the decision tree thing. Actually, earned value is used for managing the performance of the project. So here we are not going to review the performance of the project, so this is not the right option. Option number B says net present value. And I believe you have made it right, that net present value is not the right question, because generally management use net present value to select the project, that either this project is feasible for us or not. So again, a net present value is not the right answer. Option number C says contingency value. You see, contingency value means how much reserve you will keep for the project. But as we are in perform quantitative risk analysis, after doing this process, we will go into plan risk responses, where we will identify the contingency value. So this is not the right option for the context. Then option number D, it says expected monetary value. Expected monetary value is the right option. And when we are going to identify any risk or determine the value of risk using decision tree, we use expected monetary value. Expected monetary value is actually a statistical computation formula, where it helps to quantify the value of the risk outcome. So generally, when we calculate the expected monetary value, we calculate it by multiplying the probability of the risk with the impact of the risk. So that's how we get the value of expected monetary value, which is a very important input when we are using decision tree analysis. I hope you understand the overall concept. Thank you. It is a situational question, and in this question, you have been asked to assess how one project risk is going to impact the overall project in relation to the other project risk. If you look at the question closely, it says you and your team has identified the risks, and you want to see their impact in terms of multiple impacts of the overall project outcome. So for this scenario, if you look at the option number A, it says expected monetary value. Generally, we use expected monetary value when we want to calculate the expected value or the quantification of our risk. So here we are not calculating the quantification of the risk. We don't want to calculate probability multiplied by impact. So this is not the right answer for the question. Option number B says tornado diagram. Tornado diagram is a kind of a sensitivity analysis technique where we see that how our risk is going to correlate and coefficient with other risks and how it is going to impact the overall project outcome. So based on the given scenario, option number B, tornado diagram, is the right answer. But when we look at the option number C, it says Monte Carlo analysis. You see, Monte Carlo analysis is a software-aided or simulation technique where you see multiple risks and their impact on project objectives. But here we are talking about the correlation and how multiple risks are impacting with each other. So the right answer is still option number B, tornado diagram. We are not talking about Monte Carlo analysis. Then option number D says criticality analysis. You see, criticality analysis is used to check the impact of risk on critical path. So here we are not going to talk about critical path. So criticality analysis is not the right option for our question. Thank you. It is a situational question, and in this situation, I am giving you an input that you are working on positive risk, and actually I'm asking you which positive risk response strategy you need to implement in the given scenario. If you look the option number A, it says based on the question scenario, you should use enhance strategy. You see, enhance means you want to increase the probability of the risk, probability of the positive risk. But the question says we want to make sure that this positive risk should happen 100%. So in this case, enhance is not the right answer. Option number B says mitigation. Mitigation is not a positive risk response strategy. It is the negative risk response strategy where we want to make sure that risk does not happen, or if it happens, the impact of risk should not be what we have estimated. So again, option number B is not the right answer. Option number C says active risk responses. So active risk responses is kind of a risk acceptance where we say that okay, if this risk will happen, we have contingency reserve, or we can do this action or that action. Yes, we can talk about it, but here the exact question is which specific positive risk response strategy we need. So in the context of the question, option number D says exploit. So in the context of exploit actually helps us to make sure that risk happens 100%, and one of the key strategy of utilizing the exploit strategy is to use the most talented resource on that activity so that we can make sure that this positive risk is happening in the project. I hope you understand the concept. The right option for the question is option number D. Thank you. It is a situation-based question, and the situation is all about how you are going to manage the negative risk. Based on the question context, let's see which option is the right option. Option number A says transfer the risk. You see, question says this risk should not happen. So when you say transfer the risk, it means that if this risk is going to happen, somebody else will be responsible. Either you are transferring to some outsourced organization and you are buying some insurance. But the question clearly says this risk should not happen. So transfer is not the right answer. Option number B says avoid. Avoid is also a negative risk response strategy, and it basically makes sure that this risk does not happen. And to make sure this thing, sometimes you don't do that scope. So this is what question has asked us, and based on the context of the question, the right answer of this question is option number B. Option number C says passive acceptance. You see, passive acceptance is a type of acceptance risk strategy, and acceptance risk strategy can be active and can be passive. Active acceptance risk strategy means we are developing some strategies either in terms of contingency plan and other things. Passive acceptance strategy means either we don't want to create any strategy based on the concept of the risk, or risk impact is too low that we don't want to create anything. So this is called passive acceptance strategy, but here we cannot use the passive acceptance strategy. We wanted to make sure that this risk does not happen, and as I said, the answer for that is avoidance here. So option number C is also not the right answer. Then option number D says mitigation. Mitigation means we want to reduce the impact of the risk. And again, the question says you don't want to reduce it, you don't want to happen it. In this context, the right answer of the question is option number B, risk avoidance. Thank you. It is a situational question, and in this question, I want you to see that don't mess around and do it. It is a situational question, and in this question, I want you to test that how good you are aware of multiple procurement documents. Based on the scenario, basically, the question asks you to identify how procurement will be done throughout the project and which process you will use. So let's see what are the options we have. Number one option says procurement management plan. Interestingly, yes, procurement management plan is the answer, because procurement management plan guides us how we are going to do procurement with other activities of a project, what will be the process of the procurement, how we are going to manage multiple currencies, and how we are going to manage multiple contracts. So this is all about procurement management plan. The second option is also one of the key output of plan procurement, but it does not reflect our question. The option is procurement strategy. Once we have decided that we are going to do the procurement strategy guides us what would be our delivery method, which specific contract type, payment type we are going to use, and basically how we are going to process throughout the procurement. But as question is specific about the process of procurement, so this is not the right answer. Option number C says procurement statement of work. A procurement statement of work is actually a technical document. It's a scope statement that you want from your vendor to deliver. So it is not the right answer in this context. Project management plan. Of course, I remember and think, and I know that most of the people don't make this stupid thing. Project management plan is not the answer in this context, because it is an umbrella document. It contains lots of documents, and procurement management plan is also one of the project management plan. So the answer of this question is situational question is A, procurement management plan. Thank you. It is a situational question, and in this question I am testing your understanding of multiple contract types. So let's see how you understood the concept and the question and what is your right answer. So if we look at the option number A says time and material contract. Before explaining the option A, generally when we talk about contracts, we have three different types of contracts. One is fixed price contract, and we try to do fixed price contract when we have a clear scope, when we know the scope, that what is our scope, what are requirements, and it's very clear. So we generally don't do fixed price contracts when our scope is not clear or it's ambiguous. So this is one. The second is cost reimbursable contract. Generally, cost reimbursable contracts are referred as win-win contracts, and we do cost reimbursable contracts when our scope is going to be changed throughout the project. Then we have time and material contract. Time and material contract is also referred as time and mean contract, and in this contract we say it's a hybrid contract. It's a mixture of fixed price and cost reimbursable contract. Generally we do time and material contract when we want to outsource our work on an hourly or weekly basis, and it is best suitable for small projects. So with this introduction, I hope you understood that time and material is not the right option in this scenario. Then the option number B says cost plus fixed fee contract. Although, cost plus contract is the perfect type of contract in this situation, but when we talk about cost plus contract, we have multiple types of cost plus contracts, and in this question I have given you two options, cost plus fixed fee contract and cost plus incentive fee contract. In a cost plus fixed fee contract, we say, whatever the cost you will need to do the whole project based on the, changing requirements, we will reimburse you, plus we will give you some fixed fee as a bonus. So here, we have a specific situation where it's not just that our project has a different requirements, our scope will be varied, but we have a specific performance requirement too. So if we want to make it win-win, I would say option B is also not the best choice. Option number C says fixed price incentive fee contract. As I said, fixed fee contract is done when our scope is very clearly defined before the contract. But our question says, our scope will change throughout the project. So option C is obviously no. Then we have option number D, where we say it's a cost plus incentive fee. In a cost plus incentive fee, we talk about performance. Although scope will be changed throughout the project and we expect that there will be scope variation, but we also want to achieve a specific performance. Like in this question, we want to achieve net promoter score, and I want my seller to focus on that, and he or she should get the profit out of the value out of this contract. So in this context, the win-win contract type must be option number D, cost plus incentive fee. I hope you understood the difference between all the contract types and the contract type which is most suitable in this situation. Thank you. It is a situational question, and I believe during the question you understand that in which process you are. As I have asked you or guided you that you are in a stakeholder engagement process. So basically you are developing a stakeholder engagement plan, and which specific tool you will use to identify the variances of multiple stakeholders. Let's see how correct you are. Option number A says stakeholder analysis to assess their roles on the project. You see, stakeholder analysis is a technique which we use during the identification of a stakeholder. Here we are in, to develop the engagement plan, that how we are going to engage the identified stakeholders. So option number A is not the right answer. Option number B says perform the root cause analysis and identify the underlying reasons. Here we are not identifying any reason for their support or non-support and what are the causes for this. We are here to identify the variances. So in this scenario, option number B is also irrelevant. Option number C says, you use stakeholder engagement assessment to compare their engagement levels. Yes, a stakeholder engagement assessment tool is an important tool which helps us to see that right now what is the level of their engagement, where they stand. Either they are aware of the project, either they are supporting the project, leading the project, or resistance towards the project. And then we identify that, okay, if they are resistant or they are supportive, how we can move them from this level to another level. So for this we use stakeholder engagement assessment, and this is the right answer for this question. But option number D says conflict management to address the difference of opinion. We are not talking about any conflicts, we are talking about how to assess the variances. So option number D is also wrong option. Thank you. It is a knowledge-based question, and in this question I want to test your understanding of stakeholder engagement plan. Let's see how correct you are. Option number A says stakeholder management provides classification of stakeholders. Sorry, it is basically part of stakeholder register that we do in identify stakeholder process. So option number A is not the right answer. Option number B says it provides strategies to assess individual or groups of stakeholders. You see, this is not a document, it's a technique that we use during the identification of a stakeholder, and we call it stakeholder analysis technique. Again, option number B is not an answer. Option number C, it says, it provides strategies to engage individuals or group of stakeholders in a project. Yes, engagement management plan provides us the strategies that how we engage stakeholders throughout the project life cycle, how we convert a stakeholder who is a negative stakeholder to a positive stakeholder, or a resistant stakeholder to a supportive or leading stakeholder. So this is the right answer. Let's see why option number D is wrong. Option number D says it provides a plan of meetings to engage stakeholders throughout these status reviews. Again, it is not stakeholder engagement plan, it is actually aligned with it, and we call it communication management plan. And communication management plan provides us how many communications we are performing, which type of communication we are performing, what is the format, how we are going to engage the stakeholders within these status review meetings. So the right answer of this question is option number C. Thank you. It is a case study based question. Whenever I go and do project management consulting and talk about project management, one of the key issues that I find in organization is, they have a variety of definitions. And when I go and talk to people who are already PMP, or those who attended PMP courses, they think that, whenever we talk about a definition of a project, it says project is a temporary endeavor. But, this definition does not give you the quantification of temporariness. Let's suppose if I am doing a project which is of one day, so do I call it a project? Or if I'm doing a project for a week, am I going to call it a project or not? Maybe you can say, either it's a day, 1 day, or 1 week, or 1 month, or a year. It's project is a project. But when you go and see things from the organization perspective, they have different variety of the processes where they say, so they say that if the project is, let's suppose, of less than 10 days, 15 days, we are not going to call it a project. We are going to call it a, activity, or an operational activity, or a maintenance activity. So from this perspective, from this mindset, I have, documented this question, and I wanted to test your understanding of implementation of a project from the perspective of the definition and from the perspective of the practical implementation. So from this point of view, which one of the following is the example of a project? Let's see option A. Option A says change the broken lens of a camera. You can say that changing the broken lens of a camera is a project, because not every day you have broken lens, or not you don't do it on a regularly basis. It's not an operation. But that is not a project, right? You don't consider these kind of activities or endeavors as a project. So option A is not the right answer. When you look at the option number B, it says procure the data center hardware. Generally, when I go and talk to the procurement department, they say, we do a lot of projects. And then I need to tell them, convince them actually that, procuring the hardware is not a project. It is actually an activity of a project. So, what happens is that generally project goes from multiple phases. But when you go and see in a typical organization, project goes into multiple departments. So a department will develop the design, the other department will identify the procurement items and procure the procurement, then another department will implement it, then another department will do the quality. So everybody thinks that they are doing projects, but actually they are not doing projects. They are doing the project activities or executing the phases of a project. So from this mindset, from this perspective, from this practical perspective, option B is also not a project. Then we see option number C. It says replace the fire extinction device for data center. Again, you are replacing a device, you are changing device. It's just like option number A, and it's not a project. Then we talk about option number D, which says install security cameras for a safe city. Yes, it's a project that you are implementing a safe city project, and in that safe city project, one of the key overall project is to set up the cameras. So I hope you understand the concept and the context also. Thank you. It is a case study based question, and in this question I want to test your understanding of project, program and portfolio definition. Let's see how well you did. Option number A says a project manager manages the deliverable. Yes, of course, the job of a project manager is to provide deliverable at the end of the project. So this is the right concept. That is why it is the wrong option. Option number B says program manager manages outcomes. When we look at the PMBOK, it says, or standard for program management, it says program manager delivers benefits. Generally, there is not a big difference between benefits and outcomes. If we have to give a definition, benefits are measurable outcomes. So if I am saying increase in sale, it is an outcome. If I am saying increase in 30% sales, it's a benefit. So from the definition perspective, option number B is the right definition. But from the question context perspective, it is the wrong option. Option number C says a sub-project manager manages activities. You see, it is one of the biggest dilemma. Whenever I go and talk about project and sub-project, generally people think that sub-project is a phase or sub-project is a basically activity. No, sub-project means you either outsource it or you are asking somebody else to manage that portion, but whoever is managing it, he or she is a project manager. So technically, sub-project manager is also managing the deliverables of his projects. So this is the wrong concept. That is why it is the right answer. Yes, you guessed it right. Option number D says portfolio manager manages strategic objectives. Of course, there is no other option about it. Thank you. It is a case study based question, and it is one of the painful area for me. Whenever I go and talk and coach and consult about project and program management, people think that if I am managing multiple projects, if I am managing 3 or 4 or 5 projects, I am a program manager. And I say, hold on. Managing multiple projects does not make you program manager. You may be manager projects, you may be manager multiple projects, you may be projects manager, but you are not program manager. So let's see which of the following is not an example of a program. Option number A says performing business process reengineering. You see, one of the key things that I find in multiple organizations that when they do change management initiatives or when they do process reengineering initiatives, they try to manage it like a project, and that is wrong. Managing change transformation, managing BPR, managing merger and acquisitions, they all are actually examples of program. So basically it is the program, not the project. Then option number B says launching cloud-based CRM application. Whenever your organization starts a new department, whenever your organization starts a new product or launch a new product, it should be managed like a program. So option number B is also a program. That is why it is not the right answer. Then option number C says, implementing AI-based chatbots in 5 banks. So you maybe say that we have 5 different projects. But the point is, managing multiple projects, managing X number of projects does not make you a program manager. So this is not a program. You are managing 5 separate projects. So option number C is not an example of a program. That is why it's the right answer for this question, because I have asked you to identify the incorrect example of a program. Then option number D says, launching the communication satellite system for, government launching these kind of initiatives is a perfect example of a program, like we have NASA shuttle program. I hope you understand the concept of program. Thank you. It is a case study based question, and it is one of my, consulting assignment. Generally, people who start, new companies or those who start their careers from startup, they are, used to of doing things from their own hand, and, after their successful initiative, after their successful startup, when they want to grow, somehow they are growing in their organization from the organization perspective, but they are not growing from the management perspective. And this is one of the dilemma here. And generally people used to call themselves portfolio managers, senior managers, directors, CEOs, but they are unable to do the job of that post. From this perspective, I have, write this question for you so that you can understand what is the job function of a portfolio manager and which of the following is not the actually job function of a portfolio manager. Look at the option. Option number A says align the portfolio components with the strategy. This is one of the key job of a portfolio manager. In fact, a recent study says that out of, I'm going to talk about it, this thing, 3 core functions of a portfolio manager are aligning the portfolio components to strategy, balancing the portfolio components, and maximizing the value of portfolio by selecting right projects and program. So technically option number A, option number B, option number C are the 3 key functions of a portfolio manager. That is why they are not the answer of this question. Option number D says, applying project management across all organization projects. It may be a project or the job of a PMO, or maybe, they can manage it as a project and program, but this is not the responsibility or the function of a portfolio manager. I hope you understand this concept very well. Thank you. It is a knowledge-based question. And, in this question, I want to test your understanding of the job of a project manager. when I go and talk to technical people who are transferring from or transitioning from their technical role, either from QA, either from development, either from engineering, either from accounting, they are unable to transition themselves because their mindset is still stuck in what they are doing and what they were expert into it. So for this perspective, let's see which option is our right option and which is not the job of a project manager. Option number A says, a project manager is responsible to convert project objectives into deliverables. Yes, it is one of the key job of a project manager. Whatever the project objectives set by the management, whatever the outcomes they are expecting from the project deliverables, project manager job is to understand it and convert them into deliverables. So this is the job of a project manager. That is why it is not the right answer. Option number B says, project manager is responsible to lead stakeholders. You see, one of the key things that we generally are not good into it when we are technical is how to lead variety of stakeholders, especially those who have conflicting requirements and those who are, playing power and playing positions and doing politics. So as a project manager, we have to navigate them and we have to see how we can engage stakeholders and so that we can achieve our project objectives. So again, it is one of the key job of a project manager. Then option number C says, as a project manager, your job is to convert project objectives into activities. No, this is not your job. Actually, this is the job of a technical team member or the team who is responsible to deliver this output or to deliver this deliverable. So this is not the job of a project manager. That is why option number C is the right answer. Option number D says that project manager is responsible to satisfy the need of task, team and individual. These are the three key tasks of leadership, and this is basically from John Iyer book, who is basically regarded as a father of leadership. And he says that the key three tasks of a leader is to lead the task that the team is supposed to deliver, then how the team is working together and how an individual is working as in the project and how we can satisfy their needs. So in the nutshell, the right answer for this specific and important question is option number C, which is not the responsibility of a project manager. It is a case study based question, and it is one of the biggest dilemma that I have to resolve during my PMO implementation or PMO consultancies. Generally, people consider that PMO manager is a project manager, or they are unable to differentiate the job of a PMO manager versus project manager. Let's see, based on the scenario and based on the context, which of the following option is incorrect. Number A says PMO manager may reports to project manager. I believe lots of people have selected this, although it is not. It's not necessary that always project manager is working in a PMO and he or she is reporting to PMO manager. There are instances where we develop PMO specifically for a project, especially when we talk about project based organization. So the PMO has been set up to support the project manager for executing the project. So in this case, in this scenario, yes, PMO manager may report to project manager, and this is the right concept and the wrong option. Option number B says project manager focuses on triple constraints. Yes, whenever project manager focus on the delivery of a project, generally we talked about he tries to achieve the project results, project deliverables within time, within cost, within scope. From this perspective, this is perfectly fine. That is why it is not the right answer. Option number C says PMO manager optimizes the use of shared organizational resources. If our PMO is more of a portfolio PMO, and if we are trying to manage or align or provide resources across multiple projects, this is one of the key job of a PMO manager to share the resources among other projects and other resources. Now, the option number D, which is the right answer, and here it says project manager focuses on the specified organizational strategic objectives, and it is not, because it is the job of, it is a case study based question, and it is one of the biggest dilemma. Whenever I do PMO consulting and coaching, I find that the organization or the multiple actors in an organization are unable to understand the different functions that a PMO can perform. I generally say that these guys are victim of PMO is a PMO is a PMO, and they think that if you are doing PMO and PMO is supposed to do everything. PMO is supposed to do project management. PMO is supposed to execute resources and all. And I said no, you need to identify which type of PMO, which structure of PMO you are implementing. And sometime you develop a roadmap that initially we start PMO with a basic functionality, and then we can grow accordingly. So with this perspective and the definition of PMO types as per PMBOK, see the questions and options. It says which of the PMO structure is incorrect. PMBOK gave us 3 type of PMOs: supportive PMO, controlling PMO, and directive PMO. Let's see which of the PMO here is not justifying the definition, and that is why it is our right answer. Option number A says supportive PMO serves as project repository. Yes, one of the job of a supportive PMO is to develop the project management methodology, documents, and provide some support, and also gather all the lesson learned and maintain the repository. But supportive PMO is not responsible to execute the project. Even they are not responsible to monitor and control the project. Their job is to provide a unified set of project management templates and documents. From the definition perspective, this is the right definition. This is why it is not our answer. Option number B says directive PMO serves as project execution hub. Yes, if you are leading or developing or implementing a directive PMO, their job is to engage or hire multiple project managers, and whenever organization assigns a project to a directive PMO, the PMO project manager will execute the project, and the resources will be assigned to the PMO project manager. In this context, this is the right concept. That is why it is the wrong option. Option number C says controlling PMO serves as project compliance. Yes, controlling PMO monitor and control the project. They provide the status. They are basically objectively reviewing the project statuses, that what we are doing, how we are managing. They are actually auditing and complying that either the project managers and the project teams are following the project management standards or not. So from the definition and the concept perspective, controlling PMO definition is perfectly fine. That is why option number C is not also our answer. So what left is option number D. Option number D says directive PMO provides consultative roles to project. This is the job of basically controlling PMO, and that is why option number D is wrong concept and right answer. Thank you. It is a case study based question, and it is one of the prime concern, and lots of project managers that we are being assigned on a project, but we are not getting the required support. We are doing whatever we can do, but we are stuck, and blah blah blah. But I said somehow, first of all, you don't need to see the project. You need to see in which type of organization you are doing the project. So let's suppose if you are doing a project in a power generation organization, which is typically an operational organization, it means your powers are limited. And as per the PMI is concerned, PMI says the job or the role of a project manager, so-called project manager, I don't know why we are calling him a project or her a project manager, but the job of a project manager is an expediter. So as an expediter, you can only report the progress of the project. That's it. So let's see, which of the following option is right from the perspective of a functional organization and the role of a project manager in a functional organization. Option number A says project manager controls the budget and resources in functional organization. No, that's not his job. Even that's not his power. So this is wrong. Project manager is an expediter. He can only report progress of the project. Mostly, department heads are controlling the budget and resources. Option number B says PM works as expediter and assign resources in functional organization. Generally, half part, first part, where option says project manager works as an expediter is perfectly fine. But then the other part says, as a project manager, you also assign resources, which is not true. So option number B is also wrong. Option number C says functional resources has no home after the project in functional organization. No way. This is the characteristic of a projectized organization, where when you work as a team or a manager, once the project is done, you are also done. If organization has another project, then your job is there. Otherwise, whenever they have a project and they need you, they will call you. Otherwise, you don't have any full-time opportunity in the organization. So again, option number C is wrong. Option number D says functional resources has clear career path in organization. Of course, when you are working in an operational organization, you have a clear career path. Let's suppose if you are working in a bank, you grow as OG1, OG2, OG3, AVP, VP, SVP. If you are alive and not 65 years old, maybe you reach to EVP or SEVP. So from the question perspective, the right answer is option number D. Thank you. It is also a case study based question, and in this question actually I want to test your understanding of multiple types of matrix organization. Let's see how many of you and which one of you has actually got it correct. Option A says in weak matrix organization, project manager work as project coordinator. Yes, project manager works as a project coordinator, and he or she can work with the resources and assign resources. That is the power of a project manager. That's it. He does not control the budget and resources in a weak matrix organization. Then option number B says in weak matrix organization, team only reports to project manager. No. If we talk about the matrix system, in a matrix system or in a matrix organization system, it happens only in strong matrix organization, but in the question we are talking about weak matrix organization, so this option is wrong. We have only option A is right. Option number C says in weak matrix organization, team reports to both project manager and functional manager. Again, this is the job or the characteristic of a balanced matrix organization. In balanced matrix organization, project manager is a full-time project manager and team reports to both the project manager and the functional manager. Then option number D says in weak matrix, project manager only reports project progress. Actually, this is the characteristics of a functional organization where project manager work as a expediter. In fact, in weak matrix organization, project manager works as coordinator, where he reports or she reports the project progress as well as coordinate with the resources. I hope you understand this question very well. Thank you. It is a knowledge-based question, and in this question, I am testing your knowledge of projectized organization. Let's see how you did. Option number A says, as a project manager in projectized organization, you are responsible to realize the project goals and objectives. Yes, that's one of your key job. And as a project manager in a projectized organization, you have high power, so you can achieve it because every team member is reporting to you. You are managing the funds and everything, so that's the job. Option number B says, after completing their prospective job, team members are returning back to their department. No. When we talk about projectized organization, we use a word no home. When the project is done, their job is done, or even within a project, if their job is complete within a phase or within some activities and they don't have any other activity or a thing to do in the project, they are done. Bye-bye. That's why we said no home for the team members. So basically, this is the wrong concept related to projectized organization. That is why it is the right answer. Option number C says all teams are co-located. Generally, it's not mandatory that we co-locate all resources in projectized organization, but I wanted to give you a flavor that, whichever, if you have two close, options and you have to pick the most wrong one. So option number C is not the most wrong one. So that is why it is not the answer. Yes, in a projectized organization, we set an environment where teams sit together, and that's we referred as co-location or tight matrix or war room. Option number D says you are authorized to spend budget and assign resources on the project. Yes, you are powerful project manager, you have authoritative project manager, and that is why you are working in a projectized organization. That is one of the key characteristic of a projectized organization. So in this scenario, option number B was wrong in the context of concept, and from the context of question, this is the right answer. Thank you. It is a knowledge-based question, and in this question, I want to understand your understanding of, or I want to test your understanding of project phases and project process groups. Let's see how many of you are correct. Option number A says phase completion is referred as kill point. Yes, within the project life cycle we have multiple phases, and once our phase is completed we can say it's the kill point or stage gate or phase review or phase exit. So option number A is the right content, right context, right concept. That is why it is not the right option. Option number B says phases can be sequential or parallel. Yes, let's suppose we have a first phase is design phase and the other phase is implementation phase. So we can say that unless the design phase is not completed, we cannot start the implementation phase. So these are sequential. But sometimes, let's suppose we are doing a procurement phase and a construction phase, and it's not mandatory that we say that unless the whole procurement is not done, you cannot start the construction. You can start construction when procurement phase is still in progress. So you can say it's parallel and overlap. So that is why this option B is the right concept and wrong option. Option number C says project phases are initiation, planning, execution, monitoring, controlling, and closing. If you made it right, then I would say God bless you. This is the wrong option, because it is one of the biggest area where I have lots of fight. People generally read PMBOK with a different mindset, and they said that initiation, planning, execution, monitoring, controlling, and closing are project life cycle phases, which is not PMI itself. In a numerous times mentioned it very clearly, either even in PMBOK 5 they make it bold, in PMBOK 6 they also highlighted it, defined it, that process groups are not project life cycle phases. So this is not the right concept. That is why it is the right option. Option number D says, phase completion is formal, which needs approval from customer or sponsor. It's very true. Either we do get approval from my sponsor, or the sponsor from the client side and from the customer, so that we can say the phase is complete and we are moving towards the next phase. So option number A, B, and D are the right concepts. That is why they are not the right answer. Thank you. It is a situational question, and it's basically challenge you to see project from life cycle perspective and select the best life cycle. As we see the question, it says the project is already been in place. You are doing the upgrade version. Generally, when we do upgrade, we say we know the scope, we don't need to change much of it, so we can go for the predictive life cycle, or we can use the traditional project management. But the other part of the question says that one of the key component in this project is to utilize artificial intelligence. So the project is neither the full traditional project nor the full agile, or you can say the research based project. So in this context, let's see which of the following is the right thing to do. Option number A says follow predictive life cycle as requirements of the projects are fixed. This option is not fully true. We can use predictive life cycle if we don't have any AI thing. So option number A is wrong. Option number B says use adaptive life cycle as technology is new to the company and team. Yes, technology is new, but the overall thing is not new. So we cannot go for the fully adaptive method or agile method. So option number B is also wrong. Option number C says use hybrid life cycle as requirements are fixed, but technology needs adaptive approach. This is perfectly fine. So the right answer for this question number 3 is to go for the hybrid approach. Option number D says use product life cycle. You see, product life cycle is out of the scope of project management. Whenever we talk about product, it means to develop it, to run it, to make it mature, and to retire it. But when we talk about project management, it is just to develop the product and hand it over so that someone else is executing or running it, their operations. So the concept point of view, question point of view, the right answer for this question is option number C, hybrid life cycle. Thank you. It is a situational question, and in this question, I'm actually, testing two things. Number one is how well you understand the concept of a stakeholder, and how well you understand that who is always, I'm saying it, always the stakeholder, So when we talk about stakeholders are those who are going to impact the project or be impacted from the project. But when I say, who are my stakeholders? So I can say I have some direct stakeholders, indirect stakeholders, internal stakeholders, and external stakeholders. But when I say always, it means who is always going to be impacted or, from the project or can impact the project. See option numbers and options that how we answer this question. Option number A says CEO of the company. It might look perfectly fine that, if I'm running a PMO, CEO is always there and he is one of the key stakeholder. But I'm saying this option is not the right option, because there is something which is more closely related to the right thing. So when we have two choices and one is general concept and one is a specific one, then we will choose the specific one. So option number A is partially right, but the general one. Let's see which one is the right one. Okay, option number B says a user who is going to use the product of the project managed by PMO. This is the right thing. Actually, I'm saying there will always be a user for a project, and this user is always a stakeholder of a PMO. So if I have to choose between A and B, I will go for B. So the right answer of this question is option number B. Option number C says functional manager from sales department. I don't know, is there a sales department or not, or do they are the part of the project or not. So option number C is outright wrong. Option number D says person who might lose his job from the company. It's not necessary, and that is why it is the wrong option. Thank you. It is a situational question, and in this question I want to test your understanding of different types of stakeholders. When we talk about the definition of stakeholder, we say definition of stakeholder is stakeholders are those who can impact the project and be impacted from the project. But this impact can be positive, can be negative, can be direct, can be indirect, can be internal, or can be external. So let's see the local government representatives are which type of stakeholder. Option number A says local government representatives are external stakeholders of the project. So generally, as far as the PMBOK is concerned, who is not part of the organization, who is outside the organization, they are considered as external stakeholders. So option number A is the right concept from the PMBOK perspective. That is why it is not the right option. Option number B says local government representatives can negatively impact the project. Yes, they can pass some laws, they can do some they can do some hindrance, they can do some politics, so that it can impact your project. That is why you can say this is the right concept. That is why it's the wrong option. Option number C says local governments are one of the end user of the project. No, the definition of end user is the one who is going to use the project. Like currently you are using my product, you are listening the videos and preparing for the exam. So you are my user. So local governments are not a user of a project in this scenario. So this is the wrong concept. That is why it is the right answer of this question. Let's see what option D has for us. Option D says local government representatives can provide helpful insights. Yes, they can provide the helpful insights because they are technically external stakeholders. They can be positive, they can be negative, so we can get valuable feedback from them. So option number C from the concept point, option number D from the concept point of view is perfectly fine. That is why option number D is not the right answer. So the right answer of this question is option number C. Thank you. It is a situational question, and in this question I want to test your understanding of stakeholder identification. Generally, when we read PMBOK, we think that identification of a stakeholder is part of project initiation, and we think that project initiation process group is done only once in the project life cycle. So we think that stakeholder identification is a one-time job, or it should be done at the start of project. From this perspective, I have wrote this question. Let's see which of the right option is the right one. So option number A says occur as early as possible. So identification of stakeholders should occur as early as possible. This is the right option, but not right based on other options. Let's see which option is the most right option. Option number B says start as soon as possible. Occur as early as possible, start as soon as possible, more or less same thing. But again, there is one specific option which needs to be carefully reviewed and answered. That's why I'm saying option number B is also not the right answer. Option number C says be done as late as possible. I hope you all work right into this. It should not be late, it should be as early or as soon as possible. So let's see what option D has for us. Option D says it should continue throughout the project life cycle phases. Yes. The problem is we think that it's a one-off activity. We should start and we should, occur it as soon as possible and then leave it. No, you should do it throughout the project. So option number A, B and D Technically, all three are right, but the most right answer in this scenario is option number D. Thank you. It is a situational question, and in this question I want to test your understanding of stakeholder register against other documents. Let's see which of the following option is correct for stakeholder register. Option number A says stakeholder register contains the strategies and actions for positive involvement of stakeholder. This is not the part of stakeholder register. This is the part of stakeholder engagement plan, which we developed during the plan stakeholder engagement process. So option number A is wrong. Option number B says, it helps to document assessment and classification of a stakeholder. Yes, this is stakeholder register. In stakeholder register, we perform stakeholder analysis, and we use multiple matrices like power interest, power influence, influence interest grid to identify the stakeholders and classify them based on their needs and expectation and influence. So option number B is the right definition of a stakeholder register. Let's see what option number C and D are. Option number C says it contains stakeholder requirements against the business need of the project. It is requirement traceability matrix, which we developed during the collect requirement process. Then we have option number D. It says records stakeholder assumptions throughout the project life cycle. That is assumption log. We start project from business case where we have high level assumptions and constraints, and then when we started the project, we initiate the project, we translate them into assumption log. And assumption log is not a one-off document. We continue throughout the project, we update it, and we review the assumptions through which we started our project. I hope you understand the question and the answer. Thank you. It is a knowledge-based question, and in this question I want to test your understanding of influencing factors. As a project manager, when you do project, lots of time you don't have the full authority and full power. So what you need to do is you need to influence the stakeholders so that they can deliver the project on time, or they provide you resources so that you can deliver the resources, which you can utilize the resources to deliver the project. So in this way, the factors of influencing are technically referred as upward, downward, outward, and sideward. So if we look at the options, option A says upward. It means we have to influence our senior management, those who are superior in our organization, those who have more authority. So how we are going to engage them. This is upward. Downward are those team members who are reporting to me, who are part of project team. So they are downwards. Crossword is no word. I just use it to confuse you. Actually, I could have used it outward. That is why option number C is the right answer, because crossword is no concept in the direction of influence. Actually, I have to write the right thing should be, if I have to add the fourth one, it should be outward. So outward means those who are outside the organization, or like suppliers, subcontractors, vendors, although it is not part of the question, neither it's an option. So finally we have sidewards, means we have to manage project with those who are at my same level, like those who are managing multiple projects or other functional managers through which we need to work with and fight for these scarce resources. So the direction of influences does not contain any option like crossword. Thank you. It is a knowledge-based question, and in this question I want to test your understanding of assumptions and constraints. So let's see which option is incorrect. Option number A says assumptions are real, certain, or true. This is perfectly fine, because we do projects or whatever we do in our life based on some assumptions, and then we have to check throughout the project that is our assumptions still valid or not. So option number A is the right concept. That is why it is not our right option. Option number B says constraints limit the project options. You see, constraints means I have a time constraint, your cost constraints, your quality constraint. So we can have multiple constraints. Of course, if we have constraint in our project, it means they are limiting our options. So from the definition perspective, option number B is the right definition. That is why it is not our answer. Option number C says assumption affects all aspects of project lifecycle. Yes, whatever we do in a project, it depends on assumption. We especially document assumptions log. It is a key document in our project, especially when we do risk management. It is one of the key things that we need to look at. We need to look into it. So this is the right definition and wrong option for our question. Option number D says constraints are constant throughout the project life cycle, which is not true. Constraint changes during the project life cycle and we can redefine, re-baseline our concepts. So option number D is the wrong concept and right answer for this question. Thank you. It is a knowledge-based question, and in this question I want to test your understanding of business case and a statement of work. You see, when we develop project charter, or when our organization or management is going to select a project, they use business case, benefit management plan, statement of work to make a decision that either we are going to do the project or not. From this perspective, let's see which of the following statement is correct. Option number A says business case is referenced in the statement of work. No, business case is a separate document, statement of work is a separate document. Generally, business case justify the project existence. A business case contains financial information, benefit cost analysis, technical information, risk and all sort of things. But when we talk about a statement of work, it is more of a technical document. What is the technical requirement which is needed from the project? So this option number A is wrong concept. That is why it is not the right answer too. Then option number B says SOW usually includes the cost benefit analysis of the project. As I said, SOW is more of a technical document and cost benefit analysis is part of business case. So option number B is also not right concept. That is why it is not the right answer for our question. Option number C says business need is an output of create project charter process. You see, we use create project charter process to initiate a project, to authorize the project and project manager. But when we are doing this thing, we need business need. So business need is an input of this process, not an output of this process. So option number C is also wrong. Option number D says statement of work, SOW, usually includes the business need of the project. Yes, SOW does have business need of the project, which we need to document in the project that why we are doing this project. Either we are doing this project based on technological advancement, based on legal requirement, based on financial need, based on business need, based on social need. So what is the business need of the project, why we are starting this project or initiating this project? So from the concept perspective, option number D is perfectly fine. That is why option number D is our answer. Thank you. It is a knowledge-based question, and this question actually, testing your understanding of linear selection method of a project. Generally, when management selects project, they can use weighted selection method or linear selection method. A linear selection method have multiple formulas. Couple of formulas are NPV, net present value, IRR, internal rate of return, ROI, return on investment, payback period, and cost benefit analysis. So just to give you a flavor of all these key terms, I have write this question for you. See which of you is identified the right option of this question. Option number A says you should go and select project A because NPV is $100,000. So I have to check with others. So generally when we compare if we have 4 projects, we should have 4 different NPVs. So whichever has the highest NPV, we will go for this option. So we don't know that either 100,000 is the highest or not. So let's see what option B says. Option B says project B has benefit cost ratio of 0.65. First of all, whenever you are going to compare project, you compare project with the same method mostly. But here when you say benefit cost ratio, so it is asking me how we check the value of project if we are using benefit cost ratio analysis. So whenever we try to map it, we can say if the answer is 1, it means benefit and cost are equal. If answer is greater than 1, like 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, it means it's good for us. If answer is less than 1, like 0.8, 0.65 in this case, then it's not good for us. So basically option number B from the logical context point of view is the wrong option. Then go for option number C. It says project C with an IRR, internal rate of return, minus 3%. Generally when we use NPV, IRR, ROI, we seek for positive numbers. Here we have negative numbers, so again it's not a selection, it's not a good project to select for. Then option number D says NPV of $50,000. So now we have a comparison between option A and B, A and D, and we can see that option number A has more NPV value. So the right answer for this specific question is option number A. Go for project A, who has NPV of $100,000. Thank you. It is a knowledge-based question, and in this question I am testing your understanding of project charter contents. You see, a project charter is a very important document. It authorizes the project and project manager. So let's see which of the following content is not part of project charter. Content number A, option number A says project charter contains measurable project objectives and related success criteria. Perfectly fine. This is the key content of project charter. Option number B says it contains summary milestones. Yes, if our project comes from contract, or we have done or we have previous experience, or we are using business case and we have done significant work to identify the or to defend the project, so we may have summary list. So we can use this summary list in our project charter. Again, it's the good content if we have, so no problem. That's why it's not an answer. Option number C says assign project manager responsibility and authority level. It is very important not just to identify who is the project manager, but also identify what is his role. If we are doing project, especially when in functional organization or weak matrix organization or even balanced matrix organization, we need to define what is the role and responsibility of a project. By saying that he or she is a project manager is not enough. So option number C is again a valid content of a project charter. That is why it is not the right answer, because we are seeking for something which is not part of charter. So let's see what option D has for us. Option D says product acceptance criteria, and product acceptance criteria is basically part of scope statement, not in project charter. So that is not the valid content of project charter. That is why option number D is the right option for this question. Thank you. It is a situational question, and in this question I want to test your understanding of project charter, what project charter is and what project charter is not. Generally when I go and talk to companies, they have charters, but somehow they try to make charter a thick document which contains everything, and they spend a lot of time to identify scope, to write down the project plan, and I don't know what they are trying to achieve with this thing. And if they are spending a lot of time in project charter, then why they want to write a scope statement? So with this perspective, let's find out which of the following statement is incorrect for project charter. Option number A says it is the document that formally authorizes a project. Perfectly fine. This is why we have a charter, so that is why it is not our answer. Option number B says it is issued by project initiator or sponsor who is external to the project. Perfectly fine. Of course, somebody who is above the level of a project manager initiates the project, and if it is a sponsor, nothing like it. So option number B is the right concept, but wrong option for the project. Option number C says it is used primarily to request bids for different phases of a project. No way. We use standard documents, bid documents, RFP, RFQ, RFI. So this is not the right concept of a project charter. That is why it is the answer for our question. Option number D says, it provides project manager the authority to apply project organizational resources. Of course, when we talk about project charter, we identify project manager, but not only project manager, his authority, that what authority he or she can exercise in a project as a project manager. So this is the right point of project charter. That is why it is not the answer of our question. Thank you. It is a case study based question, and I have to deal this thing a lot when I do consulting and coaching. There is a misunderstanding that a sponsor always exists from client side, or a sponsor is the one who provide resources. So generally people think that a sponsor is the one who is providing cash from his own pocket or from his own department, but this is not true. Let's see which of the following option is incorrect for the right definition of a sponsor. Option number A says sponsor provides the financial resources in cash or kind. The point is right, but it does not say that sponsor is providing from his own pocket. Actually, sponsor is arranging the resources or cash or funds from multiple sources. So option number A is the right concept, but the wrong option for this question. Option number B says sponsor champions the project. I used to say that when you start a project, please do identify the sponsor, and project manager should work closely with the sponsor so that, whenever he or she needs support, the sponsor can get the value from different department. As sponsor has power, authority, so sponsor champions the project, sponsor clears the roadblock for the project. So this is the right concept. That is why it is the wrong option. Option number C says, the role of a sponsor exists from government side, or you can say client side. This is one of the misunderstanding. Even though when I do large projects, either from client side or the vendor side, I develop a governance structure document and identify who are my stakeholders or who are my subcontractors or who are my client stakeholders. And even if I do project where, I have 5 or 7 different organizations working together, so I identify separate project managers and separate sponsors for each organization who are working jointly in the project. So from the concept point of view, it's a wrong concept, but from the question point of view, it's the right answer. Option number D says, sponsor can authorize changes and perform phase and reviews. Yes, it is one of the key job of our sponsor, and he can, support project manager to this thing. So that's all about the sponsor. Thank you. It is a situational question, and in this question, I want to test your understanding of project manager role, especially role of project manager during the execution of phase or project. If you look at the question closely, it says that, the team is executing their baseline. So if team are executing the baseline, we could have, 3 or 4, results. Either they will complete the deliverables, or they will raise some changes, or there will be some issues, or, as a project manager, I will be gathering the status of their work. So if we look at the options, option A says validating the completed deliverables. So validating the completed deliverable is not part of execution. It is part of monitoring and controlling process group, and to be very specific, it is done during control quality process. So option number A is not the right option. Option number B says setting or closing any contract agreements. Closing the contract is part of control procurements, and I believe you all have selected it well and said it's not the answer. If you've done it, so I would say read it again. Then option number C says collect data about the completion status of the deliverable. This is one of the tasks of project manager during the execution. As I said, during the execution, project manager manage the deliverables, change requests, issues, and work performance data. So technically option C is the definition of work performance data. This is the right answer. Then we have option number D, which says, creating a document that formally authorizes the project. And I believe, and please, you should not have selected it, because this is the definition of project charter, and we are not talking about initiating a project. We are talking about executing the baseline. So the right answer of this question is option number C. Thank you. This question actually starts by giving you a sense of risk management. But actually, the key word here is during the project execution. So when you are, executing the project and you want to ensure that your work is performed as per the project plan and your baselines are intact. So in this scenario, if you look at the options, option A, option 1 says contingency responses. Contingency responses is actually the output of plan risk responses process, which is part of planning process group. But here, if you look at the question, it clearly says we are in project execution. So option number A is wrong. Option number B, which says corrective action. Although, when we talk about change requests, corrective action, preventive action, defect repair, and updates, all are part of change requests and all are an output of direct and managed project work. But in this scenario, if we closely look at the question, it is talking about that you are preventing something. But when you talk about corrective action, it's not about preventing something. It means then actually you are deviated and you are coming back. So in this scenario, in this context, option number B is also wrong. Option number C, which is also, very much aligned with the option number B, but as we talked about it, we want to make sure or ensure that performance or the work is aligned, there is nothing wrong has been gone. So this option number C is again wrong. Then option number D, which says preventive action, we want to make sure, we want to do some action so that our baselines remain intact and our team will deliver the deliverables as per the baseline. So in this context, yes, option number D is the right answer. This question, is a bit tricky question. It starts with giving you an impression that, I'm testing your knowledge of monitoring and controlling of a project. But, if you look at the last line of this question, it clearly says that you got the approval of your new requirements. So you have approved change request as an output from monitoring and controlling. Now you want to execute the change request which has been approved by your change control board. Which process you will use for this purpose? Option number A, which says control scope, is the wrong option, because in control scope you basically measure the work as per the baseline. You want to see that either your scope is intact or not, or are there any scope creep in your project. So in this context, in this scenario, option number A is wrong. Option number B, direct and manage project work. Yes, this is the right answer, because when you develop your baselines during planning process group and execute your phase or project, you start your execution from direct and manage project work. But interestingly, whenever you have new requirements, whenever you have corrective action, you have preventive action, you have new defects or updates, you go to the change control board, and change control board, based on the scenarios, give you approved change request. So when you have your approved change request, you send this approved change request back to execution from monitoring and controlling for utilization or execution. So in this context, option B is the right answer, because in direct and managed project work, you execute your work, either you are doing it first time or it's a approved change request. Option number C, define scope, is wrong, because here you define the scope first time. Okay, so it's not about that you have new requirements, you are updating your scope statement. So this is clearly the wrong answer. Option number D, I believe some of you got confused about it, because in this process you got approved change request as an output, but the question is not that you are getting approved change request. It's basically you have your approved change request, you got the approval of new requirement, as I said, as the key context, and then you need to utilize it. So to utilize it, you need to go to direct and manage project work, and that is basically wrong from the perspective that this is not where you are going to utilize it. This is the process to perform integrated change control process where you got the change request approval. It's a tricky question, and in this question you have multiple cues. First cue is you are managing a deadline based project. Whenever you are managing a deadline based project, it means you cannot negotiate the timeline. And then it says that you are managing a deadline based project and your project is running late, and you have already done resource smoothing, crashing, fast tracking. Now you want to meet your sponsor and convince them for one of the options. Option A, it says work overtime. But work overtime, you already done it, because when you say work overtime, it means you already utilize crashing technique. So that's not the right option. Option number 2 or B says, utilize non-critical path resources on critical path, and it is resource smoothing, which you already done, right? The option number C says re-evaluate the business case. And I think that most of the people, those who attempted this question, were thinking that no, this is not the right answer. But actually, it is the right answer, because when you are doing a deadline based project, you cannot negotiate the timeline. So if you cannot negotiate the timeline, what else you can negotiate? So you can negotiate in a classical triple constraint term, time, cost and scope. You can negotiate scope or you can negotiate cost. So let's suppose you are running late. Then what do you mean? What do you want? You want to negotiate. You want to re-evaluate the business case and see if you can reduce some scope. So in this context, this is the right answer. Option number D, which says utilize lead time. When you say lead time, you're talking about fast tracking, and as you can see in the question, it clearly says you have utilized the resource smoothing, crashing and fast tracking. So option number D is also wrong. In this question, you might feel that you are in monitoring and controlling and you are getting some new requirements, but it's not. Actually, if you look at the last line of the question, it clearly asks you that you have new requirements, or I can say you got approved change requests from monitoring and controlling process group, and to be specific, from perform integrated change control process, and now you are executing it. So when you are executing it, you will go to execution process group and you will utilize direct and manage project work process. So in this scenario, which of the option is irrelevant? And I'm saying it again, it's not talking about what would you do, but it says what is the wrong option in this option, right? So option number A is the right answer, and actually it is irrelevant from the perspective of the question context. The option A says inspecting the deliverables. You inspect the deliverables when you complete or produce your deliverables. Either you produce your deliverable when you have got your scope from planning, or when you got new requirements from monitoring and controlling. Doesn't matter. But in execution, your job is to develop it, to build it, to execute it, to implement it. But in option A, it says that you are validating. This validation is done in monitoring and controlling process. Either you validate in, or basically check in your control quality process, or you check in your validate scope process. So from the question perspective, it is the right option because it is irrelevant. Option number B, C and D, these all are actually the answers, or you can say the outputs of direct and managed project work. Like in B, it says creating the issue log. So during the execution, you may have some issues and you can record these issues during the execution. Same way, collecting the progress of deliverables. So whenever your team says that they are doing the job, they are executing, you want to collect how much work they have done, how much work is left. So you can call about it. It is actually work performance data as an output of direct and managed project work. And then implementing approved changes or approved new requirements. So this is basically an input which you got from perform integrated change control process. So these are the three relevant things that you perform during direct and managed project work and are relevant. But in this question, we were asking you what is irrelevant. So irrelevant is option number A. In my opinion, it is an easy question because, it is checking your understanding of definition of tacit and explicit knowledge. So if you look at the options, option A says tacit knowledge is expressed through conversation. It is perfectly fine because tacit knowledge is hard to record. It is all about your experiences. It's all about how you share your knowledge by storytelling, by setting in a group and group discussion. So you cannot write your emotions and feelings. So to express your experience of a project in an emotional way, in a engaging way through some stories and experiences, so it is referred as tacit knowledge. And option A is actually the definition of tacit knowledge. In the same way, if you look at the option number B, explicit knowledge is basically when you can write it down, you can codify it. So this is again, you can codify the explicit knowledge through words and pictures, and you can record it. So that's the explicit knowledge. But when we look at the question, it says that which of the option is incorrect. So basically, the question is asking which definition is incorrect. So in the context of the options and the question, option number C, tacit knowledge lacks context and open to different interpretation, is wrong. And it is actually the right answer for this question because, when you are sharing your experiences, when you are sharing your experience in a conversation, So it does not have a room to different, context and different interpretation. It will have your interpretation and your, way. But when you write something down, like in the option number D, it says explicit knowledge lacks the context and open to different interpretation. It is where when you are reading something, you don't know the context behind it. You don't have the, emotional attachment until unless you wrote a fiction movie kind of a book. But this is how the whole thing works. So in this question, option number C is the right answer because it is the wrong definition of tacit knowledge. It is actually typically confusing question. I made it like this. In this question, I want to understand a bit difference of project process groups and project life cycle phases. And then I'm asking you when you write lesson learned. Based on the current concept of PMBOK, the right answer is option number D because you collect the lesson learned throughout the project phases. So either you are, gathering the requirements, or you are designing the project, or you are implementing the project, or you are, gathering the feedback and implementing it. Whatever you are doing, whatever your actual phase based on your industry or environment, you have to document the lesson learned throughout the project. But if we look at the option number A, B, and C, it gives you the concept of process groups. So at the start of project planning, so it's not about the concept of project phase, it's all about the planning process group. So when you use planning process group, either in phase number 1 or phase number N, you use previous project learning or previous phase learnings. So that's not the right answer because of this reason. Then during project execution, it might seem right, yes, because you write it, and PMBOK gives you the process, which is basically manage project knowledge, and you can see that, during the project execution, we are writing it. But actually, when you do the execution, it means when you are gathering the requirement, it is also an execution. When you are actually getting the go live, it's also an execution. It's not that you are mapping the life cycle phases versus the process group. So in this context, it is right, but not the right? And then option number C is also wrong because it says during the project and phase closure. That was the understanding since PMBOK 1 till PMBOK 5 that we are gathering or recording the lessons learned at the end of each phase or at the end of each project. But now we said no, we do it throughout the project. So option C is obviously the wrong choice. So we have, contents between option number B and C, and both seems right, but the best right answer in this scenario is option number D. Throughout the project, you will be recording the lessons learned. It is a easy question from the perspective of its look because it's simply asking you that which of the following is not a technique to record the knowledge during the project. But if you look at the options, you may get confused because when you look at the option, it says focus group, creativity session, storytelling, and lessons learned. Technically, the point is it asks you the technique. So option number A, focus group, is a technique. When you are gathering the lessons learned, you can use focus group meetings to gather the, lessons that you learned during the project phase or, overall as a project. So that's not the right option, but this is one of the technique, right? Then we have creativity sessions. We can do brainstorming sessions. We can sit together and we can talk about some, storytelling and all kind of things like B and C. So basically, we can gather the requirement by using creativity session, by writing some pictures, by drawing some things, by recording some videos, and we can do it by, as we discussed in storytelling. So basically, option A, B, and C, all three are techniques of recording the knowledge. But when we say lesson learned is not the technique. It is the document, it is the output where you have recorded the knowledge. So option number D is the right option because it is not the knowledge technique. It is actually the output, the document where you document your knowledge. It is a situational question and it is checking your understanding of the situation. all the options are presented to confuse you. Option number 1 or option number A is actually, giving you a scenario that if you did not wrote the lessons learned during the project, you can write it at the end because it is for the future projects. And it is a wrong concept because, if you are doing a project of a year or 2 year or maybe a 6 month, you have multiple phases. So you record lessons learned throughout the project so that you can use these lessons learned within the same project or within the next phase of the project. So option A is wrong because it says that you record lessons learned for future projects, for next project, which is not the right thing. Option number B, it says in a way that it's a good practice, but it says that, because you have time pressure, you don't have time, you can postpone it and you can write it at the end. And it's again not good because, if you are doing a project of a year or 2 and, more, so you won't remember all of the, experiences or the changes or the corrective actions that you faced during the project, and to record all of them at one sitting will not give you the quality, lessons learned. So again, option number B is wrong. Option number C, it tricks you by saying that you have to do it throughout the project, but it outrightly says you should not do it at the end. Again, it is wrong because you do it throughout the project, and also, at the end is throughout the project. It's part of the project. So you do throughout the project, and end is also part of the project. You cannot say, I will not do at the end of the project. You will do at the end of the project also. So option number C is the, not the answer, is the wrong option. Option number D is the correct one, which advises you to record throughout the project and as well as at the end of the project. I would say it's a pretty straight question, and it basically asks you what are the forms that you can use to, document or record your knowledges. So in this context, you can record your lessons learned or your experiences through words, through pictures, through video, through audio. So basically it consists of both explicit and tacit knowledge. So in this scenario, option A, B, C, D, all are correct. It is a situational course, and actually it gives you a rarity in this situation because generally, when you look at the question, you think about input tool techniques, but this is, situation which asks you that how you could have, prevented and which method or which, input you could have used. So if you look at the whole question, I would say the key word here is you want to pre-assign the resources who are technical and very rare. So in this, scenario and the context, if you look at the options, option 1 says project charter. Generally, when you identify resources, you don't identify project resources in a charter. But as I said, it's a special case, it's a rarity. So the answer of this question is yes, it's A, project charter. So you can identify your critical technical resources. I'm not talking about project manager. Project manager is not a technical resource, and project manager actually, identified or nominated or authorized in the project charter. But when you talk about the context of this question, so you can, in some cases like this case, you can identify the resource that you need in a project, or you can say pre-assign the resource at the time of project charter or at the time of a contract. So in this scenario, option number A is right. Option number B, I believe a couple of you have selected this option. Resource management plan is part of planning, and when you say plan resources, you have this output, and resource management plan helps you to identify and document that how you are going to engage or manage the resources. But it does not help you to make sure that your critical resource will be available at the time of the execution. Otherwise, you have to go for negotiation and all sort of other things. So option number B is not the right answer. Then option number C, it's resource requirement document. It is basically an output of estimate resource process, and it gives you that how many resources and how many type of resources you require. Of course, your technical resource will be here. It's mentioned here. But again, we want to make sure that we will have this resource, and because of the rarity, because of the criticality, we said we are doing this project just because of this specific resource. and we made sure that this resource is available throughout the project. And to make it possible, we have identified in project charter and in a contract. So again, from the context point of view, this is again a wrong option. Option number D, team charter. Generally, team charter, I say it's a behavioral document. It guides you that how team behaves, how they are going to resolve their conflicts, how they are going to conduct the meetings. But it's not about how many resources, which resources, and at what time you need. So in the context of this question, which is a very specific question, the pre-assignment means assign your critical technical resource at the time of charter or at the time of contract, which is option number A. It is a situational question, and as a project manager, when you execute project, you face these kind of situations when you're doing a project in a, matrix organization, and when you have multiple departments are, running for the resources, and your organization is facing scarcity of the resource. But if you want your project to complete on time and to have your resources in your project, you need to do a lot of negotiation with multiple functional managers or business managers. So in this scenario, if we look at the options, the question is asking me what are my options and which one is not the right situation or the criteria that I cannot use. So I can use option A because it says go and directly negotiate with the functional manager who pulled back your resources and say that your project is critical and you want your resources. Of course, he or she may say that his project or her project is also critical, but that's how you negotiate. Option number B is also your option where you say that, okay, I want to, influence the functional manager. Sometimes when you manage project in a matrix organization, say in a weak matrix organization or in a functional organization, you don't have authority as a project manager to go and talk to the functional manager. So what you want is that, you ask your manager, you ask your project sponsor to influence the manager of other departments so that they can give you your resources. So this is one of the key technique that you can use to get your resources for your project. Option number C is actually the answer of this question, and which is the, in the context, it's not the right thing to do, because if you are going to engage resources from outsourced vendor, as your project is critical, you want your project to be done on time, you will bring new resources. These resources will take time to understand the project and do the work, right? So in this scenario, the least option or the last option would be C. So that's why it's not the right, answer for this question. Option number D is, if you want to convince or negotiate your functional manager or other department functional manager, one of the key thing that you can do is to discuss the project priority. So if you know the project priority from an organization perspective, it will be easy for you to negotiate. So technically I can say A and D somehow related to each other, that you want to negotiate the functional manager and you can negotiate or convince by discussing the project priority. I would say it's a understanding question for you. Here my concern is that you understand that when you engage virtual resources, so when I say virtual resource, it means you cannot do a face-to-face meeting regularly with them. They are not sitting in your office. They are either dispersed geographically, and then you need to engage them in a project. So if you are managing your virtual teams, which of the following is not your concern, I should say? So first thing is, when you are managing the virtual team, the critical factor that you need to focus on how you use the communication technology, because if you want to communicate with them, which type of technology you are using, which mode you are using. So this is very important, and you have to be very, very careful when you are managing the virtual team from the perspective of communication. The second is when you are doing project and your team is dispersed among multiple geographical area and they have different cultural backgrounds and belief system, to resolve a conflict is a very big thing. Sometimes you think that it's a joke and somebody thinks that it's a personal hit on their personality, and sometimes you are unable to resolve it, and especially when you are not sitting at a one place, you are not co-located, so it's very difficult to convince others. So it's better to define a protocol and a communication technology and a communication guidelines or a team charter, so that those who are not sitting together, those who are not co-located, they should work on a project and they should know how to resolve conflict for the purpose of the project. Then the third option is another important option is, how you are adjusting the calendar and time zone. Because, in one of my project, I was sitting in Pakistan, half of my team members from Malaysia and half of our team members from UK. So Malaysia basically is 3 hours ahead of us and UK is 4 hours behind us. And then we are in middle of us. So we need to set that, that everybody is available, everybody, and if we have to set a meeting where, all three, Pakistan, Malaysia, and UK are, communicating and they have a joint meeting, it's very difficult to engage all of them. And especially when you are doing a project, in Pakistan, we have Eid, somebody has, Chinese New Year, someone has other holidays, and then, you have to set the time and the time zone and the holidays, and you carefully plan that your project don't get late just because of these things. But when you talk about the option number D, you will not focus about their specific skills and expertise, because you engage these resources specifically for the reason that they are expert and they can deliver things. So basically you don't need to manage their skills and expertise in a project. So this is not the right thing to do, and that is the answer of this question. It is a situational question. Most of the time when we do projects, and in my experience, when I go and see the project plans, what I find out is people generally list down their project activities, list down their activities that their department and their resources are doing. But they generally miss out the activities that has been done or that needs to be done by other departments, or there are some dependent activities from outside outsourced vendor. So based on this scenario, I have written this question, and in this question, if you look into it, what I'm asking is that you are doing your project and you miss some physical resources that you need to do in your project. So now, as you are in execution of a project and you want to do your project, you want to procure or acquire these resources. So what are your options? Number one. Number two, which one is the next option? So basically, if I look at all the options, these are all your valid options. Yes, they all are your valid options. But my question is, what is your immediate next step? Or I can say, what is your first step? So number one, negotiate with potential vendors to provide the resources. You won't do this thing first. Of course, you will go and identify and negotiate the resources. But before that, you need to do a couple of things. So that's why this is a wrong option. Option number B says, review your procurement plan. Yes, you can go and review your procurement plan, because procurement plan provides you the process that how you are going to integrate procurement activities with project work, how you are going to do bidding and all. But again, this is not the next step that you need to perform. So that's why it's also a wrong option. Option number C, it says raise the change request. So whenever you need resources, you miss something, either it's a team resource or a physical resource, from a project management perspective, it's a change request and you need to raise the change request. So that's the right option. Then the option number D, which says review the resource management plan. Again, you can review the resource management plan, because resource management plan provides you the process of acquiring physical resource or team resource, that how you will acquire, how you will manage, how you will staff, how you will give them, promotion and all, and how you will track their progress. But here, the question is, you missed a physical resource, and your next logical step. So your next logical step is option number C, which is the correct answer of this question, is to raise the change request. In this question, actually, I want to test your knowledge that how you can differentiate multiple documents of resource management. If we look at the question is asking you that you are in execution, and how you are in execution, because it talks about acquiring resource process, and acquiring resource process is in execution process group. So in this process group, or in this process, if you want to execute your project, you want your resources available for your project, and one of the key input of this process is a resource calendar, so that you can see that which resources are available, at what time they are available, and what are their vacations, what are their annual leave fares, which are already part of the resource calendar. So if we look at the options, as I said, the right answer for this question is B, resource calendar, because if you look at the option number A, which says resource histogram provides you that how many resources at what time and which type of resources you want. So basically you can say the resource histogram provides you 3-dimensional view of resource requirement, that number of resources, type of resources, and the time that you want these resources. Here we are not talking about this thing, so that is why option A is not an answer. Option B, as I said, resource calendar is the right answer, where we document resource availability, their timings, and their vacation details. Option number C is not the answer, because responsibility assignment matrix guide us that which resource, if I talk about the resource concept, which resource is assigned on which task or which work package and what they are doing. So if I have to use the RACI matrix like responsible, accountable, consult, and inform, so it guides me that a specific resource is doing responsible or assigned as a responsible to perform the work in a project. So that's why we use RAM or responsibility assignment matrix. So again, here I'm not talking about this thing in this context. Now the last option is resource management plan, and resource management plan is a very vital input or an output, if you don't want to see in this way, that which guides us that how we are going to engage and define and manage the resources. But again, here my question asks you specifically that how you are going to identify the resource availability in terms of their working hours, in terms of their vacation. From this perspective, the right answer is option number B, resource calendar. It is a situational based question, and I want to check your understanding that you need to identify which resources are difficult to manage as a project manager. Generally, when you deal multi-year projects or projects, you need to engage the dedicated teams who are dedicatedly reporting to you, and there are times then you have teams who are actually reporting to you, or they are reporting to their functional managers. So this is basically the scenario. So in this scenario, if we look at the option number one or option number A says dedicated project teams, and I would say to manage a dedicated project team is bit easy. It's much easier. I should not say bit easy. I should repeat it again. मैं दोबारा रिकॉर्ड करता हूँ, ठीक है? तो मैं अब रिकॉर्ड करना शुरू कर रहा हूँ, okay? It is a situational based course, and in this question I want to test your understanding that how well you understand the team management. Generally, in this question, I gave you 4 options with 4 type of resources. So if we look at the option number 1, it says dedicated project team. So dedicated project team means these teams or these resources are dedicatedly available to you. They are working, you can say, throughout the project with you, and they are reporting to you. So I must say, managing dedicated project team is much easier. So that's not a right answer. Then part-time resources, you can say part-time resources are those who are reporting to you or as well as reporting to their functional manager, or they are available for some specific time in a project. So it is a bit difficult, but not the highest level of difficulty as compared to the other option. So again, managing part-time resources is a bit difficult as I have to compare with the dedicated team. But if I have to compare with the other option that I am going to discuss now, it's not that difficult. So option number C, it says managing the partner organization resources, or you can say outsource resources or a contractor resources or your vendor resources. This is the most difficult time. This is the most difficult aspect of a project, because mostly your partner resources team reports to their partner managers, or they are somehow working on multiple projects at the same time, and as a main contractor, as a client, sometimes you don't have the authority, you don't have the control to manage those resources. So managing the partner resources is the most difficult team to manage. That's why this is the right answer. A virtual project team, as I said, if I have to compare a dedicated project team or part-time project team and virtual team, so I would go for dedicated is the easiest one, then part-time, and then the virtual team. But if I have to talk about the partner resources, then this is the most among all. So that's why the answer is option number C, partner organization teams. In this question, I want to assess your understanding of Tuckman ladder phases. Generally, Tuckman ladder has 5 phases: forming, storming, norming, performing, and adjourning. So if we look at the options, I gave you 4 options, which is forming, storming, norming, and performing, and I want to see which option is the wrong option in terms of its explanation. So if we look at the first option, it says forming. In forming, actually, we assemble the team, we tell them about the project objectives and their roles and responsibilities. So option number A, forming, is the right concept. That is why it is not the answer of this question, because in this question we are going to identify the incorrect statement. Then option number B is all about the storming, and in the storming we start working on the project, we understand our role, but mainly we are working as an I mentality. I want to see what are my objectives, how I can achieve them. So basically storming is all about individuality. So that's why the statement is correct, but from the concept or the context of the question, it is not the right answer. Option number C, it's all about the norming stage, and it says in norming stage we as a team member work as I mentality, which is wrong, because when we work in the norming stage of a Tuckman ladder model, we work as a we mentality, we work as a team, because we already gone through with forming and storming stages. So option number C, which talks about the concept or statement of norming, is wrong statement. That is why it is the right answer for this question. And then option number D, which talks about the performing of a team, and when we have gone through from forming, storming, and norming, obviously we are working as a team, we are performing the work, we are delivering the deliverable, and we are working as a we mentality for a project. In this question, I want to check your understanding of co-location. Co-location is a very important concept in project management. Co-location means all my team members are sitting together and they are, sitting in a room, either you call it war room, either you call it tight matrix, so that they are working together in one team, in one location. Which of the following is not a benefit of co-location? So basically, what I am saying in another word is, out of 4, 3 are benefits of co-location, and one of the option is not a benefit of a co-location. So if we look at the option number 1 says, when you co-locate the team, the communication among team members increases, the overall duration of the project decreases. This is perfectly fine, because when you are sitting together, you are not waiting for emails, you are not waiting for other things to come and talk. You are sitting in a one place, you can talk, you can resolve the thing, your communication is high, and overall it is helping you to decrease the project duration. So option number A from the benefit of a co-location perspective is right, but from the answer of this question perspective is not a benefit, is wrong, right? So option number A is wrong. Option number B says that when you co-locate the team, it helps to build trust among team members, it helps to build relationship with each other. Of course, when you are sitting together, it's a highly likely chance that you are respecting each other, you are trusting each other, and you are working towards the project. So that's a benefit of a project. And in this question, again, I'm not asking you the benefit, I'm asking which is the following is not a benefit. So again, this is not the answer for this question. Option number C, it says, when you are sitting together, you share knowledge, you share experiences as a team, and you grow and you try to achieve the project objective. Again, it is one of the key benefit of co-location. In fact, we try that people sit together. Even if I am doing a project which has multiple offices in the same city, I try to co-locate them in one place. Even if I am doing a project which has multi-floor business office and I want to set up one floor or one area for all the project team members so that they can come, they can sit together and enjoy the project results. So this is again one of the key benefits, but from the perspective of a project question, this is not the right answer. Option number D, it says, when you are sitting together, you can avoid conflicts. Conflicts are inevitable in a project. You would have conflict. And if you are sitting together, every day, if you are seeing each other's faces, you may have conflicts. So it's basically the right answer. It's not a benefit actually. You have to resolve conflict for a project and in a project with a team. In this question, actually, I want you to understand the value of recognition and reward system. Generally, we don't focus on reward and recognition system when we are designing the project, when we are planning the project. We talk about project, we talk about timeline, scope, and cost, but we miss this thing. And what happens is that during the project, as our project has virtual team members, subcontractor team members, private team members, you can say part-time team members, you can say dedicated team members. So how you are engaging them? And if your project is done in multi-cities, multi-countries, multiple regions, and then people have different beliefs, different cultures. So are you going to treat all of them in one way? The answer is no. You have to see different perspective. So in this perspective, when you talk about the recognition and reward system, which one is not the right thing to do? If you look at the option of A, it says recognition and reward system should be given throughout the project life cycle. It is very important because generally people think that recognition and reward will be given at the end of the project. But as I said, there are a lot of team members who are part-time team members. There are team members who are engaged for a specific phase. So you will not wait that unless the whole project is completed, we are going to give them reward. We can give them reward when their project is done, when their phase is done, and when they are leaving the project. So it's perfectly fine. So basically from this perspective, the context and the concept is true, but from the answer perspective, it is not the right answer. Then we have option number B, which says select the best employee of the project or phase. And this is the worst thing, I would say, or the wrong thing to do, because if you are selecting the best employee or the best team member of the project, what happens is that it actually creates the individuality, and people will be focusing on their tasks, their activities, and their objective. So technically it is referred as zero-sum reward, because zero-sum reward means one is getting benefit and rest of them are actually are at a losing side. So this is not the right thing to do, and this is not the right award. That is why it is the answer of this question. If we look at the other option, option number C says, you should have rewards separately for different beliefs, for different cultures. So let's suppose I was doing a project. Couple of my team members were in Islamic culture, a couple of my team members from a different background, different culture. So I cannot all give them the same reward for all the culture members or all the belief system people. So I have to devise a strategy or a recognition reward system which suits with their preferences. So this is very important when you are designing it. So this is the right concept, but from the concept of the question is the wrong option. Finally, it's not mandatory, it's not necessary, it's not always possible that always you have monetary rewards. You may use some non-monetary rewards in terms of giving them the appreciation, giving them appreciation letters, achievement letters, so that they feel motivated and they work towards the project and they should be available for the next project. This question wants to check the understanding of motivational theories. Motivation, is a very important aspect. As a project manager, it's your prime job to motivate the project team. If you look at the question, it gives us a specific scenario where your project management believes that team needs to be monitored closely. This is one of the belief system that basically impacts the way you manage the project or the project team. So if we look at the options, we have actually 4 theories. One is McGregor theory. If we look at the McGregor theory, why? It says that people or the team wants to work as a team and they don't need supervision. So from the question perspective, it is not the right answer, because it says team needs to be managed and monitored, regularly. Then option number B, it says Maclellan theory. So basically, if we talk about the concept of a Maclellan theory, there is people are motivated based on 3 needs. One of their need is achievement, that they have achieved something in their job, in their project. Then is affiliation, that they are affiliated with some personality, some project manager, and they want to work with this resource. And then the power, if you give them the power to manage the resources, if you give them the power to do the thing, so they will be motivated and they will work towards the project. But in this scenario, in this question, the question is not about their need. So this is not the right option for the question. Then option number C says McGregor theory X. Actually, theory X believes that team does not want to work, they need to be managed closely, and you have to be very, very careful in engaging them and getting the work done because they don't want to work at all. So if you look at the question, it is the scenario of that question. So the right answer for this question is option number C. Option number D, it talks about Herzberg theory. Although we talked about the right answer, but Herzberg theory is another important motivational theory where it says that when you talk about the motivation of a team, you can divide the motivational factor into hygiene factor and motivation factors. Hygiene factor is like if you increase their salary, if you give them the bigger office, and have some power, so they will get used to it, and again they will not, motivated after some time. But if you focus on their motivation, if you focus on the achievement, if you focus on the work, if you focus on the affiliation, and then you motivate them, then they are highly likely motivated and working towards the project. So in a nutshell, the right answer for this question is option number C, McGregor theory, theory X, where management believes that team needs to be monitored closely. It is a situational question, and actually it gives you the environment and the type of a project. So what does environment mean? Environment means you are doing a project with diverse stakeholders. And it also gives you the information about project, that you are doing a AI based project, you are doing a research project where you need to learn a lot of things. So at one end you are dealing with multiple stakeholders, and at the other end you have to do a project whose outcomes or outputs are still unclear and you want to deliver the project. So during the project, when we do these kind of projects, we try to provide training. One of the key issue is when we try to do trainings to our team members, we focus on technical trainings, we provide them technical knowledge, but we don't focus on other aspects of the training needs. So from this perspective, I wrote this question so that you can understand the training needs of the team. If you look at the options, so option A says, you need to provide artificial intelligence training. Yes, as you are doing the technical project, it's a highly dependent project, you can provide a technical training, because I'm asking you which training you are not going to do, or which is your least preference. So I would say it's one of your highest preference and the most preferable training that you want to deliver or you want to provide to your team. Then the second thing says power and politics trainings. Probably you would say, I'm doing a research project, why I need to deliver a power and politics training? This is very important. One of the key thing is, as a project manager, I need to focus on my interpersonal skills, but as well as I want to focus on my team interpersonal skills too. I have managed multi-billion projects where I have to deal with diverse stakeholders, and I face problem when my technical team is unable to handle the power, politics and office issues, and we are stuck to guide the team, we are stuck to manage them. So it is very critical that you focus on these kind of a training, and you should guide them, train them how to handle these issues. So again, from this perspective, we are managing diverse stakeholders and research projects, so you need to manage these things, right? So this is the right thing to do, and this is not the right option in this scenario. Then the third option is emotional intelligence training. It's a kind of a leadership training where you need to lead your team and you need to guide them how to manage the situation. So, this is again a critical training. You should provide your team this kind of training during the project or after the project. And another important aspect is, I have critically mentioned that although you are doing a research project, but you will be using this knowledge in further projects. So if you are using, or if you are going to use the team for further projects, you should invest on option A, B and C type of training. But when it comes to option number D, agile project management training, generally when you talk about agile project management, you can give this training to project manager, but I'm talking about the team. So this is the least preferred option to provide the agile project management training. If you want to provide training, it's good, you can go for the agile project management training, but this is not the preferred or the first choices of the training. So the answer of this question is option number D. This question wants to check your understanding of value of personal assessment tools. We have multiple personal assessment tools like SDI, Strength Deployment Inventory, which PMI uses heavily. Then we have MBTI, Myers-Briggs Type Indicator. Then we have HDEI, or you can say new personality types. But whatever personality type you are using, the value of personality type is it helps you to manage the team, it helps you to help them, and it helps you to achieve the project with sharing the knowledge of each other. So if you look at the question asks you which of the following is not an advantage of utilizing the personal assessment tools. The first option says, if you use personality assessment tool for your team, for yourself, it will help you to identify the strengths and weaknesses of individual. Perfectly fine, because it helps you what type of person you are, what are your personal choices, and how you behave in certain situations. So it helps you to identify your strengths and weakness. So this is one of the key things that you need to identify. That is why it is not the right answer, because I'm checking asking you accept. Then option B says, it helps you to reduce the staff turnover. When you understand each other, when you understand their preferences, when you understand their, type, style, then you help them and you work with each other, because by knowing their, values and all, so it helps you eventually to reduce the staff turnover. So again, this is the right thing and this helps you in this thing, but this is not the answer for the question. Then option C says, it helps them to identify their communication preferences. So every type of person has different communication preferences. Some needs lot of information to do communication. Some are very quick, some are very emotional. So what are the personal or individual communication preferences are? It helps to identify by assessing their personality. So again, this is not the answer for this question. Finally, generally what we try to do is we try to build a team who has the same strengths. But if you combine all the shared strengths, then it means you are also leaving lots of weaknesses. So when you build a team, you merge both strengths and weaknesses. There are people whose strength in doing work in a fast environment. There are people who want to check everything and then work. So you cannot just rely on one type. You have to blend both types of person or both types of people so that they can work together as a team. So basically this is the wrong option, and you should not do this thing in your project or in your organization. Okay? This question checks your understanding of sources of conflict management. Generally, there are 7 sources of conflicts, and they are actually listed based on their impact. So number 1 and the highest source of conflict is scheduled priorities, which is actually our first option. Then we have project priorities, our second option. Then we have scarce resources, our third option. Then 3 other sources of conflict are technical opinions, administrative procedures, cost, and finally the last or the 7th source of conflict, which is the least source of conflict, is personnel work style. So if you look at the question is asking you which is the least source of conflict. So in this scenario, option A is wrong, B is also wrong, C is also wrong, because they are top 3 sources of conflict, and the 4th option, option number D, is the least source of conflict, which is personality or personnel work styles. It is a situational question, and it is actually testing your knowledge or experience of managing conflict management. The scenario is all about that how you can deal this conflict. When we talk about conflict management, we have typically 5 general techniques of conflict management. Number 1 technique is avoid, or you can also call it withdrawal. The second technique is smooth or accommodate, which is not in the option. The third is compromise, or you can say reconcile. The 4th is collaborate or problem solving. And the 5th one is forcing or direct. So right now we have a situation which we need to deal with. If you look at the option number A, it says that, as a project manager, I will avoid it, I will withdraw it, and, I will ask somebody else to do it. So this is not the right answer, because as a project manager, it's your duty to negotiate the resources, to get the resources on your project and do it. Although you can use someone else, but you cannot 100% surely, withdraw from your point of view or avoid the, conflict, because this is in this situation. If you will avoid the situation, you will not get your resources and your project gets delayed. So this is not the right, option or right choice. Then the option number B says compromise. So when we talk about the concept of compromise, or actually you can say about reconcile. So in compromise and reconcile, you agree on something, you disagree on something, and you try to work on those areas which are, in agreement of both. So you can say it's kind of a lose-lose situation. But here you cannot lose. You need to talk and you need to get resources. You cannot compromise. Then the option number third says collaborate, and you can also talk about its problem solving. It is referred as actually win-win situation, and as you need resources, your project is suffering from delays, what you need to do is you need to go and negotiate and talk about the project priority and see how you can resolve it. So the right answer for this question is option number C. Then we have option number D, which it says that you need to do direction. So either you can say direct or force. As you have to deal with other department functional heads, you don't have power to direct and ask them to do it as per your choice or as per your discretion. So in this scenario, you cannot use this technique, and you cannot use it for the project environment right now. So this is not the right option, and it is also referred as win-lose technique of conflict management. This is a very interesting question, and it actually checks your understanding of leadership styles. There are multiple leadership styles, and some of them which are actually also mentioned in PMBOK are laissez-faire, transactional, transformational, charismatic, servant leadership, or interactional leadership style. When you are doing the project, you cannot say that the whole project will be managed based on one style. In fact, PMI is also investing a lot in terms of research that which type of personality is better for which type of project, or there's a very famous person in project management world, Turner. He actually did research on what type of personality style you need to adopt in which phase of a project or which type of project. Even in fact, when I was doing my research in Oxford, my research thesis was also the selecting the right personality competencies for right project environment or for a specific project environment. So with this perspective, if you look at the question, it says that we are time pressed. We need to do a project which does not require research. It's a straight away highway project. It's a construction project. We don't need we don't have much you can say exceptions based on technicalities, and we need to deliver it, although it's a strict timeline project, but it's realistic also. So in this situation, which type of personality you will use to accomplish the project deadlines? So the first type says laissez-faire, means that you will let the team to do the work on their own, and you say, okay, just do it, let me know when it's done. It's kind of a handoff style. But the situation given in the question does not allow you to use the option A. So option A is the wrong option. Option number B, it says, a transactional style. It means that you are very much focused on the goal. You want team to follow the deadlines, and it's like kind of a management by exception. You want them to deliver it. So the right, style at this point of time in a project is to use transactional leadership style. Then the option number C, which is also the wrong thing, but to understand the concept, transformational style, it is basically to work with the team, to help them to create new ideas, to build something, and let them time to test some new ideas and let them fail so that they can learn and then redo it. But can you use this transformational style in this time of the project? No way. So this is not the right answer again. Then we have charismatic style. Charisma is good. Now you inspire people through your personality, through your speeches and all. But right now you want delivery. You want to focus that they should deliver it. Again, this is not the right option in this scenario. It is a situational question. It actually checks your understanding of a type of powers that you can use during the project or you have in a project. If you look at the project scenario and the question scenario, it says that when you got a project charter or when you are authorized as a project manager in a project, you were not given the authority, or or the management does not mention what type of authority you have. But as you see that you are doing a very critical project for your organization, which actually can help organization to change its fate, it's best to demand the right authority at the start. It's general tendency that when we do projects, we don't ask about these things. We think that either it is already granted, or if we will ask, we will not get it. But again, you should ask for it. It's number one thing. But when we see the options, it gives us options that either I can demand for expert power or reward power or referent power or coercive power. So when you say option A, expert power is not the type of power that you are going to ask. Expert power is you are already possessing it as a technical expert. If we look at the question, it clearly says that you were given the charge of this project because of your technical knowledge. So basically, you are already expert into this thing. So you are not going to ask that I am an expert and please give me the expert power. So this is not the right option in this scenario. Then the option number B is reward power, that you want that whoever do the project on time, or who will be behaving good, or who will be coordinating with you in effectively manner or efficiently manner, and it will help, or he or she will help you to do the project in the right time, then you can reward them. And I think it's the best thing to ask that management or the company should give you reward power, so that you can use rewards on your own discretion. So in my opinion, from the question scenario perspective, the right answer is reward power. Then we have a referent power. Referent power is not the type of power that you ask for, it's what you possess. People respect you because of your credibility, because of the trust, because of your working style. So it's not the type of power that you ask or demand your management that give you this type of power. It's already you have, it's your personality, it's your type. So this is again not the right answer. Then the D option, coercive power. Coercive is also kind of a reward power, kind of a power which you need from the management, but it's from the negative side, it's from the threat side, that you want to punish the people who actually will not work on the project on time, or who will create hurdles. But in the above whole option and scenarios, the best answer is option number B, where you will ask your management to give you reward power, so that you can deliver the project on time and change the fate of an organization. It is a very interesting and a challenging question. In fact, when I was writing this question, it took a lot of time to think about the options. It tests your understanding of decision making. And if you look at the question, the last line, and I can say the key word in this question is, which one is the least important factor? So it means all are important factors, where those are given in your options, but which one is the least one? So if you look at the first option says, when you are making decisions as a project manager, you should focus on project outcomes. That's the requirement. You cannot just focus on outputs or short-term gains or activities. You need to focus on what will be the outcome of a project, and you should start from that perspective. So this is the key thing. This is the most important factor. So this is not the right answer here. Then analyze available information. When you make or anybody make a decision, either you make decision based on the data, or you make decision based on intuition. So you can say you can make decision based on two factors. But whenever you are making a decision, you need to make sure that you have some information available and you analyze it. You just don't go for the decision based on your intuition or gut. You need to look at the data, information, and then make some information. So again, it's a very important factor. So this is not the right answer. Then utilize voting. You see, voting is a very important factor. When you are making group decision making, when you are making decision in your organization and you are unable to reach on a consensus, or you don't have the majority, or you can say the overall answer, then you can use the voting. But I must say that when you are using voting as a project manager, it is one of your key skills to see that if lots of people are agreeing on one thing, does not mean that majority is right. You have to exercise your power and you have to see things. So from the question perspective and the other options perspective, in my opinion, in the question opinion, in the concept opinion, this is the least important factor. It's an important factor. It's one of the tools also of decision making, but it's the least important factor. Then we have account for risk. It has high value than option number C, because when you are making a decision, you have to see what would be the consequences of this decision, how you can resolve it, what are the constraints of your decision. So from the important perspective factors, the three key factors are focus on outcome, use the available information or gather information, and account for risk. In this scenario, option number C is the wrong answer of this question. This question is testing your understanding of interpersonal skills. As an effective project manager, you need to use multiple interpersonal skills to deliver your project and manage your team and engage your stakeholders. So if we look at the question, it is presenting you a scenario that you are working in a weak matrix organization. Basically, if you are working in a weak matrix organization as a project manager, you don't have power over your project resources. You are mostly working as a project coordinator. And then, another scenario is most of the resources are part-time resources. So they are not dedicated resources, though, that you can work with them in a project. So managing part-time resources versus dedicated resources is a bit difficult. In this scenario, you want to complete your project within the deadline. Which type of interpersonal skills you are going to use in this context? Number one says emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence actually, helps you to manage your team emotional state, that how they are reacting in various situations and how they are dealing with the pressure and other things. So here, the problem is not about emotional issue or emotional dilemmas. This is not the right answer. The second option is negotiation. You see, you do negotiation when you need resources. You do negotiation when a couple of your resources are pulled from your project and you need to do and go for the resources. So here it says that you are managing them and you want to get your work done within a deadline. So, negotiation is not the situation that you need to use here. Then the option number C says you need to use influencing skill. Influencing is a very key, skill, especially when you don't have formal authority, especially when you are working in a functional organization or in a weak matrix organization where your project resources are not directly reporting to you. You need to use the influencing skill so that people can work in your project. And, sometimes you can use your own influencing skill, or you can use your sponsor or management influencing skills to get the work done, and especially get the work done in tight scheduled timelines. Then the final is decision making. Yes, decision making is a very critical, interpersonal skill. But here again, the point is the situation says you need to manage in a timeline, and decision making is not the right option in the given scenario. It is a challenging question, and it's more tricky when you actually read all the options. So basically, you will feel that all the options are correct, but which one to choose? I know this is the case because I have written like that. First of all, we need to see that which process these questions belong to. If you look at the second line where it says you want to ensure that positive stakeholders continue their support and negative stakeholders' impact should be less. So actually, this is the job of a project manager, especially when they are executing the project and utilizing the process of managed stakeholder engagement. So during managed stakeholder engagement, you want to make sure that those who are supportive to your project should remain supportive, and those who have negative impact on our project, somehow you can basically manage their negativity and deliver your project. So in this perspective, one of the key techniques that you can use to manage your project or manage the expectation of a stakeholder is to provide them regular feedback. If you look at all the options, option A, B, C, D, they all are kind of feedbacks that you as a project manager should deliver to the stakeholders. But which feedback is most effective? If you look at the option number A, it says by engaging stakeholders informally and sharing the value of the project. So we can engage stakeholders formally, informally, and we can share the project information and project value. But, this is not the best answer. So that's why this is not the right, option for the scenario. Then it's basically in option number B, it says by utilizing the senior management to influence the stakeholder. As a project manager, it's one of your prime job to influence stakeholders either by yourself or by utilizing senior management so that they can support your project. But the point is it the right way to do in this scenario, especially when you are doing a technical project and outcome or success is also uncertain? So in my point of view, from the perspective of the context, this is not the right answer. Option number C, it says by showing the regular, progress of completed deliverable, that you have complete these number of deliverables. I would say this is the best option your results speaks louder than your words. So here the option C is the right answer. This is the right way of providing the feedback about your project, specifically when your project is highly uncertain. Option number D, from the concept of perspective, it is the right concept, but again, by communicating regularly about the outcomes and risks, it's good at the initiation, it's good at the planning, but when you are at the execution, you need to show them the real meat and the real value. So again, this is not the right answer. So the right answer for this interesting question is option number C. It's a situational based question, and actually it checks your understanding of the situation and how well you respond to the situation. And if you are going to respond to the situation, you will be using multiple tools. But here the key tool that you need to employ is interpersonal skills. First of all, I need to identify what process this question belongs to. Based on the scenario, it looks like that I am executing a project and I have multiple variety of stakeholders from multiple sectors, multiple environment with multiple cultural and political backgrounds. So in this situation, which technique, which interpersonal skill I should use to manage this thing? So number one option says negotiation skill. Negotiation is a critical skill for a project manager. Mainly we use to acquire resources or negotiate with the procurement management. But right now we don't have this situation. So option A, negotiation, is not the right answer in this question. Option number B, it says political awareness. You see, when you do a project, political awareness is a very critical thing. Political awareness helps you to see the power relationships within a project and around the project, and how multiple stakeholders are going to influence your project, by using their power, either it's a formal power or informal power. So in my opinion, in my experience, this is the right answer for this option. If you look at the option number C, which says conflict management, but you can see that in the situation that is question has asking about is there is no conflict situation, there is no issue that you have to manage right now. What you need to do is you need to make sure that how you play the power and how you use the political environment to deliver the result with all these dignitaries and multiple stakeholders. So option C is also not the right answer. Option number D is cultural awareness. Again, we don't have any cultural differences here, we don't have any belief issues here. What we need to do is we need to manage the power of multiple variety of stakeholders who want what in this project, and as it is a specific event with multiple government and different actors, so we need to look into it and we need to manage it accordingly. So in this scenario, option number D is also not the right answer. See, the answer of this question, the right answer of this question, this case study is political awareness, option B. It is a situational question, and it actually checks your understanding that how effective you are as a project manager. To be very honest, it is the real situation that I face in one of my projects. You have to balance the tension between your technical team and the client team. You cannot just go and say, you have to follow the timelines of client, or you cannot just go and say that the client has to follow your team, timelines. You need to bridge the gap and make something that both the teams are actually following it. In this scenario, for this context, option A, here it says, you are going to inform your client that your team has flexi timings. Yes, your team has flexi timings, but this timing is in your organization, in your environment, not at the client side. So, you cannot use this option, and you cannot utilize it with the client, especially when your team are sitting at their side. So option number A with the context is the wrong option. Option number B says set the ground rules. You see, ground rules are the core thing when you are doing the project, and you actually set these ground rules when you were developing the resource management plan, when you are planning the resources, and it comes under the heading of team charter. So then you are talking about how you are going to resolve the issues and resolve the conflict, how you will make the decisions, how team will behave with each other. So ground rules is the right option in this scenario. If you look at the option number C, it says that inform your team to follow the client time or 9 to 5 time. As I said, option A is basically, it looks like that you are taking your team side. Option C is like you are taking the client side favor, but it's not the case. You need to follow or set a ground rule where both the teams need to work together in collaboration and set something that is flexible for both of them. Then we have option number D, where we're talking about set the group norms. So actually, somehow group norms and ground rules are being used interchangeably, but the point is ground rules are more of a non-negotiable components where you say that you have to follow it, and group norms is set by the team itself, and they say how they are going to work together, how they are going to meet with each other, and how they are going to going to do the work in a different fashion. So in this context, the right answer for the situation is option number B, where you are setting the ground rules. It is a situational question, and it checks your understanding that how you get the feedback of project progress. If you look at the question, the key point is, you want to get feedback of project progress. So what are the ways that you can get the feedback, and which one option is not the right option in this scenario? If you look at the option number A, which says conducting surveys, yes, if we want to get the feedback of project progress, as it is a community-based project, so we can use the survey method. Then option number B says holding formal or informal status review sessions. Yes, you can do formal and informal review sessions with project sponsors, project team members, community members, other stakeholders, so that you know how they are feeling, how they are perceiving, and how you can help them to get the clarity of the project and resolve their issues and their concerns. So again, option B is the right concept, but this is not the right answer. Then we have option number C, which says update stakeholder engagement plan. You see, here we are not going to develop any engagement plan. We don't have any new understanding of stakeholder that we need to go and define a strategy that how we are going to engage the stakeholder. Here the story says, or the question says that you need to get feedback. So when I am going to get the feedback, I don't need to update the engagement plan. So option number C is irrelevant, and this is the answer of this question. Option number D says arranging a phase gate review meetings. Yes, if you want to get feedback, this is one of the key things, that after the completion of each phase, you can gather all the relevant stakeholders and get their feedback, that what's their input and how they are, seeing the project and how much satisfied they are with the current phase results. It is a situational question. One of the key things in this question is that the project is already in progress and you have taken over the project from the previous project manager, and you are the new project manager. Once you are reviewing the project status, what you have find out that a couple of key deliverables have serious issues with the the stakeholders, and they are not signing off them. So in this situation, what would you do? Option 1 says review the serious issues with the stakeholders and create options. I would say the half answer is perfect, because when it says review the serious issues, perfectly you have to review them. But creating options means you are going to talk about, you are going to solve it, you are going to do it. But here, this is not your first thing. This should be your second or third thing. Second option, option number B says raise the change request. So if there are issues and you cannot resolve it, and there are issues that with your stakeholders and customers, and they said, no, we are not going to sign it off, then it means you need to raise the change request, because either it's a corrective action or it's a defect repair. So here in this scenario, the right option is B, raise the change request. Then we have option number C, which says utilize contingency reserve to redo the deliverables. Still, you don't know that their concerns are right or wrong, or what is the management say in this. So you cannot just go and do the deliverables. You have to see and you have to check with the client and others. So in this scenario, this is again not the right way to do it, or at least not the first step that you need to perform. The first step is to raise change request. Then the fourth option is influence stakeholders to sign off the deliverables as they are complete. As if they were being able to sign it off, they would have done it earlier. So this is the obviously wrong option, and this is not the right answer for the question. The right answer for the question is raise the change request. It is a case-based question. In this scenario or in the case, we can clearly see that teams are not happy in terms of their communication, and they want to fix the issue with the conference room setup. If you look at the option, all are options or methods of communication. But if the first method, which says communication method, it's all about how you communicate with each other. It's all about that your communication is interactive, like face to face. Your communication is push communication or pull communication. Either you push means you are sending the emails and notification to others, and pull means you are basically uploading the information on some intranet or website so that anybody can download it and use it at their own ease. But if you look at the scenario, communication method does not seem to fit in that. So in this case, option number A is not the right answer. Option number B says communication technology. If you look at the question and the scenario, you will find out that Teams has issue with the conference room setup. It means they have either issues of the technology or reliability or accessibility. So they all comes under the heading of communication technology, that when you are devising the plan that how you are going to communicate, it depends on communication technology, that how early you need the information, what is the consistency information, which technology you are going to use, in which environment you are going to use, how many people are involved in the project, what is the geographic location of the team. So these all aspects come under the heading of communication technology. So from this perspective, the answer of this question is communication technology. But if you look at the other options, like option number C, which says communication style. Communication style means which format, which content, which tone you need to use to communicate with each other. But here, if you look at the question, the concept, it's not talking about communication style. So again, option number C is not the right answer. Finally, option number D, it says communication model. Communication model means how sender and receiver are communicating with each other, which decoding and encoding method is being used. Again, the scenario that has been presented in the question does not talk about the communication model. For this specific case study based question, the answer is communication technology. It is a case study based question, and it basically belongs to managed communication process, because as a project manager, you are facing issues in communication with multiple team members. But if you look at the case closely, what you find out that the teams are agreed to access the information at their own ease. So the key word here is own ease. So if you look at the own ease, which communication method is referenced here? The first option says push communication method. The push communication method means you are sending them email, you are sending them some notification, but it does not, ensure that that information is reached to them or they understood it. So here you also want to make sure that they understood the, status and they are focusing on it. So this is not the right option in this scenario. Option number B says mass communication method. Mass communication method means you're talking to large group, or maybe, sometimes these people are not relevant to your project. So in this scenario, you are sending to your team members who are very relevant to the project. So you cannot use the mass communication method. The third method, or the third option that mentioned here, is pull communication method. Pull communication method means that you are uploading your information or status on company intranet or a secured website or some other portal, so that your team can access it on their own ease. So the right answer of this case study based question is option number C. Offline communication method means mainly you are discussing each other with each other. You can say it's an interactive method also, but here you cannot use the offline communication method. So the answer of this question is pull communication method, option number C. It is a case study based question, and actually it checks your communication competence, that how you are going to deal this situation at hand. If you look at the scenario, what it says is that you address their concerns, you gave the project information, you clarify the goals, and now you want them to, focus on the project goals. As you are working in a conflict zone, you cannot use any, you can say, coercive or punishment power. then how you are going to resolve this thing? Which communication skill is best in this scenario? If you look at the option number A, it says feedback. As you already gather the data of the project progress and understand their requirements and needs, this thing is already done. So option A is irrelevant from this case perspective. Option B says project presentations, as case clearly says that you have given them the project progress information and you have addressed their concerns. So basically your presentation, or you can say the awareness, is already done. Generally we talk about presentation when we are giving it to somebody as a formal way, but here again this is not the right option in the given scenario. Option number C says communication competence. So when you look at the concept of communication competence, it means how you are behaving, how you are setting the tone, what type of skill you are using. So this is how your overall communication competence is. But here again, this situation requires to do different thing rather than setting the or defining the or showing the communication competence. The last option, the option number D, is non-verbal communication. So non-verbal communication is a very important aspect, because sometimes you want to let the stakeholders and others know that you are not happy with it, and you can do it by using your tone, your body gestures and your hand movements and others, so that they know that they have to comply the standards and they should follow what it is being said. So in this scenario, the option suggests that as you are in a conflict zone, you have multiple stakeholders, they understand the project, but somehow they have their own, specific agendas or something like this. So you can use the non-verbal communication skill to achieve this thing. It is a case study based question. It's actually the real case study that hurted me for a couple of, months. When you are managing a project, especially when you manage global projects, you need to develop a report for your local management, you need to develop a report for your regional management, and you also need to, develop a report for your global management. In this question, if you look at closely, your global management or regional management is not, very, or the case is not saying that they are not happy with the project progress, or there is no case about the, report language or the frequency, because the frequency is already mentioned in the communication management plan. Like, in my case, I used to develop a report every week for my local management. Every month I develop it for my regional management, and every quarter I have to develop a report for my global management. So every management tier needs report at their own preference time. So the point is, report is being sent at their own preference time. Language is not an issue, but the issue is something that they are not happy with it, and this is a very classic case. So if you look at the options, option number A says report language. As I mentioned, it's not an issue. They are not happy with the language that I am speaking in Spanish, and they need a report in English. This is not the case. So option number A is not right. The option number B is report format. Actually, sometimes what we do is we develop the same format, or we provide the same type of information to every tier of our management. And you need to be very careful, because sometimes your local management or the team who are on ground needs very detailed information, but those who are managing you from the regional perspective or the global perspective, they don't need to go to the nitty-gritty details of the project. They need a bird eye view or the overall baseline of base reports. So here the concern is you need to develop the multiple formats for each specific layer in the project. This is the right answer or right option in this question. If you look at the option number C, it says, report frequency. It's already mentioned in your communication management plan. It's not an issue. Frequency is already there. And then project progress. In this scenario, the dissentiment of management is not about the project progress. It's all about the report content or the format you are using. So again, option number D is not right. The option is not the right option. The right option for this interesting question or my life case study question is option number B. It is a case study based question, and it actually checks your understanding of reporting format, but reporting format from the perspective of your local management needs. And your local management need is to give them the timeline information. If you look at the options, option A says deliverable status. Deliverable status means where we are with the current deliverable, how many deliverables have been completed, and what not. But here the concern of a local management is not about deliverable status. They talked about timelines, what timelines you are following and at what time your deliverable is going to be completed. So option number A is the wrong option in this scenario. Option number B says bar chart. Bar charts are also referred as Gantt charts, and Gantt chart is the right option or right answer for this question because it will give the enough information or enough detail that your management or local management wants to see in terms of the project timelines or project activities. Option number C is basically network diagram, and network diagram is mainly used to show the dependency between multiple activities. Here the concern is not to see the dependencies, is to see the timelines. So again, option number C is not the right answer. When we look at the option number D, which says milestone chart, again milestone charts talks about the high level detail of the project, and it did not talk about the timelines. It does talk about the deliverable status or completion status or phase completion status. So maybe it will be the requirement of your regional management and global management, but clearly your local management does not need it. They want more information, they want detailed information, they just don't need the milestone chart information. So the right answer of this question is bar chart, option number B. It is a situational question and actually wants to check your understanding of different bidding documents. If you review the question, it is clearly says that your team is not yet finalized the hardware requirement. So the point is you don't have the clear scope or the specification, and you want some options and some pricing information or possible solutions. I should not say pricing, but some options and possible solutions. In this scenario, which bid document you are going to use. If you look at the option number 1, which says RFP, RFP means request for proposal. RFP is a structured way. It contains a lot of information, and it asks your prospective vendors to provide their possible solutions and other things. But as you don't have clarity on your requirements, as you don't have the specific hardware specification, and you want multiple information in a quick way, so you cannot use the RFP, because developing an RFP and then submitting and then floating an RFP and getting the proposal is a time-taking process, and you want the results in a quick way because question says you are in a time press environment. Option number B says RFI. RFI is request for information. It is more of a informal, it's a quickest way so that you can identify the possible options and possible solutions that are available, and you can, based on RFI, can develop the RFP and go for the further procedures. So the right answer for this question is RFI. If you look at the option number C, TOR, term of reference. TOR or term of reference is another name for statement of work, and statement of work of TOR are actually technical documents which contain technical information in a detailed way. Again, we don't have the detailed information, we don't have the technical information, so we cannot select the TOR. Then we have RFQ, request for quotation. We use request for quotation when we exactly know what are our requirements and what will be the pricing information from the prospective vendors. So based on the question scenario and the available option, the best answer is RFI, request for information, option B. This question is checking your understanding of role of bidder conference in projects. Generally when you are doing procurement in a project and when you are doing procurement, if your prospective vendors or sellers have some issues, some clarity they need from the RFP or the document that you sent to them, they need the clarification. They ask for the bidder conference, and the best way to do is that invite all of the sellers who have actually acquired your requested proposal or tender document or bid document. So you can invite all of them and answer their queries. In this scenario, if you look at the option number 1, it says that present a detailed project scope. Of course, in a bidder conference, you want to give them a presentation, tell them what is the project scope and what are your requirements and your understanding or your expectation from the prospective seller. Then option number B says discuss contract terms and condition. As it is your chance to explain them how this contract will be done, what will be the specific contractual requirement they need to follow. So it's the best time to explain contract terms and condition during bidder conference. Then option C says discuss alternative options for project scope. Bidder conference is not to discuss the solution, is not to discuss the option. It is the place where you explain your point of view, where you explain what you have mentioned in the your bid document or tender document. So in this scenario, it is not appropriate to discuss the alternative option. That is why option C is the right answer for this question. If you look at option number D, it says answer all or maximum question of sellers. Of course, you invited them to answer all their questions, and that's the actual spirit of bidder conference. I hope you understand the answer and the bidder conference role in project. I would say it's more of a understanding question rather than a situation or a case-based question, because in this question, I want you to see that how you understand the procurement management plan concept with other documents of procurement management. So if you look at the first option, it says that how procurement work will be done or integrated with other project work. So this is the definition of a procurement management plan. So if you look at the question, what it is asked from us, so the option number A is the right answer. This is the reason that we use for procurement management plan, or one of the key reasons to use procurement management plan. If you look at other option like option number B, it says which type of procurement agreement will be required for the project. It is the content of procurement strategy. In procurement strategy, you talk about procurement delivery, type of contract, and how procurement will process throughout the project, or how procurement will be processed throughout the procurement phases. So this is not the situation, and this is not the part of the procurement management plan. This is part of procurement strategy. So this is not the right answer. If you look at option number C, it says what are the specific requirements and quality requirements. You generally record these things in a statement of work. So option number C is a statement of work, and again, this is not the right answer. This is not the definition of a procurement management plan. If we look at the option number 4, it says how much it will cost. This is the the job of a document which is named as RFQ, request for quotation, that how prospective vendor will deliver the solution and how much it will cost to us. So basically, if we look at the question, if we look at the option number A is the right definition of procurement management plan. It is a situational based question, and it actually checks your understanding of multiple tools and techniques and outputs. But if we look at the question closely, it says that the estimates that were prepared during the time of planning are not actually realistic, or it's actually applicable when you are executing the project. This is generally the reason of independent cost estimates. So basically, the question is asking you that which of the factor is not related to independent cost estimates. So if we look at the options, option A says office requirements were ambiguous or deficient. So this is one of the reasons that your estimates were lower than the actual value, because your scope was not defined clearly, and that is one of the point of independent cost estimates. So this is not the right answer, but it's the value of or the concept of independent estimates. Then option number B says, the management consulting firm, they actually misunderstood the office requirements. Again, when you look at the concept of independent cost estimates, the reason of variation of plant value versus the actual value may be due to their lacking of understanding the requirement. So technically, independent cost estimate variations may occur due to the deficiency of the scope or the misunderstanding of the management consulting firm. So in the both case, they are part of independent cost estimates and they are not the answer of this question. Option number C says, a management consulting firm failed to respond actual office requirements. So maybe, they understood the requirement, but they are unable to go and do the detailed research, and they come up with their own estimates or maybe some ballpark figures, which are basically not relevant in your situation. So technically, option A, option B, and option C are the definitions or pointers or factors of independent cost estimates. But if we look at option number D, which says, government hikes property rates or property values, this is not relevant. This is not part of independent cost estimates. That is why it is the right answer. It is a situational based question, and actually, in this question, I'm checking your capability of negotiation, especially when you are time pressed. If you look at the options, option A says, negotiate discounted cost, as you are already in a deadline and specifically the prospective vendor is your pre-qualified vendor or already done multiple projects with you. They know your mentality. So, talking about cost or discounted cost is not the right option. So option A is not right. Option number B says, negotiate cost and time. As I said, time is your, critical thing. Cost is not. So you are not going to negotiate much on cost. It's more about the time. So option number B is half correct and half does not, goes with the scenario. So it's not the right answer. Option number C says negotiate the project scope. In the overall situation, management is involved, they are getting feedback, but there is no hint in this question that you can reduce the scope and you can set, couple of things, because you have to talk about some specific deliverables, and all the deliverables that are required, you need all of them. So this is again not the right, scenario, right option to negotiate with. Then the fourth option, here it says negotiate the identified risk and how the vendor will mitigate them and deliver the project. So technically, when I am at this situation and when I am facing this kind of thing, I would, talk about what are the options, what are the risks, how we can mitigate them, and I'm ready to pay, even if I need to pay some extra amount to get my deliverables on time. So in this scenario, the right answer is option number D. In this question, I want to check your understanding of weighted system. Weighted system is a very important system during the evaluation of prospective vendors, or even we can use weighted selection matrix when we are selecting the project. But if you look at the option A says weighted selection matrix is a relative strength system. No, it's not the right thing. Weighted system is an absolute measure. It's more quantitative than qualitative. In option B, when we look at the weighted system, it says it helps you to negotiate the best prices with the vendor. Sorry, weighted system is nothing to do with the negotiation of any price or any time. Then option number C says, weighted system helps you to set the minimum requirements for performance. It's not about minimum requirement. This is actually a screening system. A screening system says that if you want to do the project, you must have ABC certification, you must have these number of qualification, you must have these number of experiences. So weighted system is not about this. This is about screening system. Again, option number C is not the right answer. Option number D, which says it helps to minimize the personal prejudice. So basically, this is the right answer. It helps you to eliminate the biases and focus on the quantitative measure of vendor selection or project selection. So the right answer of this question is option number D. It is a situational based question, and in this question I want to test your understanding of different risk concepts. Especially when I was writing this concept or the question, I wanted to understand that how you are understanding the implementation side of risk management. If we look at the question, it gives a scenario, but specifically it says that as a project manager we already knew that, or we have already identified the risk and devised their risk response plan strategy, that if it risk hits in a project, this will be the action plan that we will do. So based on this context, if you look at the option number A, which says update risk register, this is not the first step that we are going to do. Yes, we will update the risk register, but after implementing the response of this risk. Then option number B says implement workaround. Generally, when we talk about workaround, means it is a risk or issue that we have not thought for it, or we did not made any plan for that risk, and now we are going to implement the workaround. Clearly, this question says that we knew it and we have developed the response strategy, so we are not going to implement the workaround. Option number C says implement fallback plan. Fallback plan means if my first strategy basically is not going to work, then I have to use my strategy number B, or basically fallback plan. So again, we are going to do it first time, we are going to implement it first time, so this is again not the right answer. Then we have option number D, which says implement contingency plan. As we already identified the risk, we know that it's going to happen or it can happen, and we will do this thing. So from the context of the question, the right answer is option number D. It is a situational question, and actually this question tests your knowledge of multiple risk terms. Especially, this question is all about how you implement the risk responses, or how you implement the response of a risk which you have not anticipated. So if we look at the question, it clearly says that you did not anticipate this risk and you don't have technically any specific plan for this environment. If you look at the option A says update risk register. So yes, we will update the risk register, but this is not the right answer, or this is not the first step that we will do in this environment. Then we have implement a workaround. As we don't have anticipated the risk, we don't have any plan, so we need to implement a workaround. Then option C says implement fallback plan. A fallback plan means that you have strategy A for a risk and then you have strategy B for a risk. So strategy B for a risk is referred as a fallback plan. Clearly, we don't have a strategy A, so we don't have a strategy B either for this scenario. Then we have option number D, which says implement contingency plan. So technically we use contingency plan when we already identified the risk and we have some response strategy for it. But as question clearly says that it's new to us. It's first time that we have identified this risk, and it is the first time that's happened to us in our projects. So we don't have any contingency plan for this environment, and we have to use the workaround. It is a case study based question, and it happened to me in my one of the project. And the point is, as you can see that you have identified this risk and you want this risk to be managed or, catered by the, client. But the point is, the key element or the key word which is missing in this question is that you are not the risk owner. You are not the one who is going to implement the risk response of this, risk. So, as you are not the risk owner, you are not going to implement any strategy. You need to, use your influential skills or management skills to, influence risk owner to implement it. If you look at the options from this context, it says option A, ask your development team to make their progress slow. No, you are not going to do that because it's going to hurt your timelines. You want to save your project. You don't want to, align your project with the delay of your client. So option A is outright wrong. Option B is perform corrective action. Right now, as I said, you are not the one who is going to implement any response strategy because you are not the risk owner. Risk owner is from the client side. So corrective action, you cannot implement it. Option number C says, ask your sponsor to influence the bank to expedite the delivery. This is the right answer because the max that you can do is either you influence yourself or you use your management to influence the risk owner to implement it. Finally, option number D says implement preventive actions. Again, it is the wrong option because you are not the risk owner and you cannot implement any corrective or preventive strategy for risk. It is a situational question, and in this question I want to check your understanding of different situations and how you are going to implement different risk response strategies into the specific environment or into the specific case. If we look at the question, it clearly says our plan A does not work and now we need to implement our plan B. If we go for the option A says passive risk plan. Generally when we talk about risk response strategies, we say we have active risk plan and a passive risk plan. Passive risk plan means we don't have any strategy for it and we will implement some workaround for it. So this is not a case of passive risk plan because we have at least plan and we are going to implement our plan B. So option A is not right the answer in this scenario. If you look at the option number B, it says fallback plan. So basically fallback plan is referred as plan B. You generally, when you identify a risk, you say if this risk is going to occur or, and if it occurred, what we'll do is we will implement our contingency response, which is actually plan A. And if our contingency response does not work, then we will go and implement our plan B, which is actually a fallback plan. So the answer of this question is B. If you look at option number C, it says contingency plan. So contingency plan, as I mentioned, is plan A and our plan A is not work, so we cannot implement again our plan A. So option C is again wrong. Option number D is workaround. Workaround means it's kind of a passive risk acceptance strategy where you say, okay, we don't have any plan and if a risk occurs, we will try something and we'll work around for the risk. So the answer of this question, this situation is B, fallback plan. It is a case study based question and I must say a bit tricky too. In this question, I want you to see things from not only from the risk response strategy point of view, but what could be the outputs of risk response strategy. If we see the context of the question, it clearly says that you have implemented the response strategy, but the point is your vendor is asking for replacement of hardware. Maybe they prefer some other product, they want to change the model or OEM or whatever the case is. But here, what options you have? Option number A says implement a workaround. As we already mentioned that we have implemented some contingency response and we knew that this kind of risk can happen, so there is no room for workaround. Workaround means we are implementing some strategies for those risks whose response plans were not developed. So option A is out of the question. Option number B says implement a corrective action. Generally, when we say corrective action, it means it is part of contingency plan, it is part of our risk response strategy, but we already implemented the risk response strategy and it did not work. So in this case, option number B is also not the right answer. Then we have option number C, which says raise change request. Here actually I made the whole question from the perspective of risk, but if you look at the question closely, it says somebody has or vendor has requested to replace the hardware. So it is actually a change request. So as a project manager, what you need to do is you need to raise the change request because the item was already mentioned in the contract and your vendor is asking for replacement or for different model. So the case clearly says during the execution of risk responses, you are raising the change request. This is the right answer. Then option number D says, work on issue resolution. It's still not an issue and we have not delayed the project. There is no cost impact on it yet, and at least question is not giving us this kind of information. So option number D is also not the right answer for this question. Thank you. It is a case study based question, and in this question I want to check your understanding of multiple processes. If you look at the question, it clearly says that you want to do assessment and you want to check two things. One, product development, and the other one is process improvement. So if you want to check product development and process improvement, which process is actually going to perform these assessments? So option number A says assess the fitness for use of project. This is the work of control quality, and here we want to do assessment for both product development and improvement of process. This is not the job of control quality. So option number A is not the answer because it is the job of control quality process. Then option B says assess the final product, that is it going to meet the requirements or not. This is manage quality, and we perform manage quality to manage or assess both product development and process improvement. So in this scenario, from the question perspective, the right answer is option number B. If you look at the option number C, it says acceptance of deliverable. Acceptance of deliverable is done during the validate scope process. So again, we are not here to get the acceptance of a deliverable from the end user. We are here to basically, do the assessment of product development and process improvement. So option number C is not the right answer. Option number D says, knowledge that project has met its objective. Whenever we want to review that our scope, our project, our phase has met its objective, it is the job or it has been done during the close project or phase process. And again, this is not the question that we have asked for. So the right answer for this question is option number B, manage quality. Thank you. It is a situational question and it actually wants to test your understanding of quality audit technique. If you look at options, it says which of the option is not the result of quality audit. It means out of 4, there will be one option which is not about quality audit and 3 options will be about quality audit or the definitions of quality audit. With this perspective, if you look at the option number A, it says, quality and during quality audit, we create quality matrix. No, it has been done during the plan quality process. So the right answer for this question is option A, because creation of quality matrix is not part of quality audit. Then if you look at option number B, C and D, all 3 are actually definition of quality audits. So number 1 says improve processes to get better results during next quality inspection within a project or maybe next phase. So that's one of the the job or the requirement from quality audit. So again, this is not an answer. Option number C says it is going to confirm that either you implemented the corrective or preventive action or not. So when we do quality audit, we also check that the risk that we have identified, did we implemented their responses either in terms of preventive responses or corrective responses. This is one of the job of quality audit. And then option number D says identification of non-conformity and gaps. So in the context of quality audit, this is one of the key job of people who perform quality audit of a project or a process. So option number B, C and D are the definition or the job of a quality audit, and option number A is not relevant in terms of quality audit, and the right answer for this question is option A. It is a case study based question, and actually the whole course or the question answer video that you are watching right now is the solution of this question. If you look at the question closely, it says which variable you want to review and which variables are important for you and for my audiences, that if I implement them, if I make them for them, and then they should go for the course or they should come to me and attend the courses from me. So from this perspective, if you look at the option A says alternative analysis. Alternative analysis means you are seeing what you could do, what are the options you have. But here I am not checking multiple options, I am checking the specific variable in a specific situation. So alternative analysis is not to select option A or option B or option D. It's basically to find out the factor which help me to solve the issue. So option number A is not the right answer. Then option number B says root cause analysis. Root cause analysis generally we use to identify the actual cause of the problem, and we track them by utilizing Ishikawa diagram, or you call it fishbone diagram. But here I'm not going to find out the reason. I know the reason. I know that you guys are fed up with 2000, 3000, 4000 questions. What I want is what you want. Do you want reliability? Do you want quality? Do you want ease of use? Do you want understanding? What do you want? So for this, root cause analysis is not helpful. I already did root cause analysis and I know there is a problem. So option number B is not the right answer. Then option number C says design for X. Design for X means X could be multiple variables, say reliability, ease of use, number of questions. So these are the variables that I will put into it and find and identify what would be best for you guys. So here the right answer for this question is option number C, where I am utilizing design for X for identifying the solution for you. Then option number D says process analysis. Process analysis, basically we need to see which activities are helping us, which are not giving us the right result, where we have non-conformity, and try to see the overall process. Again, we are not doing any process analysis. We need to identify the variable which will help us to deliver the results so that you can actually pass your PMP in record time without the hassle of lot of studying and reading. Thank you. It is a case study based question, and in this question the key point is you want to view or you want to inspect the relation of two different variables. One variable is number of questions attempted by the participants and how many participants or candidates got passed after attempting multiple questions. So you want to see that if somebody is attempting 2000 or 4000 or 8000 questions, are they more successful, or if somebody is attempting only 300 or 400 or 2 or 3 sets of PMP questions and they are successful. So in this scenario, which tool I am talking about? If you look at the option number A, it says affinity diagram. Affinity diagram basically used when we have large number of ideas, large number of options, and we want to group them. So here we don't have large number of ideas and options, and we don't need grouping. So affinity diagram is not the right answer. Then option number B says cause and effect diagram. We can say cause and effect diagram is fishbone diagram, Ishikawa diagram, YY diagram. But it helps us to identify the root cause of the problem by utilizing multiple branching. I don't need branching. I'm not asking for branching. I'm asking for the correlation of two specific variables. So then option number C says matrix diagram. Matrix diagram used to find out the strength of multiple variables and see how it plays their role in the overall system. Again, I'm not looking at multiple variables or factors. What I'm looking at is two specific factors. So in this scenario, the last option we have is scatter diagram. Scatter diagram basically helps me to plot X and Y and see how these two variables are linked, or either they are related or not, or they are giving us positive, negative, or varied input, and this will help us to identify the trend and the value that we should develop or avoid from the perspective of their variable relationships. So the answer of this question is option number D, scatter diagram. And yes, I use it to develop these questions. It is a situational question, and in this question, I am checking your understanding of quality report. We produce a quality report after the managed quality process, especially when we perform the quality audit. So if we look at the options, option A says checklist. Checklist is a specific list. We can develop it for a product specific checklist or a process improvement checklist, and it guides at what steps are required to do the assessment or to gather the requirements and kind of these things. But here it can be used to develop the quality report, but it is not part of the quality report. So this is the answer of this question, because quality report does not include checklist. Then if you look at option number B, it says fallback action. So when we talk about quality report, it contains all the recommendations, all the quality management issues that has been raised by team and others, and it guides us how we can manage it, or how some other department and some other phase can use this report to improve their project phase or project work. So it can include how can we use and fallback actions, or how can we use the contingency plan actions, and how can we use or improve our product, process or project. So B, C and D all are part of quality report, and that is why that is not the answer of this question, because in this question we are asking you which of the following is not part of quality report, and option A, checklist, is not part of quality report. Thank you. It is a ethics based question, and in this question your technical knowledge is in question. Let's see how many of you answered it ethically. Option A says, as you are an expert project manager, you have lot of experience, go and talk to your management that technical knowledge is irrelevant in this context. I believe the question context required us to talk about your technical experience, so option number A is not the right answer. Option number B says you don't need to talk about your technical experience as you have enough experience. I think this is highly unethical, that you are not going to talk about the requirement and assuming it that you will do it yourself. So option number B is not the right answer. Option number C, talk to your management about your technical expertise and convince them that you are more than capable of handling this project. I believe this is the best answer, because as you are expert project manager, but it's important that you talk about it. You should talk about your knowledge, experience honestly. So the right answer from ethic point of view, option number C. Option number D says decline the offer. I would say don't do it, just give it a shot, try option number B first. So the right answer of this question is option number C. Thank you. It is a ethics based question. In this question it does not matter that which methodology or which vendor methodology you like it. If you are managing a project for some client or from some vendor, and if they are using a methodology based on their own preferences, it's perfectly fine. Let's see how many of you answered it ethically. Option A says convince the client that they should use your companies or your vendor methodology. I think if they are using their methodology and they are getting results, so there is no need to focus and sell your methodology. I think here you should sell your project. So option number A is not the right answer. Option number B says reject the project. You can't reject the project based on the methodology or based on the way you will do the project. So option number B is also not the right answer. Option number C is that you should implement your own methodology and don't inform them. I believe this is not the right thing, because as you will be progressing through the project, you will be using their methodology, and you have to report them based on their concerns and guidelines. So option number C is not I would say not possible. So option number C is not the right answer. Option number D is use their methodology as your methodology. I think this is the perfect example, because if you are doing a project for them, their methodology is now your methodology, and it is also part of enterprise environmental factor that when you are going for the project, their methodology, their tool, you have to adhere to it. So the right answer for this question is option number D. Thank you. It is a ethics based question, and in this question client has subjective requirement, subjective quality requirement that project manager should have PMP certification. So let's see how many of you answered it ethically. Option A says accept the offer, as you have vast experience, certification does not matter. It doesn't matter that certification matters or not. If it is a requirement, then you have to adhere to it. So option number A is the wrong option. Option number B says excuse as you don't have the required certification. I think this is the best thing that you can do right now. Option number C, accept the offer and tell them that you will do the certification within next 3 months. I believe as they have the selection criteria based on the PMP certification, that it's highly likely chance that you will get this opportunity. So option number C is also not the right answer. Option number D is ask them to change the contract clause. I think it's also difficult, and you can try it, but it's not going to happen. So option number D is also not the right ethical answer. Thank you. Ethics based question, and this question specifically discuss about child labor. You see, lots of countries have different rules and regulation based on child labor, but globally, it is a phenomena that if child age is beyond 14 years, he or she can work in specific areas. So let's see which one is the right ethical answer. Option number A says do not bid for the project. I believe, as every country has specific requirements, and your project technically does not need to hire child labor, so there is no need to reject the project or don't go in that country. So option number A is not the right answer. Option B says convince the government to adhere to international standards or global standards. For your project, they are not going to listen to you. It's out of the question. So option number B is also not right answer. Option number C says do not hire child labor. That is perfect. Do your project and do not hire child labor. It's perfectly fine for your project. So this is the right answer. And option number D says utilize child labor if required. Don't use it. If your project does not need it, why you are hiring the child labor, and your project says it's not mandatory. So option number D is also not the right answer. Thank you. It is a ethics based question, and I would say a very tricky too. You cannot just hire the resource based on your client recommendation and you want to secure your payments. Let's see how many of you answered it ethically. Option A says hire the resource right away. I think this is not the right thing to do. Option number B says refuse to hire the resource. I think this is also not wise. If somebody is recommending and they have some previous good experiences, you can look into it. Option number C says conduct interview to see if he qualifies. I would say you can do it, but option D is the more preferred one. Option number D says contact global HR for guidance. Although question clearly says that they don't have any specific guidelines, but you should have some information in written so that you can manage it clearly. So the right answer for this important question is option number D, contact global HR for guidance. It is an ethics based question, and as you are playing the role of a project manager from the client side, so you have dual responsibilities. One responsibility is to safeguard the project, but as well as you also need to manage the overall technicalities and these kind of issues. So let's see which of the option you select ethically. Option A says close the or cancel the contract. You're not going to cancel the contract based on this information, so option number A is not the right thing to do. Option B says proceed with the vendor recommendations. Don't do it, because it is going to halt the overall project, and it will service at the either at the end of the project or during the execution of the project. So option number B is not right thing to do. Option number C, change the baseline to incorporate the required action. Actually, that's what I have done in a real situation. You have to do the same thing. It doesn't matter if it is going to change your baseline. You can talk to your management and manage the thing. Option number D, report to vendor management. Generally, when you are going to talk to vendor management, this is their process. They want to do it that way. So it's highly unlikely that they will incorporate and they will change themselves. You need to do it by force. So the right answer in this question is option number C. Thank you. It is a ethical question. Although you don't have that much power to change the thing, but at least you can play your part and inform the management about the discrepancy from the procurement management side. Let's see which of the following option you have selected. Option A says advertise with the predefined selection criteria. This is not the right thing to do. That way you are hiding the information, so you should not do it ethically. Option A is wrong. Option B, change the selection criteria. You don't have authority. This is the job of a procurement team. You're just a product manager. You can provide guidance. You have to work with the procurement. So option number B is also not possible for you. Option number C, inform the management about the selection criteria. This is the best thing to do so that you can use the influence of management so that the right vendor should be selected. Option number D says leave the project. That's not the right thing to do. Should not leave the project. You should fight for the right. So the right answer for this question is option number C. Thank you. It is a ethics based question. Although the client and the vendor both are targeting for something that is unrealistic, and they both are thinking that they will do the project with a specific timeline which is unrealistic. So as a project manager, as a project consultant, what is ethically for you to do? Option number A, ask vendor to resubmit the updated project plan. Technically, if you will review the project plan again, it will have again some serious concern. So option number A is not the right option to do. Option number B is develop the project plan with client. By sitting with the client, you will miss a lot of technical information because the project is done by vendors, so they have the real information, so you cannot miss them. So option number B is also not the right thing to do. Option number C, change the vendor. It's not the right thing to do. You can get work with them. There are no major discrepancies. Issues are from both sides. So changing the vendor, especially at this stage, is not advisable. So option number C is not right. Option number D, develop the project plan with vendor and client both. That is the good thing to do. You should do it ethically. So the right answer for this question is option number D. Thank you. It is a ethics based question, and here you have lot of boundaries and you have to do the best thing in this current situation. Let's see which of the following answer you chose ethically. Option A, select the lowest bid. You cannot just go and select the lowest bid by knowing that lots of lowest bidders will be less quality standard, will be doing less quality standard work, or maybe asking lots of change requests during the project. So option number A is not the right thing. Select the highest bid. Highest bid is against the regulatory requirement, so you cannot do this thing. So option B is also not right. Option number C, choose the contract type wisely. This is critical. If you want to make sure your performance is there, you should choose the contract type wisely. Option number D, renegotiate with regulatory body. I wish you good luck. So option number D is not the right answer in this context. Thank you. It is a ethics based question, and as you can see in the question that there are some regulatory requirement arises at the last hour, so you need to see your options ethically. Option A says go for the trip as it is for vendor evaluation. You can't go for the trip as that there are some issues. So option number A is outrightly wrong. Option number B says keep your trip short. For what? So are you going for some enjoyment, a honeymoon trip? No, there is no need to keep your trip short. Don't do a trip at all. So option number B is also wrong. Option number C says utilize virtual meeting to assess the vendor capability. There is no need right now, as that it will take more than 6 months. So once the litigation and the requirements resolve, then you can do anything that you want. So option number C is not the right thing too. Option number D says postpone the visit till the requirements get clear. I think this is the best thing to do. So the right ethical answer in this situation is option number D. Thank you. It is a ethics based question. As your bank has to comply the regulatory deadlines, and that your deadlines are not going to be achieved, you cannot just keep quiet and see the things as it folds. So let's see how many of you answered it ethically. Option number A says try to crash the project. Even if you crash the project, you don't have guarantee that you will complete the regulated deadline. So option A is out of question. Option number C is report your findings to the CIO. I believe this is the perfect thing to do. In fact, I did the same. I had this situation in one of my project, and I talked to the CIO, and he handled it amicably. So the right answer for this specific ethical question is option number B. Option number C is say you are not going to do the project. As you are a project manager, you should take care of this thing. Either it's in a good shape or bad shape. So option number C is also not the right answer. Option number D, that wait for the next meeting. This is not the right thing to do. You have to inform right now so that the proper corrective action should be taken to measure the overall impact. Thank you. It is a ethics based question. As you are aware of the the seller margin, you are not supposed to reject their prices or you're not supposed to, replace them early. You need to give some ethical considerations. Let's see how many of you answered ethically. Option number A says use another qualified vendor. Although there are lots of qualified vendors available in the list, but as they are technically qualified, you should not, directly reject them. You should use other options to, engage them appropriately. So option number A is not the right answer. Option number B says rebid the project. There is no need to rebid the project and delay the overall, project. So option number B is also not the right option. Option number C says negotiate to decrease the cost. Yes, this is the right thing. First of all, as you are already in a procurement, you need to perform negotiation and see how you are able to, make a win-win situation for both the parties. So this is the right option on the given context. Option number D says, report the discrepancy to the procurement head. I don't think so that procurement head is going to help and solve the matter right now, because this is specific to your specific target area, and as they are following the procedures, you need to look into it how you can measure and manage the thing. So the right answer in this context is option number C. Thank you. As it is a ethics based question, and the competent authority has asked you to provide honest and confidential feedback, let's see how many of you answered it ethically. Option number A says report the discrepancy. This is the best thing to do. As you have been asked to provide your feedback, this should have been done. So the right answer for this question is option number A. But option number B, let's see how many have selected option B. Ignore the request. Yes, you can, because as you are not mandatory to respond, but I believe the ethical answer is option number A. Option number C says deny the discrepancy. I think this would be the criminal act. Even if you are not if you are ignoring, it's okay, but write out ignoring and not write out denying the charges on behalf of your friend is not the good thing to do. So option number C is also wrong. Option number D says inform your team member or friend about this thing. I think as it is confidential, you are not supposed to do this thing. So the right answer of this ethical question, or the ethical answer of this ethical question, is option number A. Thank you. It is a ethics based question, and in this question, you have to see how you deal the situation ethically. So option number A says conduct the bidder conference. As you don't have the enough information to present to your prospective sellers, so it's not advisable to do the bidder conference. So option number A is wrong, ethically wrong. Option number B is reschedule the bidder conference and present yourself. I believe it's not the wise thing to do. You should, ask your team to prepare it well and do it. So option number B is also not right thing to do. Option number C is cancel the bidder conference and award to pre-qualified, seller. I think it's also not justified. You should give fair chance to everybody. So option number C is also not right. Option number D says reschedule the bidder conference and let your team member present it. I believe this is the best thing to do, and this should happen ethically. Option number D, right answer. Thank you. It is a ethics based question, and faith is a very sensitive matter, specifically when you are doing a project with multi-faith people. You need to be extra cautious, and you need to develop a strategy where you include all of them. So based on this thing, let's see how many of you are ethical. Option A says invite them up in a party. I think it's highly unethical to invite them in a party by knowing that they don't like to be in it. So option number A is the wrong option. Option number B is ignore them as they don't like to be in that party. So basically, if you're ignoring them, but they will feel that you set up a party, you host a party, and you ignore them based on their faith. So it's also not a true thing or not a good thing to do. Option number C says, change the party theme. I think it's the good way to do it. Set up a party which basically helps everyone to engage and share their knowledge and work as a team. So this should be the right thing to do. Option number C is the right thing. Option number D, cancel the party. I think don't cancel the party. You should engage and set up and host parties so that people should mingle each other, talk to each other and share the knowledge. It's a good team building activity too. So the right answer of this ethical question is option number C. Thank you. It is a ethical question, and as you can see that in this question, your procurement team is utilizing a way, or you can say workaround, to support a vendor which is not the right thing to do. Let's see how you answered it ethically. Option number A says continue with the payment plan and with the current vendor. I think this is not the right option to do. This is not ethical, so option A is wrong. Option number B says engage other pre-qualified vendor. I think until unless giving a fair chance to your vendor, you should not do it because they are technically qualified. So option number B is not the right answer. Option number C says rebid the proposal. I think this is the best thing to do. You can rebid the proposal. And option number D says decrease the scope. This is not the right thing to do in this situation. So the right answer of this ethical question is option number C. Thank you. It is an ethical question. Although in this situation you are also a victim, but you need to see how ethically you can answer this question. Option A says hold the information as it is your first impression. I would say don't do it. You will be exposed sometime later. So option A is not the right answer to do or right thing to do. Option number B says report the issue that team member gave you the wrong information. If you are going to tell them this thing, your own value will be in question. So don't do it. This is not the right thing to do. Deal it politically some other time. Option number C says redo the whole work and update the progress report. You need to update them that the report has some issues, and although you are updating the report, but you are not letting them that you are doing it. So option number C is not the right option to do. Now finally, inform that you have some misinformation and you did the report based on the old format, old data, and you are going to update it. I believe this is going to help you and help the overall impression too. The right thing in this situation, the right ethical answer is option number D. Thank you. It is an ethical question, as the release does not, necessarily required by the client, or they don't know about it, but it will impact you. In fact, it impacted in a real life situation when I was doing the project like this. So let's see how many of you answered it ethically. Option number A says continue as planned because your bank did not ask for upgrade. This is not the wise thing to do. After some branches, you have to redo the whole work. So option number A is not right. Option number B, inform the bank about available updates and perform the change management. This is the perfect thing to do, and it will be long-term solution. So the right answer for this ethical question is option number B. Option number C says implement the change and adjust the schedule without letting know the bank. You can't do this thing. This is not the right thing to do. You cannot absorb the whole cost. It's a costly affair. So option number C is not right. Option number D says implement the change on the remaining branches. What you're saying is that half of the branching will be running on the previous version and half of the branches will be running on the new version. That's not possible. So option number D is also wrong. Thank you. It is a ethical question, and as you know that newly hired HR head information is not correct, or he is not listening to you or anyone else, then what you do ethically in this situation? Option A says meet with the HR head. You already talked to him. Meeting with again is not going to give you any result. So option A is not the right answer. Option B is update a risk. Yes, it is a risk, but if you are going to just update a risk and sit, that's not the right thing to do. So option number B is not right in this context. Option number C is inform the management about HR head. You can do that, but as this is your personal input and as you have seen it and you have previous experiences of, if you talk about it, probably it's not going to give you the right leverage. Option number D says meet with other subcontractor project manager who is dealing with this HR head and see how you can how you both can resolve this issue amicably. So the right answer for this question is option number D. Thank you. It is a ethics-based question. As you know, aware of, you got to know about, you got to aware about the specific resource situation of your organization contractor. Then you cannot keep this information to yourself, and you want to selfishly complete your project. So let's see which option you select ethically. Option A says complete your project. I want to say complete your project selfishly. This is not the right thing to do. So option A is wrong. Option number B says, tell other project managers, those who are managing the project with this contractor, so that they can adjust their work and get the work done as per their schedule. This is the right thing to do. So option number B is right. Option number C is mediate the issue with contractor and their team. You're not going to mediate the issue. This is their job. They have to manage themselves. So option number C is also not right. Option number D is cancel the contract. You are not supposed to cancel the contract because of their internal issues. Yes, you have to do some remedy and preventive actions, but you are not supposed to do cancel the contract. So right answer for this situation and the options we have is tell the other project manager about the contractor team issues. Thank you. It is a ethics-based question. As you know that the project will get delayed due to the rigidness of head of HR. So what should you do ethically? Option A says report in next month management meeting, so that you can highlight that head of HR was not cooperating. I think it's not the good thing to do. Rather than playing blame game, try something else. So option A is not the right answer. Option B says ask vendor to observe the delay. Why you are pushing your delay, your management issue to your vendor? So option number B is not the right thing to do. Option number C says negotiate with the head of HR. If it was easy, you would have done it. So option number C is not the right answer in this option, in this context. Option number D says inform management about delay. I believe this is the right time to directly talk to the management and explain them what is happening and how it is going to impact the overall project. So the right answer in this context is option number D. Thank you. It is a ethics-based question. Although from the contract point of view, you can say that accepting the current range and model is perfectly fine. But if you look at the overall project, specifically the cost term, asking for the new model is not a bad thing to do. In fact, it is the good thing to go for the new model. Let's see how many of you selected the right ethical answer. Option A says accept the cameras as it was mentioned in the contract. Yes, but it was mentioned 2 years ago. So option number A is not the right answer. Option number B says change the vendor. I believe there is no need to change the vendor. Okay, so option number C says ensure that next phase will have new model. No, if as they have not purchased it, although they have contracted it, so you should not wait for the next phase. Ask for the delivery of the current phase 2. So option number C is not right. Option number D says report to management to update the contract for new model camera. I think this is the perfect thing to do, and it is also ethical. I hope you understand the context and the answer. It is a ethics-based question. As you have identified a quality problem after the UAT acceptance, it does not mean that you can go with the flow. Let's see how many of you answered it ethically. Option number A says proceed with the formal closure of phase. This is not ethical. Don't choose this option. Option number B says document in your lesson learned so that it can help you in next phase. No, you don't need it next phase. You need it right now. Of course, it will help you in next phase in next project, but it's better to do it now. So option B is also not right. Option number C says proceed with closure and manage in next phase. Of course, you don't need to proceed. You need to redefine, reset, and correct it right now, right here. So option number C is also not the right answer. Option number D says stop the closing of phase till deliverable is not as per standard. This is the perfect thing to do, and it is ethical also. Thank you. It is a ethics-based question, and I must say an interesting one too. Lots of time we don't understand that if we did some research, if we did some discovery on the expense of somebody else, so that research does not belong to us, or that research does not belong to us until and unless they officially let us do whatever we want to do. So let's see how many of you selected the right option. Option A says reject the offer and close the project as instructed by the management. You can do this thing as management has asked for you, but if you have find silver light, if you have find an option, you should talk to the management. So option A is not right. Option B, set up a startup and close the project instructed by management. I think this is not right thing to do. You should inform your management. So option number B is not the right answer. Option number C, convince the management to reinstate the project and fire the technical resource. I think, firing the technical resource is not the right thing to do. He identified a very good thing in your project, and you should, utilize his knowledge and experience to work on, because, that's he who identified the opportunity. So option number C is also not right. Option number D, convince the management to reinstate the project and promote him as technical lead. I think this is the best thing to do, because it will also compensate him, and also it will help management if they agree to do the project. So the right answer in this scenario, in this ethical question, is option number D. It is a ethical question, an interesting one too. As you have unable to identify the fees, you cannot claim that this fees is a bribe. Let's see how many of you ethically answered this question. Option A says, do not the fees as it is bribe. It is not bribe, it's the fees. So option A is wrong. Ask customer to transition it itself. They are not going to transition it. They have contracted you the whole project in a lump sum way. So that's your job to transition the product to their site. So they are not going to do themselves. So this is not the right answer too. Option number B is also not right. Option number C says, pay the fees. Of course, you have to pay the fees. This is part of your contract. Option number D says, charge the customer extra fees. I don't think so. They are going to pay you, and it will be wise or ethical to charge them extra fees. I hope you understand this question and the context. Thank you. It is a knowledge-based question, and I must say an important one. As a project manager, you need to understand the progress reports. You need to comprehend what CPI is, what SPI is, and how you are going to report this information to your management. So if we look at the question says our CPI is 1.2. When we talk about CPI, if the result is 1, it means we are on track. If the result is greater than 1, like 1.1, 1.2, 1.5, like in this case, it means we are under budget. But if the result is less than 1, like 0.8, 0.9, 0.7, it means we are over budget. Same way, if we have to see SPI, Schedule Performance Index, if the result is 1, it means we are on track as far as the schedule is concerned. If result is greater than 1, it means 1.2, 1.4, 1.5, it means we are ahead of schedule. And if the result is less than 1, 0.8, 0.7, it means we are behind the schedule. So based on this data, if you look at the option, do you think option A, scope is the concern? No. Option number B, schedule is the concern? Yes. So the right answer in this context is option number B, schedule, option number A, option number C, and option number D. Scope, cost, and quality are not our concern based on CPI and SPI information we have. I hope you understand it well and guess the right answer. Thank you. I must say it is a knowledge-based question. You see, generally when we monitor our project progress, we talk about person complete, we talk about schedule completion, cost impact, cost utilization, but we never see things beyond that. Generally, our status is 2D in terms of time, in terms of cost, but mostly it is all about what has happened. We generally look back, we don't look forward. So based on this context, whenever you talk about look back, you talk about person complete, when you talk about what has happened, you go for lagging indicator. But leading indicators are all about forecast, what might happen, what should be the total cost of the project, how we are going to implement the remaining work of the project, how much remaining work we have. So they all are referred as leading indicators. So we need to, when we are creating our progress report, we should add both lagging indicators and leading indicators. So based on the example and the discussion that I have done right now, or the explanation that I gave you right now, which of the following is not a leading indicator? I believe right now it is easier for you. Schedule, forecast, future, leading indicator. B, person complete, That's not the leading indicator, that's a lagging indicator. It talks about what has happened, how much work has been completed. So option number B is the right answer in this context. Option number C says cost forecast, like schedule forecast, cost forecast is also leading indicator. Option number D, I think lots of you selected option number D. You see, burn down charts are used in agile project, but the point is, burn down charts talks about how much work is left, how much scope, how much functionality, how much story points are left. So it's more of a leading indicator rather than the lagging indicator. I hope you understand the question well. Thank you. It is a situational question and it's a bit tricky too. Most of the time as a manager, when we look at the progress, we see that if everything is okay, everything is green, let's move on. But we need to look at the trend also, and we have to see that, is it something that is going to impact our project? Although it's not impacted yet, but it may impact. We need to identify the trend. And if we can identify the trend, it may help us in future. So based on this concept, based on scenario, I write this question. We do this thing during the monitoring and controlling of the project. Let's see how many of you guess the right answer. Option number A says do nothing as project is on a schedule. This is what regular project managers do, but as I asked, you are an expert project manager, what would you do? You would not do this thing. Option A is not right in the given context. Option number B says recommend corrective action. You see, the definition of corrective action is that your project is off track and you need to do something to get it back on track. There is no such thing that is off track and you need to get back on the track. So option number B, recommend corrective action, is also not right. Option number C, recommend preventive action. Here you go. You have to do that thing because you want to make sure that the delivery should come on time. It should not happen in the future branches. And whatever your risk register says about this thing, you should recommend to implement it. So option number C is the right answer. Option number D says implement defect repair. Defect means some error has occurred. Defect means you need to redo the whole work. You need to perform rework. And as you know, this question does not talk about anything like that. So option number D is not the right answer. Thank you. It is a situational question, and in this situation, actually I'm testing your knowledge of work performance report. And when we perform monitoring and controlling during project, we got input from multiple processes, from control scope, control schedule, control cost, control quality, control risk, control procurement. So we have a lot of inputs from multiple the processes, and these inputs are referred as work performance information. What was delivered, what was required, what is our progress. And now we are supposed to represent them, convert them into work performance report. So here we are, we have to provide a work performance report. Our management asks a specific report. Generally, when we talk about report, we have two types of report: status report and progress report. So let's see which of the following is the right answer based on this question. Option number A says status report. You see, a status report is a management report, is a decision report. It generally provides the information about current time, what is happening, what has happened. It does not talk about the trend. So generally, we provide the status report to management, but here management wants trend. So option number A is not right. Option number B says dashboard report. You see, dashboard report is not a report. Dashboard is a format. So you can use dashboard format in status report, in progress report, in any other kind of report. So option number B is also not correct. Option number C says work performance report. You see, either you talk about the status report or progress report, both are types of work performance report. And another important thing is, whenever you are going for the answer, you have option. If you have general option, then specific option. Always go for the specific option. So work performance report is more of a general, and we have two types of report: status report and progress report, which are already available in the option. So we have to select the more specific option. Let's see what is option number D. Option number D says progress report. Progress report is the right answer. Yes, although progress report is tactical, it talks about the trend of the project, what is going on, what is our progress based on our scenario. But here management wants to see this report. So the right answer for this question is option number D, progress report. Thank you. It is a situational question, and I must say a bit tricky too. Sometimes your team is on site, they are, moving from one area to another area to another area, and a couple of, branch managers, a couple of the site managers or resources need, something different, something extra, and they want to, show you that they are privileged, they are of high command or high authority, and they should be treated differently, and they should get, higher model, higher product thing that should be different than the others. But, as a project manager, what should you do? Are you going to accommodate them all? Are you going to reject them all? What should be the right procedure to do in this environment? Option number A. Let's see how many of you are going to find out the right answer. Option number A says, reject the requirements as your team only deliver what is incorrect or was in contract. You see, sometimes I should say politically, emotionally, you should not just say it is not part of the contract, I am going to reject it. You have to evaluate the option. You have to evaluate the political environment, cultural environment. You cannot just say that if it is not in the contract, we are not going to do it. It is for everybody. Sometimes you have to see things from a stakeholder perspective. Sometimes you have to see things from the cultural perspective, and then you can, utilize other options too. So option number A is outright wrong. Don't do it, right? Option number B says arrange a higher model for regional branch head. Again, you don't have somehow discretion to do this thing. Maybe you have that discretion, maybe you have that power, but I would say, rather than exercising your power, you should identify the option and see how you can, better manage it and then, deal it. So option number B is also not the right option in this scenario. Option number C says, expedite the problem to project sponsor. This is one of the best thing to do. Sometimes when you are junior and leading a project and you have to deal with the senior managers in another department, or sometimes maybe you are dealing with the peers, but you want to influence the people and you think you can't be able to influence them yourself, then you need to use your sponsor or the senior managers to influence them, or see how they interact with each other and what decision they make. So doesn't matter either they are going to give them or not. But as a project manager, your next immediate boss, your next immediate change control member is a sponsor. You should expedite them and see what they are going to decide. So the option number C is the right option and right answer in this situation. Option number D says defer the requirement till next upgrade. There is no such thing that you are going to upgrade again their branch or there is another upgrade going on. So option number D is outrightly wrong. Thank you. It is a knowledge-based question, and in this question, I'm trying to clarify the difference between change management and configuration management. That is why I have, given you this question. So let's see how many of you got this right. Option number A says, change management is focused on deliverables and baselines. Perfectly fine. Generally when we talk about change management, it's all about how it's going to be impacted in our project, what scope is going to be changed, how many baselines are going to be impacted, which baseline is going to be impacted, either its cost, either its schedule, either its scope. So option number A is the right concept. That is why it is not incorrect and not the answer of this question. Then option number B says configuration management is focused on product specification. See, product specification means how many versions we have. In fact, which type of product we are using. We can use document, we can use CD. So we have to identify what are our configurable items and then specify them with right versioning and tools. So this is the right concept and configuration management is used for this purpose. So again, this is not incorrect. That is why option number B is not also the answer of this question. Option number C says, change management and configuration management must be automatic. Not necessary. It can be automatic. It can be manual. So option number B from the concept point of view is wrong. That is why option number C is the right answer. Then we have option number D, and it says, configuration management is focused on process specification. Configuration management is focused on product specification as well as process specification. So B and C both are right concepts. That is why option number C is the right answer. Thank you. It is a situational question and it is a bit tricky too. as in this question, I'm not asking you that the customer has asked for new requirements or there are some issues in the project. Your internal team is asking to set up a better control, better tools so that they can perform the work in a better environment. You see, either the change is requesting from coming from the end user or customer or stakeholder in terms of the project scope, or any change or any recommendation or requirement is coming from your team to update the environment. This is change, and based on this, let's see which one is the right option. Option number A says reject the recommendation as it will increase the cost. Yes, of course it will increase the cost, but you cannot just right away reject the changes, because sometimes you need to review. And I said, whenever you have a change request as a project manager, the first thing is evaluate it, evaluate the options, evaluate the impact. You cannot just say, okay, I'm going to cancel it because it's not part of contract or it is not what we are going to do. So option A is not the right option. Option number B says implement the automated configuration management tool. So how can you implement it? Because you need to see the impact, you need to get the approval, you need to get the fund. So you cannot just do it right away unless you are using pirate copy software. Option number C says, perform cost benefit analysis. Here when you are identifying any tool, when you are identifying any new product specification, and you want to see that how it is going to impact the project, you can perform cost benefit analysis to see what are the costs, what are the value of that tool in your project. So this is the right answer, and you should do it during the project. Generally, we think that cost benefit analysis is part of pre-initiation, where we use this tool to select the project, to defend the project, to justify the project. But no, we can use this tool in between the project also. Which one of the example is this, where I'm using this cost benefit analysis. Option number D says ask management to make decision. Yes, you will be asking management to make decision, but before that you will give them options, you will give them your recommendation, then they will make a decision. Thank you. It is a situational question. And in this situation, we are talking about a change request and how to handle a change request process during the project. You see, as a project manager, it's not necessary that all of your recommendations should be accepted by the change control board. Change control board can have their own agenda. They can have their own priority. So based on the situation, as a project manager, what we need to do is we need to follow their recommendation, follow their, command, so that we can move on. Let's see how many of you are correct in this situation. Option number A says update change log. Yes. Once the change request is being accepted or rejected or deferred or whatever, what you need to do is you need to update your change log. So option A is the right thing to do. That is why it is not the right answer for this question. Option number B says update issue log. You see, there are no issues. There are no such thing that happened and delayed your project or change your baseline or detrack your project. So you are not going to update any issue log. That is why this is the right option of the question. Option number C says, update baselines. Of course, as you already mentioned in the question that, it will impact your baseline as your management approve the, change request. Wherever it needs to update, reflect, either in project management plan documents or project documents, you have to update them. So option number C is the right thing to do. That is why it is not the right answer. Option number D says implement approved change request. Now, as you have approved change request from your CCB, you need to go to the execution and just do the work as a deliverable. Thank you. It is a knowledge-based question encapsulated in a situation. You see, generally when we review PMBOK, we think that first action is to produce a deliverable during execution process group, where we use monitor and control, direct and manage project work. And then, direct or managed work will provide us deliverable. We will send this deliverable to monitoring and controlling process group in control quality process, where we will perform the inspection and we will have verified deliverable. And then we will send this verified deliverable to a validated scope, so that our user, our customer, our client can perform inspection and give us the accepted deliverable. So the sequence would be that first we will have deliverables, then we will, inspect the deliverable and get the verified deliverable, and then then we will send this verified deliverable for inspection by customer user, and then we will get accepted deliverable. So deliverable, verified deliverable, and accepted deliverable. But once you are doing this thing, mostly you follow the pattern, but it's not necessary that you perform control quality and then go to validate scope. You can actually do parallel also. You can also start the validate scope and control quality in a parallel way. So from this perspective, from this knowledge perspective, I write this question. Let's see how many of you were right to find out the anomaly in this question. Option number A says, quality inspection is concerned with meeting quality requirements. Perfectly fine. That's what we do for quality inspection. Option number B says customer inspection is concerned with acceptance of deliverable. This is the scope of validated scope process. So option A, option B, both are right concepts. That is why they are wrong options for this question. Option number C says, quality inspection is mandatory before customer inspection. Generally, the practice is, we do a verified deliverable, we perform control quality, then, we go for validated scope. But what I'm saying is, but we can do it in parallel. So option C is wrong. Option C is wrong from the concept purpose, but option C is right from the perspective of this question. So we were finding out the incorrect option. So this is the right thing. Option number D says customer inspections helps to obtain formal acceptance of deliverable. Of course, when he or she will accept the deliverable, it's going forward from formal acceptance of the deliverable. So the right option, right answer for this question is option number C. Thank you. It is a situational question. And in this question, actually, I'm testing your understanding of validate scope process. And I believe it's a bit tricky too. Once your team has developed the deliverable, you send it to quality, and quality has also verified the deliverable. Now you are in validate scope process where you want that your client or customer or user should actually accept your deliverable. So in a process like this, what is your most important concern? Let's see how many of you are correct in this situation. Option number A says completeness of deliverable. You want to ensure completeness of deliverable. Completeness of deliverable is mainly concerned in close project or phase process, where you are going towards the closure of the project or phase, and you want to make sure that all the related work is complete, either in terms of performing the thing, accepting the thing, managing the quality. So this is not part of here. This is not part of validated scope. This is not part of monitoring and controlling process. So option A is not the right answer. Option B says verification of deliverable. You see, once our team develop the deliverable, we send it to control quality, and the goal of control quality is to verify the deliverable. So option B is basically part of control quality process. So again, this is not the right answer. Option number C says acceptance of deliverable. Here you go. This is what you want, because during the validated scope process, your customer, your client, your end user, actually you performing inspection on your verified deliverable to see that either these deliverable conform their requirement, conform their expectation. If they said yes, then they are going to formally accept your deliverable. So you want to ensure that all the deliverables that your team has produced and your internal quality has verified, it should be accepted. So this is the right answer of this question. Option number D says transition of deliverable. You see, this is part of closed project or phase where you check the completeness of deliverable and then you transition it to the end user or client. So this is not the right option for this question. The right option for this question is option number C. Thank you. It is a situational question, and it is tricky too. Let me see how many of you actually corrected this one, because it has a twist and turn and your understanding issue also. So let's see how many of you are correct. Option number A says transition the accepted deliverable. You see, you got accepted deliverable during monitoring and controlling phase. And another important part is this acceptance of deliverable is achieved during the validate scope process. So once your user accepted a deliverable, what you need to do is you need to send those deliverables to close project or phase process, where you actually, one of the key output is that you transition those accepted deliverable so that the whole thing should be transitioned to the client or the product and they can use it. So this option can be one option, and this is the right concept. That is why it is not the right answer. Option number B says start the next phase. There is a possibility that, as I said also in the question, that your phase is complete, your deliverables are accepted, you're not going to transition the product to the client, but maybe you need to transition the result. Let's say you complete design phase and now you want this design to be transitioned to the other department or other phase or other team, those who are going to develop on it. So you can start the next phase based on this input. So option number B is also right, and that is why it is not the answer. Option number C says close the project. Just after accepting the deliverable from the users, you are not going to close the project. First of all, you need to get the formal acceptance, you need to do the closing of the overall project activities, and then you are going to close the project. So option number C is not right. There are a couple of activities that you need to perform between the closure, between the acceptance deliverable and the closure of the project. So this is not the right answer. Then option number D says close the phase. Basically, if you see option number B and C, they are more or like related, because you will close the phase, then you are going to start the next phase. So option number A, option number B, and option number D are correct concepts. That is why option number C is the right answer for this question. Thank you. It is a situational question, and I believe it's a very interesting situation, because your technical team has delivered the engineering deliverables. You send those deliverables into control quality and they verify the deliverable. But when you ask your customer or end user to review it, to inspect it, and actually you are expecting the accepted deliverables, but your client or customer says, sorry, this is not what I asked for. This is not the result that we are intended for. And then, when you reviewed the deliverable with the requirement document or requirement traceability document, you find out that your customer is right. And the issue is with your team, who misunderstood the requirement and intent, and basically they developed the requirement based on their understanding, and they basically tested the quality actually based on their understanding. So in this scenario, as an expert project manager, what should you do? So option number A, let's see what you have selected. Option number A says raise change request. Yes, it is a change request, but it's not going to be the first thing. As I said, what would be your next step, first step? So your next step is not to raise the change request, although you would be doing this thing. Option number B says review the requirement with the specific engineering team. Yes, first of all, you have to sit with the team. And you see, whenever you have a change, whenever you have corrective action, preventive action, defect repair, you are not just going to inform to sponsor or raise the change request or do some corrective or preventive action. The first thing is to review the error or corrective action or preventive action and see what are the options before taking any action. So option number B is the right option in this situation. Option number C says escalate the issue to your sponsor. As I said, you would be doing this thing, but not right after the information about the problem. First you need to evaluate the options, see the reasons. That's why the option number B is the right option. Option number D says remove the engineering team from the project. It's too early to say about this thing. So the right answer for this question is option number B. Thank you. It is a knowledge-based question, and in this question actually testing your knowledge of different components of a scope. Based on the question, what we are getting is our team has asked for a couple of new requirements. They have requested something. Vendor has done it, but from the scope management perspective, from the project management perspective, these additional requirements are referred as what? So number A is product scope. No, it is not a product scope. Product scope is the scope that we agreed during the planning, that is part of the baseline. As we have already mentioned in the question that it is, extra work, so that is not part of the product scope. So option number A is wrong. Option number B is gold plating. Gold plating means the vendor is giving you something extra based on their own, effort, based on their goodwill, and overall scope baseline is not changed. But here, your vendor is not giving you something, you are asking to do it for them. So gold plating is also not the right option. Option number C says project scope. You see, project scope means the scope that you need to perform to deliver the product. So let's suppose you are getting videos. The product scope of this project is 200 question, and the explanation of each question. This is the product scope, right? And course certificate or the video certificate. But when you talk about the project scope means how I'm recording this course, especially when we have a lot of heat and me and Umar are sweating. So this is all about the project scope, right? Then this is the last option, and let's see, and I believe this is the right answer too, scope creep. Scope creep is, your customers or other stakeholders are asking the additional requirement, which is the case, and you are not adjusting the your baselines, you are not adjusting your time, cost, and scope, and that is why it is bad. In fact, gold plating is also bad, but generally we say scope creep is bad. As a project manager, you have to control the scope, you have to measure it, and you have to avoid it. Otherwise, it's going to impact the overall thing. The definition generally when we talk about scope creep is it's uncontrollable expansion to scope without adjusting the time, cost, and scope. But important factor is, brother or sister, if you got new requirements and it's processed through change control board and it is agreed and accepted, then the new scope or additional scope is not scope creep. Because generally people think that scope creep means additional requirements. No, additional requirements without adjusting in the time, cost, scope is scope creep. But the additional scope which is adjusted after the approval from CCB is the new scope. I hope you understand the question and the context that I wanted to give you in this question. Thank you. It is a situational question, and in this question I am testing your understanding or skill of a project manager where you have to deal these kind of things. So based on the situation, you were doing a project, and during the project you got to know that it has another purpose, and this project should fulfill the other purpose also. So let's see which one is the right option. Option number A says update the scope statement. You cannot just update the scope statement based on some information. You need to do a couple of things. So option number A is not the right thing to do, or not the first thing to do. Option number B says raise the change request for rebaselining. As you got to know about this requirement and you have reviewed it, which I did not give you in an option, but before going to raise the change request, you need to do review with your team, and then raise the change request for rebaselining. This is the right answer to do this thing. Option number C says update the project schedule and budget. It is same like A, that you are going to update it, scope and schedule and budget. But until unless your change request has not been approved or has not gone through the proper change control board, you are not going to do A and B options. Option number D says ignore it because it was not part of the scope. Yes, it was not part of the scope, but now they want this thing to be part of the scope, so you cannot just ignore it. So the right answer for the given options are option number B, raise the change request for rebaselining. Thank you. It is a case study based question, and I converted it into a situation where I want to test your expert skill, that how you perform scope controlling and how you measure the performance of your scope. So based on this data, let's see how many of you guessed it right based on available information. So basically what I want to do is, what I want to test is that either the additional reports that we have done or that we got done by our vendors is acceptable within the threshold limit or within the reserves. So based on this thing, if I look at the option number A, it says trend analysis. Trend analysis helps me to see what was planned, what is happening, or are we going to, complete our scope as per the baseline, or we are going to be impacted. So here we are not going to use this data, so this is not the right option. So trend analysis is not helpful in this environment. Option number B says inspection. Generally, we don't use inspection when we are controlling the scope. We use inspection when we are validating in terms of the scope during validated scope process that the verified deliverables are accepted by the end user or not. So this is not the right option in this context too. Option number C says variance analysis. Yes, this is the right answer, because variance analysis helps us to understand that, what are the variances in terms of the scope, what we have planned, what we have achieved, and, what are the new requirements. Are the new requirements or changes within this specific threshold or not? So this is the target of variance analysis during control scope process, and that's what we need to use. Option number D says performance reviews. Generally, when we talk about performance reviews, it means how we want to measure that, how we are doing, what was our planned scope, what was our actual scope, and how we are going to do it. But again, we are not measuring our plan versus actual. This is not even part of control scope process. Thank you. It is a case study based question, and I actually map this case study with a specific situation to test your knowledge of performance report. Specifically, I'm talking about performance report that you produce during the control scope process. You see, when we perform control scope process, we want to make sure that there are no scope changes. We want to prevent scope creep and all sort of things. And at the end of the day, we want to report performance or project in terms of the scope. So when we are reporting the performance of the project in terms of the scope, which of the following is not part of the scope report, or which is not valid in terms of the scope performance report? Option number A says our scope performance report can include forecast of scope performance. Yes. How we are going to perform the project, what will be delivered, how we are going to deliver, perfectly fine. Option number A is correct. That is why it is not the right answer. Option number B says number of change requests received. Yes. How many change requests received till now? So this is one of the key, area aspect of our scope performance report that should be part of the scope report, but that is why it is not the right answer. Option number C says forecast future additional reports. How do you know that you will have X number of future requirements, or you will have X number of additional change requests? You don't know right now. You can't predict. You don't have some crystal ball to predict, okay, this is going to happen. So this is not the part of the scope report. Option number D says number of change requests implemented. So we had 20 change requests, we have implemented 15, whatever. So this is the right part of your performance report. So I hope you understand it correctly, and I believe you answered it correctly too. Thank you. It is a case study based question, and in this question I want to test your skill as an expert project manager, that what you should do in this kind of situation. Let's see what you chose. Option number A says update project management plan. Please don't say that you choose this thing because there is no need to update project management plan. There are no change requests raised. There are no impact on project baselines. There are no approvals. So option A is outright wrong. Option number B says utilize corrective action. You see, when you say you are going to utilize corrective action, it means you have raised the change request and you asked to implement corrective or preventive actions. So I have clearly said in the question that before raising the change request, what you can do. So option number B is also not correct. Option number C says crash the project schedule. One of the crashing technique is ask your team to do extra time and utilize overtime to do the project, or you can reduce some lag time if you have. So this is the right option in this scenario. So you can crash the project schedule so that your schedule should be on time and you deliver, and it's very important because it's not impacted, it may impact, so you can use it. Option number D says, perform audit. In this situation, we are not going to do any audit at how we are doing and how we need to improve. The point is what we should do to resolve it and get back on track. Thank you. It is a situational question, and in this question, I am testing your skills as an expert project manager. sometimes we face these kind of issues and we try to stick on the plan. We don't try other management options, although we have a couple of project management options available to use in this scenario. Although I am not using the jargons for the project management terminologies, but in the options I have hidden it, and I'm going to explain it right now, right here. So the situation is you have planned two activities in parallel. One is to erect the pole, and the other activity is to set up the cameras on the poles. And what you are finding out is that you have all the poles available that you want to erect, but you have couple of cameras available, and the rest of the cameras are coming in batches which will be late or which are a bit delayed. So what would you do? Option number A says wait for camera so that work should be done as per plan. So if you are going to wait, what would happen? Your overall project will delay because you are waiting, which has no value. So this is not the right option to select here. Let's see what other options we have. Other option is erect pole as per schedule and set up available cameras. This is one of the best things. You see, what you are doing is you are saying rather than doing two activities in parallel, I am adding some lag time. I am adding some lag time so that initially whatever we have available, I'm using it, and those as it is coming, I'm going to utilize it. So this is how the best thing to do in this situation. So option number B is the right thing to do. Whatever cameras you have available, just do it, and then as it will be available, you will be focusing on it. Then option number C says, erect all poles and set up cameras later. So what you are saying is, rather than doing it parallel or utilizing some lag time, you just change the sequence from, start to finish to start. And I would say it's not advisable because it will delay the overall timeline. By doing some lag time, you may be impacted a day or two, which you can cover in, some other buffer duration. But, just changing the sequence, it's not going to good. It's not going to good for you or for your project. Option number D says, erect only those poles whose cameras are available. Again, it's not the wise thing to do. Start doing the erection, whatever cameras you are available, start doing it. As soon as you will be doing it, you will get lots of, batches. There may be a lag time, but it's okay. So the right answer for this question is option number B. Thank you. It is a situational question. And in this question, actually, I want to test your skill as an expert project manager. You have to deal with a lot of situations in a project, especially when you are executing and monitoring and controlling. And this is one such situation. And you see, sometimes we do firefighting, sometimes we look here and there, but we have specific tools and techniques available to deal with situations like this. Let's see how many of you guessed it, selected it, the correct option. So option number A says, wait for the release of technical resources. If you are going to wait, your project will delay, and you don't want to delay your project. So this is not the ideal, situation or ideal solution that you look for. So option number A is not right. You may be, saying that I am victim of resource integration in some other project, but here see what other options you have. Option number B says utilize resource labeling. In fact, resource labeling does not fit here. Resource labeling means that a resource is doing work at the same time in two different locations, so you need to reset the schedule. So let's suppose right now I am recording the question and answer at the same time I am conducting a workshop, which cannot be happen. I can be at one place. So if my schedule says on the same day I am doing both activities, that needs to be level, and it's actually clear indication of a resource over allocation. In this case, the resources are not over allocated, they are pulled from your project. They are not working in your project, in another project. They are not available for you. So option number B, resource labeling, is not the right option. Option number C says negotiate with the management to release the resources. This could be the right option, but as you can say, there is another project which is high profile, which has high priority, and your project is being actually suffering from this priority conflict. So you can try it, but based on other options, this is not the right option. So option number D, we left with option number D. Let's see how many of you actually gave this answer based on the right understanding. What I'm asking you is that use your technical team, those reporting to you, and because they are working on set of activities where you have float. Actually, option number D is all about resource smoothing. Yes, resource smoothing. When you are facing some resource unavailability issues, when you need to complete your project which is on a critical path. So if you think you can share or utilize the resources which are on non-critical path activities and their skills can be used on critical path activities, it is a classic case of resource smoothing, and that is one of the best options that you can use and utilize in this situation. So the right answer for this question is option number D, and those who selected it based on understanding, good work. Thank you. It is a situational question, and in this question I want to test your expertise, that how well you can calculate performance of your project utilizing earned value management technique. You see, earned value management is a three-dimensional monitoring and controlling tool which not only provides us what has been happened but also provides us the forecast of the project. But here the specific question is all about what has done. We are testing the result of schedule variance based on the given data. Let's see how many of you are correct based on the information. Option A says your project is on schedule. If we look at the data, and first of all we look at the formula. The formula for schedule variance is SV, and schedule variance equals to earned value minus planned value. SV equals to EV minus PV. So based on that formula, we identified it that we are basically not on schedule. So option number A is not right. Option number B says your project will complete on time. We don't have any indication. We are already behind the project, so we cannot say about this thing. So option number A and B is kind of similar. That is why both are wrong. Option number C says you are ahead of schedule. No, we are not ahead of schedule. Do you think we are ahead of schedule? Of course not. Option number D says your project is behind schedule. Yes, we are behind schedule. Follow PMP question so that you can pass your PMP on time. Thank you. It is a situational question, and in this question actually I am guiding you as well as testing you. Guiding you in a way that whenever we try to measure the performance of a project, we look at either in terms of cost or we look at in terms of the schedule. But we also need to look at the scope, that how much scope we have covered, and to identify the performance of a project from three different views, like from the perspective of cost, from the perspective of schedule, and from the perspective of scope. We use earned value management. Generally, earned value management use three specific variables: earned value, planned value, and actual cost. So here in this question, actually I'm asking you what is earned value and what is the formula of earned value. So let's see how many of you corrected or guessed it right. So option number A says earned value is the answer, and earned value, the formula of earned value is total project multiplied by project completion. So you see, if you want to find out that the amount of work that you have covered till now, what was the planned value of that work completed, so that is earned value. So this is the right answer for this question. Option number B says planned value. Planned value means, let's suppose if my project cost, let's say if I'm talking about the highway project, the total project cost was say $1 billion, and we are we are at 7th phase out of 12th phase, and we planned that till 7th phase we will complete the project till around $700 million. So what was planned cost at that specific time of period? So formula is right, but we are not looking at the planned value. That is why option number B is wrong. Option number C is actual cost. Again, the formula of actual cost is perfectly fine. The point is we are not looking at how much money we spend based on the work we have done. So we are not looking at the actual cost right now here. So this is not the answer. Budget at completion, again the formula is perfectly fine, but the point is BAC is the planned cost or baseline cost of overall project. So again we are not looking at this thing. So the right answer for this specific question is earned value. Thank you. It is a situational question, and in this question I want you to calculate cost variance and select the best option based on the available data. First of all, if we talk about cost variance, the formula of cost variance is equals to earned value minus actual cost. So if we look at the data, the earned value of our project at this specific point of time is $45 million, and the amount that we have spent till date is $44 million. So if we see this thing, it means we have spent less amount and did more work. So based on this information, if you look at option number A, it says, your project is on budget. No, we are not on budget, because if the result was zero, like we have spent $45 million and we have done work on $45 million, then the result would be zero, and we could say that we are on budget. But here, option number A is not right. We are not on budget. We are under budget. Option number B says your project will complete on time as per schedule. We are not talking about time here. By the way, from the perspective of time, we are late. So option number B is wrong. Option number C says your project is under budget. Yes, based on the cost variance formula given on the data, we are under budget. This is the right answer. Option number D says your project is over budget, that we have spent more money than the work that we have done. This is not the case. So I hope you find the answer in a correct way, because it was not a difficult one. Thank you. It is a situational question, and those of you who attended my face-to-face courses, you know that what this mean. So let's see how many of you actually identified the right answer. So based on the overall scenario, we want to identify the new budget, because the previous budget is no longer valid because of the increase in dollar prices and all. So let's see what option A says. Option A says estimate to complete. The formula for estimate to complete is right. It is ETC equals to EAC minus AC, but here we are not calculating ETC. ETC means to calculate that how much money we need to complete the remaining work. We are not going to test how much money we need to complete the remaining work. We actually want to find out the total cost required to complete the overall project. Then option number B says EAC equals to BAC plus AC minus EV. It is also, we are here to find out EAC, but we have altogether 4 different methods of EAC. Here, this method EAC is basically referred as EAC based on budgeted rate, or we can also call it EAC based on atypical. When we talk about budgeted rate or atypical, it means that whatever error, whatever issue happened, management needs to compensate the defect amount or the amount that is spent over, but the remaining work will be done based on the initial prices. So the initial price was $1,000 per computer. So what we are saying is that maybe there was some reason that we were unable to complete 18 computer at 18,000, but we are making sure that the remaining 12 computers will be done based on 1,000 per computer rate. So here we are not going to use this method, because the situation says that dollar prices are changed and the remaining work will be done based on the current situation. So let's see what option number C says. Option number C says use EAC based, which is basically BAC divided by CPI. Here, this specific method is used when we are going to say that the situation has changed and the remaining work will be done based on the current situation. So this is the right answer. And another important thing is that I have specifically mentioned that it will continue till the end of the project, because project is of 3 weeks, so it's not going to happen that we are going to be impacted next week also. So option number C is the right answer. Option number D is also the right formula for estimate at complete, but actually it says whatever our previous budget was, it is no longer valid and we may expect some more changes. So in this situation, the right answer for the question is option number C, estimate at complete, which needs to be get after dividing budget at complete divided by CPI. I hope you guessed it right. Thank you. It is a situational question, and those of you who actually attended my face-to-face classes, you know that we solved this question during the class. So let's see how many of you identified the right answer for this specific situation. Option number A says estimate to complete. Estimate to complete is basically how much money we need to complete the remaining work based on the current status. So let's suppose if we say we have already installed 18 computers, it means 12 computers are left. But then what we are saying is that we have already spent 22,000. So what is the amount that we need to complete 18 computers? It's not about $8,000. It depends on the estimate at complete we calculate it. So here ETC is not the right answer. ETC is basically to see how much money is required to complete the remaining work. Here we are not going to see how much money is required to complete the remaining work. So option number A is not right. Option number B says budgeted complete. You see, budgeted complete is the planned work. Budgeted complete is the baseline work when we plan the overall project. So budgeted complete is actually for this situation is 30,000 USD. So again, this is not what we are looking for. So option number B is also not the right answer. Option number C says to complete performance index. You see what we want. We are saying that somehow management says you need to finish the overall project within the budget that we have given you. So our remaining work is 12 computers and the remaining amount is 8,000. So how we can perform and how we can check that the remaining work will be done with the remaining amount. So that should be managed or reviewed or checked through to complete performance index. And when we look at this thing, if the result is greater than 1, it means it's harder to achieve, which looks like the case. If it is less than 1, it means it's easier to achieve the result. So the right answer for this question is option number C. Let's see what option number D says. D says estimated complete. Actually, estimated complete is what is the new budget. So let's suppose currently we said that our project budget is $30,000 US. We have already spent $22,000. We have completed 18 computers. We need to do remaining 12 computers. So do we think that the remaining 8,000 is enough for the project, or we need new budget? And what would be the new budget based on a couple of scenarios? So here the right answer for this specific question is option number C, TCPI, to complete performance index. I hope you guessed it right. Thank you. It is a situational question, and in this question I want to test your understanding of inspection technique. Let's see how many of you guessed it right. So option number A says inspection can only be conducted by or on completed deliverables. No. You can do inspection on individual deliverable, completed deliverable, incomplete deliverable, even on on an activity too. So that's not right. Option number B says project team cannot conduct the inspection. Why not? Project team can also conduct inspection, right? Option number C says inspections help to verify a defect repair. Yes, I was guessing that. Lots of people thinking that this is not the right answer. But the main intent of inspection is to confirm the requirements. But if you have implemented any defects, it should be verified through inspection. So option number C is the right answer for the question. Option number D says, the intent of inspection is to find errors and non-conformance. No. Actually, the intent of inspection is to check whether it conforms to document standards or not. So basically option number D is also wrong. So basically when we talk about inspection is all about how we are performing reviews, either we call it reviews or peer reviews or audit and walkthroughs. It helps us to conform our documented standards about the deliverables, about activity, and about our defect repairs. Thank you. It is a case study based question. Actually, this is one of our concerns because for us it is very important that those who attend our courses should go for the exam. And whenever you talk about any training company, they say that we have 98%, 99% success rate. I don't know from where they got it, but the actual measure for me is not how many attempted at pass, is basically how many participants are attempting the exam. From my perspective, from my observation, what I find out is less than 50% of people or participants who are attending the courses are attempting the exam. So to identify this trend and to identify where we have issue, or defects, we can use this kind of document which will guide us that what is happening after each week. So from the question perspective, from the case study perspective, this sheet is referred as what? So let's see how many of you guessed it right, identified it right. Option number A says checklist. You see, checklist is a structured tool to perform quality control. Here I'm not doing any structured way of assessment. Here I want to find out the issues and errors and defects based on a specific area. So this is not checklist. Option number B says tally sheet. You see, a tally sheet, or it is also referred as check sheet. So check sheets are all about how we are going to measure the success, how we are going to review the potential quality defects. So this is why we use it, and this is why I am using it. In fact, I am practically using this technique. So the right answer of this option, the right answer of this question is option number B, tally sheet or check sheet. Let's see what option C and D are. Option C says statistical sampling sheet. You see, when we talk about statistical sampling, it means, say, out of 100 participants, I am only checking 10 participants. So here my concern is not to do some statistical sampling based on a group. I want to see how everyone is impacting. So option number B, check sheet, is the right answer. Option number B is the wrong answer. Option number D says, survey sheet. Survey sheet is mainly, when we give the services, we go and ask about their feedback, why they are not going for the exam, where they are stuck, in which area they need our help. We can use it, but the specific sheet that I mentioned is check sheet, not the survey sheet. Thank you. It is a situational question, and I believe you are enjoying the result of this project. I believe you are not only enjoying, but you are also understanding and relating to your real world. So if you look at the situation and see which option is right, let's see how many of you identified or guessed it correctly. Option number A says checklist. You see, checklist is a structured way to capture the requirements. We don't want to capture the requirement. We want to see the performance of our product. So option number A is wrong. Option number B says control chart. A control chart means how our product is performing, how our process is performing. So here we want to check the performance of our videos within a specific range. So the right answer in this context is control chart. Option number C says utilize scatter diagram. You see, scatter diagram is used to check plan versus actual results. We are not going to see the plan versus actual in an absolute term. We want to see things in a specific range, in upper limit or lower limit. So that is why option number B is right. Option number D says utilize histogram. Histograms are used to identify the defects as per their sources. So we are not going to identify defects as per their sources. So the right answer for the question is option number B, create a control chart. Thank you. It is a situational question, and in this question actually we are testing two things. One is whenever you complete your deliverable, where you go, and what is the main goal of a control quality. Let's see how many of you are correct in this regard. Option number A says, you are going into quality control, or the one goal of a quality control is to recommend for corrective actions. You see, whenever I see a control quality process, I see control quality process for three purposes. First purpose is that, how my inspection works. And number two is the major goal that I look into is whatever item or deliverables I send to control quality, they should be verified. And the third and important thing is, if there are any discrepancies, what are the rework, repair I need to do. So based on this thing, option number A is one of the key output of control quality, but this is not the goal. So option number A is wrong. Option number B says accepted deliverable. You see, accepted deliverable is mainly comes when a customer, perform inspection on the deliverable. It's not when our internal quality performs it. So option number B is also wrong from this perspective. Option number C says verified deliverable. So technically this is one of the key goal of our control quality, that whenever our development team or engineering team completes their deliverable and they are sending those deliverables into control quality, our inspection should say that all of the deliverable requirements as far as the quality is concerned is confirmed, and this deliverable is completed as per the quality requirement. So this is the key goal of the control quality. The option number D, let's see why it is wrong. Although when we see the option number D, it says quality control measurement. It is also one of the key output of control quality, but it provides how we did the inspection, how we perform the control quality, but this is not the main goal of control quality. The main goal of control quality is to get verified deliverables. Thank you. It is a situational question, and in this question actually I am testing your understanding of control resources process. Let's see which of the following statement is not correct about the control resource process, or I can say which is not the job of a control resource process. Option number A says control resource process is concerned with physical resources. Yes. This process is newly added in PMBOK edition, and it only talks about physical resources, not about human resources. So option number A is the correct concept, but that is why the wrong option. Option number B says control resource guide how to manage team performance. This is not part of the control resource. As I said, it's all about physical resources, and this is done during the execution, and the process is managed team. So this is the right option and the wrong concept. That is why it's the right option. So answer of this question is option number B. Let's see what other options are. Option number C says control resources track planned versus actual utilization of resource. That we do during the data analysis tool. We have performance reviews, and that we can do this thing. So this is the right concept of control resources. That is why I said it's not the right answer. Option number D says control resource process should be performed throughout the project life cycle. Yes, we should do it throughout the project life cycle. It's not about initiation, planning, execution, and controlling and closing process group. It's about project life cycle. It is a situational question, and in this question I am testing your understanding of resource control process or control resource process. You see, when you do projects, especially when you have these kind of issues, you have to see which of the specific tool can help you to resolve a specific situation. So let's see, based on the situation I gave you, which is the right option. Option number A says performance review analysis. You see, performance review analysis is one of a good data analysis tool. It helps to understand that what was the planned utilization of the resources and how we are going to utilize it and how much we are utilizing it. But here is not the issue of resource utilization, it is the issue of resource availability. So option number A is not the right option. Option number B says alternative analysis. Although alternative analysis is closely matched here, it says that what we can do to resolve this issue. It's all about how can we resolve the variances. Let's suppose if it is not the security concern, maybe we could say that go for the alternative analysis by paying some extra money for expedite delivery. Okay, but here it's not the case. So that is why alternative analysis is not the right answer. Option number C says cost benefit analysis. When we are doing when we are controlling the resources, we can use cost benefit analysis, that if we can see some resources which are beneficial to our project and it's good for us in the project, so we can utilize this thing. But right now it is not the case. Option number D says trend analysis. So we have a trend. Whenever we got the procurement, whenever we had the hardware, we have to go through with specific procedures and specific departments, and we cannot expedite it. We have to follow it. So based on this, I can forecast that in future I will be also utilizing this time, and I need to update my project plan, because this guides me that how we are going to receive our physical resources based on the information that we got here. It is a situational question, and in this question I want to test your understanding of communication and stakeholder knowledge area, especially how you see multiple documents. Let's see how many of you got it correct. Option number A says to identify and document approaches to communication. What is this? Is it the right question? Do you think it's the right question? No, it is not the right question. Actually, option A talks about plan communication management process, where we get communication management plan. So technically this is the document, the output of this step is communication management plan. So option number A is not answer. Option number B, it says to increase efficiency of stakeholder engagement. By the way, tell me where you increase the efficiency of stakeholder engagement. Which process you use? Which one? Okay. monitor stakeholder engagement process, where we actually monitor that how our stakeholders are engaged, our strategies are working or not, what is our performance data in terms of their engagement, and what should we report. So option number B is not the right answer for this question. Option number C says to ensure information is flowing optimally to all stakeholders. Yes, this is the right answer. This is what I asked. So those who corrected, very good. Option number D says to determine approaches to involve stakeholder based on their needs. This is basically how we are developing the stakeholder engagement plan. That is the part of plan stakeholder engagement process. So this is not the right answer too. So the right answer of question number 3 is option number C, to ensure information is flowing optimally to all stakeholders. Thank you. It is a case study based question, and it is very important to understand the context of the question. As you are doing a sensitive project which needs a lot of criticality, and you need to deal with all of them, it is very important to understand the stakeholder types and the communication needs they prefer. You cannot just say that it is ethical, unethical. It is actually the wicked problem that you are solving here. So based on the context and the situation you are in, and based on the process that we are dealing in as far as PMBOK is concerned, monitor communication, let's see how many of you did it right. Option number A says communication management plan. Yes, you have to update communication management plan, that how many meetings you want, who is going to be in that meeting, and especially who is not going to be in that meeting. So this is part of the communication management plan. Stakeholder engagement plan. Yes, you want this thing, that how you are going to stakeholder, what are your strategies. Again, this is the key document. That is why it is not the answer, because I am asking you the accept. So option number A is not an answer, although it's the right concept. Option number B is not the answer, although it's the right concept. And then option number C says lessons learned register. It is very critical that those who are going to do those who are going to do these kind of project in future in your organization, they should learn and know how to deal these things. As I mentioned, that this is going to help them in future projects or in future phases. So option number C is also the right concept. That is why it is not the right answer. Option number D says issue log. We don't have any issue right now. I did not say that our baseline has impacted, or cost baseline or schedule baseline has impacted. Nothing. I'm saying that it may or it can delay the decision making process, but right now we can address it and resolve it so that it should not happen, and it should not impact our project timelines or baselines. Thank you. It is a case study based question, and I must say it is a catch-22 situation. To get away is a very difficult, and the options that I have mentioned was very interesting. Option number A says provide them training on digital tools. Do you think these senior officials are going to learn and implement it right away? It's not about the team, they are senior officials. So option number A is not the right option in the context. Option number B says provide the access of your communication on their phones. You will get lost in getting the approval from different ministries and different security agencies to give them the accessibility on their phones, or developing an app which they can use on their mobile phone. So sorry, this is not the right option. Option number C says set up a physical format for communicating them. Yes, you can do it, but this is not the first thing that you do. So this is the right option, but partially right option. The right option is option number D, where it says raise change request, get an approval, and see what you can do next. Thank you. Those who have answered it correctly through understanding, congratulations. For others, I hope it helped. It is a case study based question, and in this question I have given you a specific situation where one of the major stakeholder identified or provided you new requirements, and these new requirements have serious risk in a project. So if you have new risk, in fact, and you need what you need to do, what should be done as a project manager. So option number A says update risk management plan. I must say this is no brainer, and I believe you did not select it. Did you? If you, then I think you should go and read again. A risk management plan means how we will perform risk management. What is our process? So we are not going to update our process based on this thing. So option A is right out wrong. Option number B is review the impact of risk to the project as a whole. This is what we need to do. This is basically how we are going to review the project and then perform analysis. So option number B is the right answer. Option number C says update assumption log. So maybe we had assumed that there are no requirements from our different bodies, and we don't whatever we have input is done, and whatever our requirement should be given by the local authorities or local NGO team. But this is not the case. Maybe we should update it so that we can review them and update them, but this is not the thing right now we need to do. That's why this is not the right answer. Option number D says develop risk responses. Yes, we will develop risk responses, but after doing the B. So the right answer in this context of the question is option number B, review the impact of risk to project as a whole. Thank you. It is a situational question, and in this question actually we have a specific situation. The situation is the risk that we identified and the response plan or the reserve, either in terms of time and cost that we use to cater this, does not utilize. So what are you going to do? Are you going to return back to the organization? Are you going to keep it? Or are you going to distribute as a bonus? What would be your right option? Let's see option number A. Option number A says decrease the project budget. No way. You're not going to decrease the project budget. Technically, when you manage the project as a project manager, you have authority over cost baseline, not on project budget. And the definition of cost baseline is actually cost estimates plus contingency reserve. And when you talk about project budget, the definition is project budget equals to cost baseline plus management reserve. So this is not the case of this thing, so you don't need to do it. Then option number B says decrease project cost baseline. Although you save some reserves, but it does not mean you are going to decrease your cost baseline. You have to keep it till the whole project so that you can utilize it. If something new comes in your project, if something happened, you planned it for a specific limit, but it goes beyond that limit. So this reserve will help you. So option number B is also not going to use it. Update risk report. Risk report means if you are identifying any risk, you want to see how it is going to impact overall project. So you are not going to talk about how it is going to impact in overall the project. So this report is also not important. Option number D says update register. This is the fine thing. This is you should do. So the right answer of this option is, of this context of a question, is update a risk register, that we have identified this risk. This was the response plan, but this did not occur. Thank you. It is a situational question. And in this situation, actually, first of all, I'm testing your knowledge that did you guess it what we are doing? Technically, what we are doing is technical performance assessment during monitoring and controlling of risk. When we do technical performance assessment, it means we are testing that what is the weight of the product, what is the transaction load time, what are the defect rates. So these kind of things we got from the technical performance assessment, and based on that, we can do all of these options that we have. Let's see which option is right based on the situation. Option number A says update the project management plan. Yes, we can do it, but this is not the first thing that I'm going to do. So this is not right. Option number B says utilize corrective actions, as we have some issues which are going to impact. And I'm also saying is that team is already correcting the issue. It means we need to do the corrective actions so that the team should be able to complete it and get the desired result that is intended for. So the right option for this question is option number B. But option number C says crash the project schedule. It does not say that you have impacted the baseline. It may, and I can agree that you will be much more thinking about the crashing the schedule, but it's not necessary right now. Option number D says perform risk audit. When we talk about risk audit, it means we are going to check the effectiveness of risk management, that how we are doing the risk management throughout the project. The case does not talk about the risk management effectiveness. It's talk about the actual technical issue that we are facing right now, and what should we do in this scenario. Thank you. It is a situational question, and it has multiple cues. Number one is project is already consumed your 10%. Your team is facing critical issues. Now they're trying to resolve it. As a project manager, what is your responsibility? Let's see what you answered and what is the correct answer. Option number A says update project budget. Right now, it critically says that cost baseline, that is something which is hit. Cost baseline means project estimates plus contingency reserve. There is no indication in the question that you have consumed the project budget and you are moved from cost baseline, or your cost baseline is exhausted. So there is no need to update your project budget. You may update your cost baseline, which is needed to be. Option number B says utilize management reserve. In fact, A or B or both options are related. Management reserve is to take care if something is happening which is unknown, and when your cost baseline is exhausted, you need to go into management, when you need to go into the budget, and you need to use the budget for the case of utilization of management reserve. Here, this is not a situation, so option number B is also not the right answer. Option number C says report project status to key stakeholders. As impact has been done, what you need to do is, first thing, that is your responsibility. That's why I specifically use the word responsibility to inform the stakeholder that this is the current status and this is how we are going to resolve it. Option number D says compensate 10% from team bonus. It looks like that we are talking about carrot or a stick or break and buy model, that if you do something wrong, we will deduct from your salary. This is not the case. This is not the right answer. So option number C, report status to key stakeholder about the project information, project progress. This is what you need to do. That's the right answer of this question. Thank you. It is a case study based question. When I was facing this situation, I must say, I was in hot waters. In fact, I was not the project manager from the client side. I was the project manager from the vendor side, and my teams were at the client side, and they were doing a lot of extra work without, even notifying me or updating me, and even the updating the head of the, department to those whom we are working. So when I went there, I asked and I checked that, and I find out that this is happening, and I asked for the claim. Nobody gave me the claim. But let's see what should happen based on this question and the scenarios. Option number A says process the claim cost and ask to follow change process in future. This should be happen, and this is the right answer, because after that project I had this situation once again, but that time I was covered and I got my price out of it. So the right thing is that as a project manager, if you are the client, you should process the claim, because this is not they have done it themselves. This is not some gold plating. This is the requirement that your team has asked to do it, and these guys and these poor guys have done it. So option A is the right thing, but you should institute that whatever new requirement is going to happen next time, they should go through the proper procedure and they should follow the control change process. So option number A is the right thing. Option number B says reduce the future cost. You're not going to reduce the future scope based on the adjustment. So it's not going to happen. Option number B is wrong. Option number C says reject the claim as it did not follow the change process. Generally, you can do that, but the best answer, ethical answer, is option number A, process the claim and institute the process, change management process. Option number D says change the contract type to address additional requirements. So where here the issue is not that you have lots of changing requirement. You are doing a payroll system, which is quite a similar standard system. You need a couple of just reports can change. It's not talk about the process flow or the structure or functionalities. So this option number D is also not valid. The right answer for this interesting case is option number A. Thank you. It is a case study based question, and it is a very interesting situation, because when we do government projects, ministry projects, they require that we do project based on lump sum cost. But when we do lump sum cost, and if we have a situation like this, that generally we keep 5%, 10% for an inflation rate, but for a third world country, sometimes your overall inflation rate or the margin that you have kept in terms of contingency reserve, others, it's just gone out. So like in this specific case, the economic value changes the dollar value or increases the dollar value to 40%. So 40% is too much. It actually hits the overall project, and basically, it affects the overall viability of the project. And I have already identified in the question that it is impossible for an organization to do it because it is not feasible for organization. I'm not saying it is not feasible for the project, even I'm saying it is not feasible for organization to do the project, because sometimes the overall cost of the project is so heavy, especially in the terms of the procurement, that the overall cost of the project is bigger than the overall cash value of the organization. So here the question is giving you that much impact and asking you what would you do. So option number A says cancel the project as it is not feasible. You cannot just go away and say I'm not doing this project. You cannot just cancel it. So this is not the right option at first, at least. So option number A is not the right option. Option number B says absorb the cost. We have already said that it's too much for organization and it is going to destabilize the overall organization. So option number B is also not feasible. Option number C says renegotiate to change the contract to fixed price economic adjustment. This is the perfect answer, because you can say that the overall project cost is fixed, especially in terms of services cost, but the hardware cost or the procurement cost that we are dependent heavily on, it should be based on the economic adjustment if it goes beyond a specific limit. So based on the given scenario and the context of the question, the right answer is option number C. Option number D says renegotiate to cost plus incentive fee. As we said, defense and government organizations try to do the project basis on the basis of lump sum contracts. So cost plus contract, especially cost plus incentive contract, where you are talking about how to share the performance value, it's not possible. At least the environments where I have worked, they are not going to do that. So option number D is outrightly wrong. So right answer for this specific question is option number C. Thank you. It is a case study based question, and when I became in charge of this project, I asked the vendor, show me what's your project plan, and what they gave me is just some Excel sheet which has some couple of activities, and when I review those activities with the actual work, there's a big gap. They said that walls have been raised, floor has been upgraded and server has been there, but when I was there it was all empty, nothing, zilch. And then I called them and I said, your project plan says this much activities has been done, and I'm not finding all these things there. What they replied to me, and they said, Asad, you are a consultant, this is just a project plan. And I said, what do you mean by just a project plan? And they said, we develop one project plan for our own work and one project plan for our, client to show them what it is. And nobody is actually bothered to review and to follow up. It's just kind of a policy or a process that every week or every first, day of the week, like Monday or Sunday, or every last day of the week, like Thursday or Friday, we just submit these reports and that's it. I said, no, this is not going to happen. And then, I have to do a lot of dirty work, I should say, to get the project back on track and to fight and to engage the contractor and to engage the client also. So let's see, based on this situation, what was your right answer? Option number A says raise change request. You cannot just raise change request right now here. Of course, you can do it, but because when you say raise change request means you can talk about identifying the right corrective actions that have been identified, and raise change request to implement the corrective actions. But before that, you need to do something else to find out what are the discrepancies, why it actually happened in the project in the first phase. So option number B says audit the procurement. This is the right answer, because when you join the project from in between and the project is already halfway, you cannot just start raising the change requests or doing a lot of correction things. What you need to do is first you need to understand what is happening and why it is happening. To find out why it is happening, I have to go and identify the overall procurement process, and actually I find out what are the discrepancies and issues in the actual project procurement, and then first I have to cover those things, then I did change request and others. So option number B is the right answer for the given scenario. Option number C says fire the vendor. To be very honest, I wanted to do this thing on the first day, but I have to keep myself calm and do it, and I did the same thing. I did not fire the vendor, and eventually the vendor did a good job at the end of the day. So this is not the right option to do. Option number D says update the project plan. Yes, I will update the project plan, but not as the first thing that I need to do. So the right answer for this question is audit the procurement and see how it goes. Thank you. It is a case study based question, and I must say that it is very painful, especially I have gone through with this thing. But sometime when you are leading the project and you are, you have multiple subcontractors, and sometime, especially when you are getting some, you can say support work, or you can say additional quality work. Like in this case, you are utilizing BPR team to make sure that things are going as per the procedure, or this thing can be done by the other vendors, or this thing can be done by internally. So what happens is that at the start, company or management is very happy that they are giving you the real feedback. But when they move from doing the work to manage the work, or when they are moved from doing the work to monitoring the work, management thinks that they can do it themselves. In this scenario, of course, there are a lot of options that you can do, but based on the options that I gave you, let's see how many of you actually identified correctly. Option number A says, talk to BPR contractor to lower their prices. Based on my experience, and I have been to in this place also, no BPR will be, or no team or no subcontractor will be actually asking you or accepting this offer that they are going to lower their price. And sometimes what happens is that when we price based on milestones. We don't price based on that. On first phase, if we are heavily engaged, we will charge you too much amount, and then at the second phase we will be engaged on a basis of monitoring controlling, so our prices will be lower. Sometimes people do it, but mostly we try to divide the whole amount as a nutshell into multiple phases of the project. And as I said, I'm the victim of this thing. So lowering the price means actually you're lowering the overall cost. So option number A is outright wrong. Option number B says begin BPR contract closure activities. I have done it 2 times, and one I was the subcontractor, and at one time I was the project manager. The best thing is to talk to the subcontractor, and as your management says, close it down. You just do as directed and close it down. And I find out that it's also the best for the subcontractor also, because they will get released and they can do other work too. So option number B is the right answer. Begin BPR, contractor closure. Option number C says conduct the procurement audit. We are not going to see how our procurement process is going. Procurement audit helps us to review the procurement process. Maybe later after the projects, or maybe some other time, we want to review that how we are going to do this kind of project, what should be our pricing strategy, and how should manage it. But option number C is also not fit for the context right now here. Option number D says, utilize ERP implementation reserve cost. No, you're not going to do this, because they have their own budget, they have their own reserve. You cannot use one reserve to another budget just to save somebody or to engage them for a longer period of time. So the right answer of this, I could say, tricky question is begin BPR contract closure activities. Thank you. It is a situational question, and in this question I try to give you multiple aspects of a scenario. But if you look at the overall question, I already gave you the answer that how you deal these kind of things. So first of all, if you are managing this kind of project with that much sensitivity, one of the key thing is how you involve or engage people formally and informally. Yes, you have to do lot of networking, and you have to get feedback officially and unofficially. It's not like that, I'm going to follow the project by the book. There is no such thing like that. So you are doing the great job. You are getting the feedback formally and formally, joining multiple or meeting multiple people in different networking groups. That way you have this valuable input. So I am purposely in this question, I did not contest the authenticity of this information. So what we are assuming in this question is that the information that you got from the assistant to Prime Minister is perfectly fine. Now, what would be your next, course of action? So option number A says ignore the feedback, as Prime Minister did not give you himself, or he did not talk to you directly. So it's not necessary. When you are doing these kind of projects, it's not necessary that senior officials or officials like them, are going to directly talk about their concerns to you. They are very reserved kind of people. So option number A is not right. Option number B says, update information in stakeholder register. Yes, you will do it, but this is not the job that you just update and sit relax. No, you cannot just sit and relax. Do you? Do you think? I believe no, right? So option number B is also the wrong option. Option number C says, review the engagement assessment matrix for variance analysis. It is one of the best thing to do that, how we, set the criteria, how we define that we are going to engage our resistant stakeholder to a supportive stakeholder, or a supportive stakeholder to a leading stakeholder, or a supportive stakeholder to a leading stakeholder. So, your engagement assessment matrix helps you to identify the variances in your course of action, variances in what you are doing, variances in your the strategies, and then based on those variances you can replan what you need to do, or you can update your stakeholder engagement plan and do as you have identified and as you need to do based on the new information. So with this concept, option number C is the best answer by giving the overall scenario. Option number D says directly talk to Prime Minister about his concern. You see, Prime Minister is not your sponsor, Prime Minister is not your customer. He is maybe you can say is an indirect stakeholder because he's not directly involved in the project, but his stakes are there. Maybe he wants to gain some political mileage out of it. So you cannot just go directly and talk about it. Sir, you are not happy and I got to know about somebody. You can't do it. You need to do it in a different way. So option number D is outrightly wrong. Thank you. It is a case study based question, and when I was doing this project and I was having this kind of issue, I need to seriously engage multiple influencers to deal with this thing. So let's see, based on the scenario, what were your options and how you think about the options I provided you. Option number A says perform root cause analysis to identify the reasons to respond to criminals. Do you think you are going to talk to criminals? I don't think so. By the way, when you talk about root cause analysis, the root cause analysis is very simple. They don't want cameras in their localities and they don't want cameras where they are. So option number A is outright wrong. Option number B says perform alternative analysis to find ways to respond to local authorities. Yes, you can use this thing. Basically, alternative analysis means you identifying multiple options. Either you are using in by defining the scope, or either you are using in control stakeholder engagement. So here, when we talk about the stakeholder engagement and especially control stakeholder engagement, I can use alternative analysis to find out how I can utilize this alternative analysis tool to respond in a various situation, or what are the variability and variances. But again, here my target is not to talk about the options to see it, but my option or the question says that how I can secure it through the impact of the timeline. Option number C says perform alternative analysis to find ways to respond to criminals. Same way, you are not going to talk to criminals, otherwise you will be no more. Option number D says perform stakeholder analysis to determine the position of local authorities. Yes, you see, I purposely identify two separate groups. One is local authority and one is the criminals. Criminals will be managed or dealt by the authorities themselves. Local authority directly comes under you. And here, when you talk about stakeholder analysis, it helps you to identify the position or strength or value of a stakeholder at a given point of time. So right now we are executing the project, we are having issues with their support, or with we are having issues for getting NOCs and approval. So here we should do a stakeholder identification and then see how we can influence them, or how can we can impact them to get our work done. So the right answer for this question is option number D. Thank you. It is a case study based question. I can say I'm also a victim of this situation. Sometimes when you do project management or BPR, at the start you have to put a lot of effort in devising the plans, the strategies, understanding the requirement. And once it is done, what you do is you let the team to do their work and you monitor them and audit them. But sometimes the management who are very much involved at the start of the thing, they think that you should be involved or you should be giving same time as you were giving at the start of the project or the early phases of the project. So as a project manager, if you are leading this kind of project where at one end you have to manage your management and another end you have to deal with your subcontractors or your other partners, then what would you do? Let's see what was your correct answer in this requirement. Option number A says ask your BPR team to increase their involvement. If somebody of you or some of you have mentioned, identified it, it means you don't know how to balance it. So, basically you cannot ask your BPR team to increase their involvement. Whatever you have paid for them, whatever their task is, they are doing perfectly fine. So there is no reason to ask them to do more work or to, increase their involvement or to come into each meeting. Then option number B says, provide extra work to BPR so they should get busy in project. Are you paying them for extra money? Are you? No. So why you are giving them extra work. Again, it's not the right answer, because they will be doing whatever they are required. If you need to give them extra work, then you need to pay them extra, and based on the situation you cannot, or you are not paying them extra. Option number C says, guide management about their work status and gain support. When we talk about this situation, it is a classic situation of monitor stakeholder engagement. And in monitor stakeholder engagement, one of the key input you had is work performance data. And based on the information, you find it out that the stakeholders or senior management are not engaged as they were supposed to, or they are not informed about it. So your job is to give them the input, give them the status, and provide them the expectation about the multiple vendors. So option number C is the right answer. By the way, how many of you actually correctly answered it? And I would say through knowledge, not through a fluke. So let's see, what about D? D says, update stakeholder engagement plan. You may need to do this thing, but not now. A stakeholder engagement plan basically helps us to identify the variances. What are their current level and what are their actual level, or what were their plan level. So based on this thing, we can identify where are the gaps and how we can fill this gap. But the question was specifically how we are going to gain support and how we are going to engage our BPR vendor as per their requirements in a project. I hope you understand the whole concept. Thank you. It is a knowledge-based question, and in this question I want to test your understanding of closing process group activities. If you look at the option number A, it says, as a project manager, you need to confirm that the work of a project or phase is complete. Yes, in closing, we need to do this thing. So this is the right option. But the question asked me to tell me which is not, except. So option number A is the right concept, right activity of close or project phase. But from the context of a question, it is the wrong option. Option number B says archive the project or phase information. Yes, it is also one of the key job of a project manager, that whenever they are closing the project or phase, what number of documents, official documents, non-official documents, project documents, they all are supposed to be archived. Again, this is the activity that you need to perform during the closing of a project or phase, but from the context of a question, it is not a option, right option. Option number C says release project or phases. Yes, again, whoever resources you have used for this project or phase, and if you don't want to carry on for the next phase or the project is done, then you should release your resources. Generally, we say releasing the resources is the last activity of a closing. So again, it's not a right answer, because we are looking for exception, and this is the activity that we perform during the closing of a project or phase. So finally, we have option number D, which says update the business case of a project. Of course, the project is done. We don't need to update the business case of our project. We can use business case as an input to review, okay, what was the intention to do the project, and at the end of the project, what we have achieved in terms of their outcome and the business viability. Thank you. It is a knowledge-based question, and in this question, I am testing your understanding of need of business case during the closing of a project or phase. So if we look at the option number A, it says measure, we need business case to measure whether the benefits of project achieved as planned or not. This is not the intent of business case. We use this information from benefit management plan. If our project is part of a program and we have benefit management plan, so we can, at the end of the project especially, we can review that what was our benefit management plan, what were the benefits that we have mentioned, and at the end of the project, are we going to get it or not? So option number A is not the right option from the perspective of business case. Option number B, it says review the project success criteria. You see, when we initiate a project, in fact, when our management initiates a project, one of the key, content of a project charter is success criteria. So basically, reviewing the success criteria is not part of business case. It is actually part of project charter. So again, it is not the right answer. Option number C, it says determine the project objective justifies the project. Yes, a business case is actually a justification document. It actually guides that why we need to do this project and why we don't need to do this project if we develop the business case at the start of the project. So when we are closing the project, this business case as an input helps us to justify the reasoning of the project. So the right answer of this question is option number C. Let's see what we have for option number D. And option number D says, review the product specification and delivery receipts. You see, this is the definition of accepted deliverables, and we get accepted deliverables from monitoring and controlling, especially from validate scope process. And in the monitoring and controlling process group, we basically get individual deliverables as an output. But in closing of a project or a phase, we close the whole project or whole phase. So again, option number D is not the right option of this question. Thank you. It is a case study based question. And in this question, actually, I gave you first challenge to identify what is the quest of the question. The question is asking you to understand or identify the technique which will help you to, compare the variance analysis. Yes, variance analysis, what was planned and what is achieved. So from the perspective of variance analysis, let's see which option fits the definition of variance analysis. Option number A says, it will help to analyze the interrelationship between different project variables. You see, we have two variables, but it's not basically interrelationship of multiple variables. And option A is actually the definition of a regression analysis. And here I'm asking about variance analysis. Option number B says improve project metrics of organization. Yes, because when we talk about what was planned, what was achieved, it means I'm talking about success criteria, I'm talking about metrics. So yes, when I am basically comparing the plan versus actual, it is basically to see what was my metrics that at the start of the project, how much values we have achieved, and if we have to do it in next future for next project, how we can use it. So option number B is the right answer for this question. Then we have option number C, which says, validate the models used in the organization. So, to check the trend analysis, we use multiple models, and here the question is very specific about variance analysis. That is why option number C is also the wrong option. Now let's see option number D. Option number D says, it will help to initiate the appropriate corrective and preventive action. Yes, it is one of the job of a variance analysis, but we do this action during the monitoring and controlling of the project or phase, not at the end of the phase. I hope you understand that tricky question and you basically corrected right. Thank you. It is a knowledge-based question, and in this question I want to understand or test your knowledge of final report. You see, at the end of the project, mostly at the end of the project, we develop final report to check the performance of a project, that how we perform throughout the project and what was our performance in terms of time, cost, quality and risk. So let's see which of the following component is not part of the project final report. Number one, option A says how project achieved the business need. Yes, in the performance document, performance report, we have to identify this thing and report that how we achieve the business need of the project. Then option number B says to assess scope, schedule, quality and cost objective. This is the key element. Your final report should talk about these hard performance issues or hard performance constraints. So again, this is not the right answer, but it is the content of a final report. Option number C says, risk and issues encountered and how we resolve them. This is a very critical thing. And it also helps you to write down your final lesson learned document. So your final report should contain this information. So again, it is part of the final report, but it is not the right answer from the context of the question. So what we have now is option number D, and option number D says, project management methodology used to perform the project. In the context of a final report, we are more concerned about the end result and how we achieved it. We are not concerned about which project management methodology or life cycle we have used it. So this is not part of the final report, and that is why it is not the answer of this question. Thank you. It is a situational question, and in this question I want to test your understanding of multiple types of closing activities. First of all, whenever we talk about closing, we say we have two types of closure activities. One is referred as administrative closure activities and the other one is referred as project closure activities. And this question is specifically asked about administrative closure activities. And from the question context, it says which of the following is not a administrative closure activities. So let's see what options we have. Option A says, closing project context. This is not a closing activity even. I'm not talking about administrative. So this is done during the controlling part, or you can say control procurement process. And previously it was part of closing project or phase process or closing process group. Now in PMBOK 6th edition, it's moved from closing to controlling. So option number A is not part of closing at all. So it is also not part of administrative closure activities, and this is the right answer. Let's see what we do as part of closing, especially when we are talking about administrative closure activities. Option number B says finalize open claims. Whatever claims we have, whatever claims our vendor or subcontractor or client basically asking from us, we need to close them down, and this is one of the key area of administrative closure activities. The third option, option number C says, archiving project documents is another important aspect. We have to archive all the documents, all the files, either it's formal, informal, so that, we can use them for next project. Then option number D says auditing project success or failure. Yes, again, it is one of a key job of a project manager, and he or some other members also can contribute it to identify how we perform the project and what was the key reason of our project success or failure. And basically A, B, C are key activities under the umbrella of administrative closure activities. Thank you. It is a situational question, and in this question I want to test your understanding of a specific type of closure activities. Whenever I talk about closure activities, I say we have two separate types of closure activities. One is project closure activities and the other one is administrative closure activities. So in this question I am testing your knowledge about project closure activities. So from the question perspective, let's see which of the following is not a project closure activity. Option number A says transitioning the final product, service or result to the organization. Actually, it is the closure activity. This is why we entered into the closure, and this is the key output of close project or phase process. So option number A is not the right answer. Option number B says documenting and verifying project outcomes. Sorry, this is not the closure activity. There is a lot of differences, there are a lot of issues regarding understanding of output and outcome. As a project manager, we are responsible of output and we deliver output, and then whenever we deliver our project, someone else is responsible to run the operations of the project and exactly get the outcomes of the project. So from this perspective, this is not done by project manager. So this is not the right answer from the project closure activity process, and that is why it is the right answer of this question. Option number C says obtaining final acceptance of project deliverables. Yes, it is one of the key job of a project manager. Once they hand over or transition the product or service to end user, they need to get the final approval. Finally, option number D says obtaining financial closure. Yes, of course, this is the key thing that we need to do and close our project successfully. Thank you. It is a situational question and bit tricky too. Actually, in this question, I am testing your understanding of closure of a phase. So, generally when we talk about closing, people think that closing is only happens at the end of the project. But no, closing happens at the end of each phase as well as at the end of the project. So let's see, when we are closing a design phase, so what are the key activities that we perform the end of the phase so that we can start the next phase? Let's see the tricky options. Option number A says at the end of the phase, what we do is we update organizational process assets. Yes, one of the key part of organizational process asset is lessons learned. So at the end of every phase, we gather the lessons learned so that we can use them within the project in next phases of the projects and in next future projects. So option number A is the part of closure. That is why it is not the exception, as we are looking for exception in this question. Option number B says obtain acceptance of design. Yes, whatever the target or output or deliver of the phase, we have to obtain the acceptance from the right stakeholders. So obtaining the acceptance of a design is one of the key deliverable of the phase, right? Then option number C says transition the design of a CRM to end user. You see, it's a bit tricky thing. You do not hand over the design, you hand over the overall project. So from this context perspective, option number C is the right answer, because we are not asking them to give us the design, we are asking them to provide us the CRM system. Option number D says obtain your financial milestones attached to the design phase. Yes, whenever we complete our phase and if there is a financial milestone attached to that phase, we go for the successful acceptance of closure of the financial of that phase. So in the context of the question, the right answer for this situational question is option number C. It is a knowledge-based question, and in this question I am testing your understanding of lesson learned documentation meeting. You see, documenting or finalizing the lesson learned is a very critical job, and especially when we are doing a project in a specific environment where we have done a lot of new research, where we have done lots of new things, and we need to use them for next phases or for next projects. We need to be very careful to doing these kind of activities. Now, if you look at the question which is asking us that which of the following is not an agenda of these kind of meetings. So let's see what is the right answer. Option number A says what went well within the project. So yes, of course, what was our best results, what we have achieved, and whatever we planned worked for us. So we should identify it. So it will be helpful for our next phase or next project. So option A should be the agenda of a lesson learned meeting. Option number B says, what did not go well? Of course, what was the risk we have identified? What was the issues that we have faced? What was the corrective actions that we took or workarounds we took that we have not anticipated? They all are clear agenda of lesson learned meeting. That is why this is also not a right answer. Option number C, what can be improved? Which area, which process, which activity, which tool, which methodology that we use, we can improve out of the learning from this phase of the project. So option A, B, C, all are valid agenda items of lesson learned meeting. So what we have left is option number D, and it says how to hand over the product to end user. This is not the agenda of lesson learned meeting, because it's been decided at the start of the project or during the planning of the project, or if we have done the project as a vendor. So we got this thing as part of procurement strategy. I hope you understand the context and the question. Thank you. It is a knowledge based question, and in this question I want to test your understanding of close or project phase process. When we talk about closing the project or phase, we have multiple inputs and we use those inputs for multiple purposes. So the scenario that we have is says we want to measure or we want to see that where we have success criteria written. So let's see which document provides us success criteria and from where we can use it. Option number A says business case. You see, business case is a valid input of closing of a project or phase process, but business case provides us the justification of the project, not the success criteria of the project. Option number B says project charter. Yes, project charter is an input, but another important factor is project charter contains success criteria of the project. So option number B is the right answer. Then we have option number C, project management plan. Project management plan guides us how we are going to plan, execute, manage and control the project. And project management plan contains lots of multiple documents like requirement management plan, scope management plan, risk management plan, quality management plan. So we have all these documents, but we want to find out the success criteria, and as I mentioned, it is mentioned in project charter. That's why option number C is also not the right answer. Option number D says procurement documents. If we are doing project from the procurement perspective, or we have been hired by someone, so procurement documents can help us to identify their needs, scope, quality. But here the criteria, the question, the context of the question is to identify the justification of the project, and that is not part of procurement document. So in a nutshell, the right answer of this question is option number B, project charter. Thank you. It is a situational based question, but a tricky one too. Actually, I must say that in this question, I want to guide you rather than test you that how to answer these kind of questions where you will find that 2 or 3 options are almost identical, or they also contain the same information. So in this question asks you specifically that where we can find the resource release criteria. If you look at option number A, it says project management plan. Generally, project management plan contains the process that how we are going to plan, execute, monitor, control, and close the project. And it contains lots of documents like requirement management plan, scope management plan, and resource management plan too. But if we have 2 documents and we have the specific document is already there, let's suppose project management plan and resource management plan. So the release criteria is a part of resource management plan, and resource management plan is part of project management plan. So I will go for the specific one. So if I have to choose between A and B, between project management plan and a resource management plan, I will go for B. So option number A is not the right answer. It is wrong because we have more specific information available in the question. Let's see option number B. Option number B says resource management plan. But the point is, still resource management plan is not the right answer. Although resource release criteria is part of resource management plan, but what is the option number C? Let's see. Option number C says project team resource management. Under the heading or under the document of resource management plan, we have a specific heading which talks about how we are going to engage, get work from them, and then release them. So we have now more concrete information available. So if I have to choose between B and C, so I will go for C. So option number B is not the right answer because we have exactly pinpointing the content is available where we write the resource staff release criteria. So option number C is the right answer. Let's see why option number D is wrong, because option number D is a resource calendar, and in resource calendar we talk about the resource availability, we talk about the working hours that resource is available, we talk about the leaves that he or she will use in a project. So resource calendar is not the right document. The right document is resource management plan, and under that document we have a heading called project team resource management, and here we find it. And specifically, you look at the overall question in this context, we are asking you which area, which location we will find it. So the right answer is option number C. Thank you. It is a situational question, and in this question I am testing your understanding of project closure situation, so that how effectively, strategically you close the project rather than seeing things from an emotional perspective. Let's see which of the following option is the correct one. Option number A says continue the project as it is critical for your country. As you can see the situation, your sponsor says we have to close it. So you are no one who can say it is critical for my country. Don't need to be emotional, be realistic, think about project management, and option number A is the wrong option. Option number B says renegotiate the project priority. To whom? Are you going to renegotiate the project priority with the international body or something else? No, that's the job of, you can say, your foreign ministry, defense ministry and all, but this is not your job. So option number B is also the wrong option. Option number C says start project closure activities. This is the right thing to do, because as a project manager you have been instructed by the management that close it down, we'll see later. So option number C is the right answer. What about option number D? Wait couple of months to get a resume. Again, that's not your job to wait. You have been instructed by management. Now you have to close it down and then see whenever it will be revoked, then you can look into it. Thank you. It is a case study based question, and whenever I deal with new project managers who especially join PMO to manage projects, or those who are working in a technical area and moved into the project management area, when they try to implement PMBOK and when they try to close project or phase, they generally got confused about this difference. Basically, when we talk about the closure of a project or phase, one of the key job is to archive all the documents, and when we are doing it, we talk about it that as we are updating our organizational process assets. And if you look at the content of organizational process asset that is provided by PMI in its PMBOK, we have three separate type of documents. One is project documents, the other one is operational documents, and the third one is project or phase closure documents. You see, project documents are most of those documents which are the outputs of project activities like project management plan, quality plan, risk register. So these are the documents that are part of project documents. But when you talk about operation documents, although I have not asked about the operation document, but for the sake of information, these are those documents that when we will deliver the project to the end user, how they will run the operations, how they will manage the project, and how they will get the value from it. So this is operational document. And when we talk about project or phase closure documents, so project and phase closure documents are formal documents like the acceptance documents that are key deliverables, or the deliverables have been accepted by the end user, or if by some means or by some chance our project is not completed and we have to close it or terminate it in between. So what was the reason and why we have terminated it? So this kind of information is part of project or phase closure documents. From this background, let's see which option is actually correct, but from the knowledge perspective is incorrect. Option number A says project documents are results of project activities. Yes, as I mentioned, so this is not the right answer. Option number B says project or phase closure documents are formal documents. Yes, but again, it's not the right answer. Option number C says project management plan is an example of a project or phase closure documents. No, it is the part of a project document which is mentioned in option number D. So in this context of the question, we have to find out the incorrect one, and the incorrect one is the option number C, which is the right answer of this question. Thank you.